Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Hello, how are you? Báwo ni kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Kedu Odema. Excuse me. Hello, how are you? Kedu Lafiako báwo ni. So that's Wazobia right there. So that is to say the expanse of the ambition of the platform. Kedu Lafiako and Bawoni. So that's where we want to be. And in truth, that's where we are. So that is where we are, and that is where the conversation should be. So it's a Wazobia space. So welcome. Come join, take a seat. Why don't you? But before you take that seat, click on the like button, and then subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'm sure a lot of you have been luxuriating in the elegant new voices that have been joining us in recent times. All they did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to be the elegant voice of the day, why don't you do as previously done by others and click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard? We're in constant search for new talents because that freshens up the conversation. You know, you don't want the same talking heads. You don't want the same talking heads speaking the same bula balu all the time. So we've heard you've heard the bula balu. So you bring the bulaba, so then we can have bula balu and bulaba. So bula balu and bulaba, plenty of that to go around however long the session lasts. So take it easy, relax into it. hold your hands up in surrender and just relax into however the conversation goes. But before you do any of that, the invitation, of course, the like button, click on that. We're forever canvassing for that. You know all the reasons why we canvass for it. So just do us that a favor of doing that. And if you're not already subscribed, correct that as well. So eyendeba. So eyendeba. What will be. All right. So Pansat is here. We've not even started, and it's already started bullying me. So at least maybe he will explain to me what a yendeba means. So at least he can serve that purpose. Maybe he'll serve some use. But plenty to go through. And it's a case of bring your own as well. You know, we usually have the bring a bottle sort of sessions. So that is to say, we're holding the party, but you bring your own drinks. So bring a bottle sort of a session. So as Pansat turns up, Princess bails out. So Princess, come back because of course we want you on the same screen as Pansat. Don't worry, it's not going to give you any rushing. It's a case of bring your own bottle. So we're holding the party, but you bring the drink. So bring whatever news it is that you're looking at in the news cycle. But what we are looking at in the news cycle. So is when I show you this headline, you would as though think you were in a time portal and you've traveled back in time. So the time that you're traveling to, the date that you're traveling back to, is October 2020, and you of course know what happened on that not that date, but that particular month. So the echoes, the ghost of October 2020 resurfaces to haunt the Nigerian political landscape. Yes, we're back there. End SARS, Sanwo Olu blames family of 103 victims for abandoning their corpses. So we hinted at this storyline yesterday, but it's just consumed the news cycle totally today. So we're back there again, October 2020, End SARS and all that. So now, there were a lot of abandoned bodies in the mortuaries in Lagos. And they've been there for 3 years running, following through from that End SARS space. So Tinubu has now signed off now that there should be a mass burial for those people. So anyway, let me not preempt it, but the End SARS space resurfaces again, and it is charging up the place like flame. So hang around to see what we're making of that. So hang around, a bit of End SARS. So a bit of End SARS, and then a bit of this as well. So this is Asari Dokubo doing as he always does, making the usual threats. Ex-militant Asari Dokubo raises private army in support of Tinubu. So they've got their knickers in a twist in all of the usual spaces, led ably by their Rise TV space, who have gone apoplectic just around this news. They're doing somersaults and banging their heads against the wall. Somersaults and banging their heads against the wall. Ex-militant Asari Dokubo raises private army in support of Tinubu. So quite what is in play there. We get there shortly. So we get to this space as well. Tinubu did not promise immediate solutions to Nigeria's problems. So this is Tinubu's Man Friday. Adams Oshiomhole leaping to the defense of his Lord and Master. But then, of course, embedded in this headline is a truism. Because I'm not quite sure what the expectations are that as soon as Tinubu signs on the dotted line that he becomes president, all of Nigeria's problems are solved. So a dose of reality from the little man from the Greeks. Tinubu did not promise immediate solution to Nigeria's problems. Adams Oshiomhole. So we see what is in play there. We see what is in play there to only land in this space now that hopefully will come to a head sometime this week. Ministerial list, Tinubu removes Wike Ganduje's name over DSS report. So we see what is in play there. That probably falls within the realms of speculation towards the cusp of rumors, but I will say what's in play there. So it's slim pickings in that space, so we pick the bones of that one. We pick the bones of that one, but you are not a Nigerian president until this next headline is pointed in your direction. Do you understand? You are not a Nigerian president till this next headline is pointed in your direction. Nigerians are living dangerously on keg of gunpowder through your poor policies. Obasanjo knocks Tinubu. So yes, of course, you are not a Nigerian president until Tinubu sends you an open letter, and he didn't even allow the guy to take off his coat and hang it on this chair and pull that chair back to sit down before he launches at him. Nigerians are living dangerously on keg of gunpowder through your poor policies. Obasanjo knocks Tinubu. There's somewhat of a predictability to that. That is just that is the diet of the average Nigerian president. So that's the diet of the average Nigerian president. So we go on from there to this one. So this one now, we'll probably read this one in tandem with the End SARS space. How social media reacted to proposed mass burial of 103 End SARS victims. So yeah, we spend time there because there are arguments on both sides of that divide, but we'll see where the arguments land. Nigerian billionaire's son at war over multi-billion-dollar family assets. So when they say Nigerian billionaire, you wonder who that is. So let's have a look. In the past 6 years, Italian-Nigerian billionaire Gabriele Volpi. So I'm not quite sure which part of Nigeria that comes from, but I'm pretty sure it's from the Napoli sort of a local government area of Nigeria. If this guy is a Nigerian, then I'm a banana. So it just tells you the extent of how our money is being looted. Let's see if we can find out who this character is. All right, so there is the Nigerian right there. So it's as Nigerian as I'm not even sure what this is. So I'm not going to click on that because I can't read Italian. But there is the guy. That's the Nigerian right there. The Nigerian that is fighting over money. So I wonder what his local government is in Nigeria. In the past 6 years, Italian-Nigerian Gabriele Volpi and his son, Matteo, have been locked in an unusual, bitter, multi-jurisdictional and protracted legal battle that has torn the family apart and left members sweltering in exceptional acrimony. Father and son are known to feud, but this contest between Volpi and his first son, being reported for the first time by correspondents, is a rare kind that has shocked judges and damaged the paternal bond between the two men, while continuing to rage across courts and arbitration rooms in Nigeria, Bahamas, United Kingdom, and Malta. As things stand, the two combatants are not shifting ground, and they appear committed to continuing to fight until either side drops dead, surrenders, or is crushed. Mr. Volpi, 80, moved from Italy to Nigeria in 1976. By 1978, his Nolly International Shipping Services Limited had owned 50 medium and long-term charter boats and 11 ships of a combined 6,000 container capacity. In 1982, he founded Nigeria Container and Oil Terminal with Italian oil firm Ajib, which was developing his first offshore. Anyway, we get into that. I'm not even sure if I'm interested in that, but apparently Italian Nigerians fighting over money. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, it's too long-winded. I'm not going to get into that, but we'll see what we make of that when we get to it. So we'll see what we make of that when we get to it. Yes, we also spent time with the Rice TV to take their commentaries on the Asari Dokubo plays. But there is one thing that I certainly would like to share with you, and it is if there's one thing I certainly would like to share with you, and it's the excellent speech by Kashim Shettima when he was representing the government in China, wherever. So yeah, I'd like to share this because I'm a huge fan of Kashim Shettima. His grasp of language, his witticism, all of that, the sharpness of his brain, all of that. I'm a huge fan. So let me just give you this. It says, Napoleon Bonaparte once said, China is a sleeping giant. Let her sleep. But when she wakes, she will shake the world. President Bola Tinubu is poised to redefine the meaning and concept of modern leadership in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, which had woken up from its slumber and is now poised to move the world. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it. So said Archimedes, and I shall move the world. Nigeria needs no handout, but real partnership. We have removed the albatrosses of fuel subsidies and multi-exchange rates from our neck. Hence, we're seeking investment for mutually beneficial partnerships, not handouts. So it's a short and succinct thing, and you wonder what the excitement is, but it's the crafting of language and delivery of Kashim Shettima. That is really the most exciting thing about him. So we all get excited about Kashim Shettima. So all of that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe. Hyperlink to join me on the screen. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. It is 3 steps, but continue to ignore it nevertheless. But let me take a micro break with the K guys, and then we come straight into it. I think I'll bring the panelist on as I start the readout. A princess has bailed on me. So is it because of Pansat? Princess, come back.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, there it is. May death have nothing to do with us. So let me speed through the readouts and let the panelists in, not to hold anybody in abeyance for too long. But this is the story of the day: how social media reacted to proposed mass burial of 103 End SARS victims. So we're back there again. The Lagos state government has addressed a leaked memo that disclosed its authorization of 61 million naira for the mass burial of 103 individuals identified as victims of the 2023 End SARS protest. In a tweet leaked by Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Olusegun Ogboye, the Lagos state government said the 103 casualties mentioned in the document were from these incidents and not from Lekki Toll Gate, as being alleged. For the avoidance of doubt, nobody was retrieved from Lekki Toll Gate. So I was on another platform earlier on, and I was trying to explain this to them, but as ever, they struggle to understand, because there's a distinction between the End SARS, the totality of the End SARS space and the Lekki Toll Gate. So the Lekki Toll Gate incident is vested within the End SARS space, and it's not the totality of the End SARS. And I was trying desperately to explain this to some people on some platform, but they struggled to grasp it. The Lagos State government has addressed a leaked memo that disclosed its authorization of 61 million naira for the mass burial of 103 individuals identified as victims of 2020 Endsars protest. The government clarified that the victims scheduled to be buried are not related to the contentious Lekki Toll Gate shooting. In a tweet signed by Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Olusegun Ogboye, the state government said the 103 casualties mentioned in the document were from these incidents and not, with capital letters, not from Lekki Toll Gate as been alleged. For the avoidance of doubt, nobody was retrieved from Lekki Toll Gate incident. The state government also claimed that the proposed mass burial is in a bid to decongest the morgues to free up spaces. Part of the statement reads, however, after almost 3 years, the bodies remained unclaimed, adding to the congestion of the morgues. This spurred the need to decongest the morgues, a procedure that follows very carefully very careful medical and legal guidance if a relative may still turn up to claim a lost relatives years after the incident. The congestion of our public morgues is a periodic and regular exercise approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo Olu to free up space in mortuaries that have a large number of unclaimed bodies. Nigerians have taken to social media to express their displeasure towards the state government. Reactions on social media, so the usual suspects. Rinu reacts to how the state government never did DNA test for families of victims, despite asking them to provide samples. So that DNA space, because of course you remember that shortly after that End SARS, the Lagos State coroner, he invited people that had people missing to come and give DNA to see if it marries up with some of the bodies that they had stored in their morgues. But we didn't then hear anything after that. So that's that space. Reno reacts to how the state government never did DNA test to families of the victim, despite asking them to provide samples. I'm not quite sure she has the authority to say that. Families of the End SARS victims killed by the police forces showed up by the way, looking for the bodies of their loved ones, including Pelumi Onifade's mother. They were asked to drop DNA samples. They dropped. Lagos State government never did any DNA test for the samples collected. So I don't know that she has the authority to say that. That's just the thing. Sarah, this is what she says. Recounting the experience of October the 20th, believes the Endsars incident was the major reason many Nigerians want to change the political dynamic in the country. Yes, you get no prizes for saying that. It is beyond equivocation. The main reason that we're seeing all this new dynamism is a follow-on from that Endsars space. So the whole obedient narrative, a lot of the hooplas and brouhaha is all a follow-on, a follow-through from the Endsars space. Sarah, recounting the experience of October 2020, believes the Endsars incident was the major reason many Nigerians want to change the political dynamics in the country. A lot of you do not know half of what happened on the 20th of October 2020 to peaceful #Endsars protesters at the Lekki Toll Gate. Yes, that place is shrouded in mystery, and I suspect that mystery may never be unraveled. When the panel that legally confirmed the incident after denials by the government did not even see half of what happened, the little they saw from the families that came was enough to break them into tears during the proceedings. The little I saw from where I was lying down while bullet flew across me was enough to break me for years that I could not even go back to work. Those who were present and witnessed this madness from Nigeria's useless government will never remain the same again. October the 20th, 2020 was the major reason a lot of us got our PVC to vote and to change the political dynamics in Nigeria. We will get justice. So yes, that last statement, I align myself with that because I align myself with that fight for justice for that End SARS space. But that justice, it might well ultimately be a metaphoric justice because that place is shrouded in so much mystery, and the evidence have been so carefully carted away and destroyed. That how do you even begin to, because the only thing that will come out now are anecdotal submissions by people that were present at the time, and you cannot get justice of anecdotes because there is nothing concrete or substantial left in that space to vest justice on. But the desire for justice, I align myself with that. Let's see what's in this clip. Let's see, is this hold on. Oh, all right, it's just some little. Oh, all right, so that's that End SARS space that's still agitating very much. JP recounts how Governor Sanwo Olu told CNN that no dead body was found at the toll gate, and the government wants to conduct mass burial for said victims. So this is where the conflation is right there. So this is where you see, this is what I've been trying to explain to them on social media in the course of today. So now, Tinubu, not Tinubu, but Sanwo Olu, it was not even a Freudian slip. Sanwo Olu did not say there were no bodies found at the toll gate. Sanwo Olu said only 2 bodies were found, and I thought the word only was unfortunate for him to use, but Sanwo Olu said 2 bodies were found. And that was at the Lekki toll gate. That was not for the totality of the End SARS space. And this is where the conflation is. JP recounts how Governor Sanwo Olu told CNN that nobody was found at the Lekki toll gate, and the government wants to conduct mass burial for said victim. So the mass burial is not for Lekki toll gate victims, it's for the End SARS victim, which I think was explained by the Lagos State medical whoever. And Nigerian youths were killed at Lekki toll gate on the 20th of the 10th, 2020. But Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu lied on CNN and claimed that nobody was found at the toll gate. Now, here is evidence from Lagos State government showing that 103 people died during End SARS and no justice has been done. Those who killed them are still walking free. Nigeria keeps failing us. So yes, I agree with that. And we all know. And by the way, I suspect that those 103 were definitely killed at Lekki toll gate. Because we also with the clips from DJ Switch, the way they opened fire on that space. So I suspect that the figures are even more than that, the 103. Let's see what does Sanwo Olu say here. All right, this is the offending CNN clip. So let's just see what this has to offer us. Let's have a look at this.
What has happened is there's been so many footages that we're seeing that people have shown, but we've not seen bodies, we've not seen relatives, we've not seen anybody truly coming up to say, indeed, XYZ, I'm a father, I'm a mother to someone, and I cannot find that person. Nobody has turned up, right? I've been to the ground. There is no scratch of blood anywhere there.
Who ordered people to be shot, and which branch of security services carried out the shootings?
Well, I mean, from the footage that we could see, because there are cameras that are at that facility.
Everyone sit down.
It seems to me that there will be men in military uniform, which will be Nigerian army or something.
So you're saying that it was military officers who ordered peaceful protesters be shot at Lekki.
Yeah, that's what the
Lekki
pictures,
tollgate.
yes. They were there. That's what the footage, I mean, that's what it shows.
Will that CCTV footage at the tollgate be part of the investigation that you have now called for?
It will be. Certainly it will be. It will be. And they're starting on Monday. They're going to be they're available for the judicial panel to review. It will be.
Do you commit to a full investigation of what happened on the ground?
Absolutely, I do.
And will people be held accountable?
They certainly would. I mean, we'll do everything to ensure that they are held accountable. We'll do everything.
It's a very simple question. Will they be held accountable?
Well, I mean, to the extent that I'm not the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I mean, I'm the governor of the state, right? The report will be out. We will channel the report to all the relevant authorities in the state to ensure that everyone that is found culpable is accountable for the act.
Since 2017, they've been announcing that the SARS unit.
All right. So that's that. So that's that. I'm not minded to read endlessly. So let me just bring on the panelist and then we kick the conversation on and see where it lands. So Thomas, of course, as ever. Thank you, Thomas. Gideon joins us from Edo. So thank you, Gideon. The Bishop is here. Adewale is here. Des is here, and Isaac joins us. So yes. So, lady and gentlemen. So there it is. We're back with the End SARS narrative again. So let me kick it off with you, Bishop. So let me kick it off with you, Bishop, and just come into it with whatever news you are looking at, but then go to the End SARS space and then tell us what's in play.
All right. Good evening. If I'm audible enough.
No, you're not. You're not. Carry on. Let's see.
Good evening. Good evening, Captain compatriots. Sure you're having a good day. Please, as you come in, click on the like button. Honestly, I don't know I don't know there's anything else to add about the End SARS. Because irrespect, no matter what you say.
Bishop, you're not very audible. You're not very audible.
Okay, so you can go to someone else.
Let me go to someone else, then I'll come back to you maybe when you're in a better spot. But that's Bishop is driving, so I think the signal not too good where he is. So do you want to kick it off then? Who wants to kick it off? Pansat. Yeah, of course.
Let me do it.
Why am I not surprised? Carry on.
No, but I was impressed that when you start letting us in, you let me in first because I was here first. So I give you kudos for that. And I'm delighted to be here with this panel. I can tell already we're going to make a valuable and successful contribution to what's going on. Today, it's a very special day, and that's why I'm here early, right? I will try to make my presentation very short because I want to hear what everybody else has to say on this. One man, if you do recall it, a very particular heated discussion you and I had. At that time, you were sounding like Sanwo Olu by saying, "Where are the bodies?" I don't know if you deny it, then I'm gonna have to dig it out, right? It's one of the earlier times that I was on this platform. Now they've brought out 103 bodies of our fellow citizens, and I'm going to be issuing an ultimatum to the youth, what they call the youth. We're all youths. What are you doing if you were going to protest before? 103 bodies. That's what they have, the bodies they have, which means they have a lot more, or people claim the other bodies. We can't rely on any commission, any more findings from these people. There has to be protests on this. This is 103 fellow citizens, and it's shrouded in grotesque imagery and stories with this Sanwo Olu, an illiterate who doesn't care about anybody. I am surprised. Perhaps we're just going through those grades of grief. So I will make my presentation very short. I'm going to say 2 or 3 more sentences, and I want to hear the next person, and then I want to then deal with the subject itself. right? So one man, I'm pleased to be here. I am very interested in today's show. It's enough. And now you used the word earlier, which is apoplectic. In America, they will say apoplectic. But the people who should be furious and enraged is every single human being. Not CNN, not talk show hosts like yourself here on the news, but every single human being, starting from the White House. What are we supposed to do? Our youth went to protest with the flag and singing the national anthem. Our youth. And these people went there and they shot at them and killed so many of them, and we cannot find the truth. There's no dignity, there's no respect, there's no order in the country. What are they protesting? They're protesting the SARS, some kind of police outfit that's been killing, harassing, intimidating our citizens. So they do an investigation and they claim there's nobody killed, perhaps one or two. In a civilized society, in a world today, in today's world. So no, now we saw by observation, now because we then have to, after this comment, I will then wait for my real presentation. What I'm saying, and I have more proof than they deny, this is Islamic terrorism on Christians in Nigeria. That's what it is. No. Wait. Let me land, please.
Settle down.
No. One man, I make these statements not carelessly. It's true. First of all, it's not worse than going into our secondary schools, picking up our girls in the hundreds, almost 300 in one shot. And they're gone forever.
All right, you're reaching beyond the talking point, but
I know, but look, look, one man, you have a great platform here. We assemble here in search of the truth. It's more incumbent on you now to actually help bring to light the truth. This is 103.
What I will say is what I agree with a lot of what you said until you got to the religious baiting. Whatever.
No, but that's what it is.
No, but that's how you've understood it. But maybe not necessarily.
No, did you see the videos? Hold on, just listen to me, because I really don't think you and I should disagree. We don't
disagree up to the point that you turned it into religious baiting.
No. It's exactly what it is. You see the beginnings of it now with your next topic, which is Asari Dokubo assembling a private army. He's Muslim, right? He's allowed to have a private army on behalf of this president.
Right now. And Nnamdi Kanu does not have a private army.
No, but you show me where he has an army that goes and kill people or threaten citizens. If he says, look, we have a defensive stand, we don't want anybody. But you do me no justice by constantly. You meet me halfway. I'm trying to have a
I am halfway. I'm halfway with you.
Yeah, meet me halfway when I'm making my presentation.
Okay, let me tell you the halfway point of me meeting you.
Yeah.
You saying that this is a travesty. I'm with you. You're saying that this 103 people is just a soupçon of what is the real mass of, because we saw from DJ Switch's clips, they opened fire indiscriminately into a horde of people. So there'll be endless bodies. So this 103 is nowhere near the amount that would have died in that space. So I'm with all that. I'm with the cry for justice too. So I'm with you all the way to that point. But when you start to turn it into religious baiting, that is where we part company.
And I don't blame you for that. But what I'm saying is that you are actually looking at the wrong thing. When you have a pattern, right? We have more race in our country. We have to solve this problem. I don't make this carelessly. The army itself is basically
such an outfit. But when you have people in Lagos, the toll gates, kids, youngsters, unemployment is sky high, and you have people dressed in military gear, they're not even, some of those youth themselves claim these are not even, they just dressed in the military gear. We saw, for example, I'll give you an example, then I'll end with that, because I do want to make a more organized presentation.
Don't give us a fantasized. Give us just what you know, not what you. Yeah,
it is what I know. Yeah, it is what I know. But I know that when you and I start going this route, then we don't do well. So let's take a breather. Go to somebody else. I want to make a more organized presentation on this. I'm very, very upset. This is preposterous. This is absurd.
I agree with I share your outrage, and I'm however angry you are about this, I am equally as angry. In Lagos, by the way, not in Borno, where they kill each other like not to go to ethnic. In Lagos, a global city, so no, we cannot let it fly, and it will not fly. I'm going to take this topic round, but I want to infuse this. I'm no fan of this guy Dele Farotimi, because I think it's somewhat of a clownish saber rattler. But in this, anyway, let's see what he has to say. But I'm no fan of his. But he was quite he was on form in this instance.
The thing about the truth is that it requires no embellishments. The unfortunate thing, or maybe the fortunate thing about lies, is that they are always short-lived. They are the proverbial abiku. That is what lies actually are. I remember sitting in your studio a couple of years ago, and I recall telling you at the time that if the Lagos state government would dare to allow the panel to do its work, it would be stripped naked in daylight. That there are more than sufficient evidences in the public space that will render it impossible for them to get away with the lies that they were busy concocting. Let me be clear. I hold the press responsible for the capacity of the Nigerian state to tell these nauseating lies and get away with them. Because, Doctor, the report of the panel, which is different from the white paper, the report of the panel was emphatic in concluding that there was a massacre at Lekki toll gate. We are not dealing with the paucity of evidence. We are dealing with the readiness of human beings to collaborate with evil, to acculturate evil, and to normalize, explain it. It's no longer about whether it happened or it did not happen. DJ Switch, God bless her soul, at risk to her life, she had a live Instagram feed. That is not a recording that was posted, a live feed. I saw victims, people with bullet wounds. I, in conjunction with many others, dealt with victims. The same Lagos state government that has continued to deny what is slapping it in the face is even paining me that my dear friend, Mr. Omotosho, is not available to come and help them amplify these lies again. They will continue to lie about what. Look, let's deal with the facts as we know them right now. The panel was emphatic. There was a massacre. That one, let them stop all that gaslighting and obfuscating. So if you say these 103 people were not the ones that were picked up from the toll gate, if human life truly matters in our country, where were these ones picked up? Exactly where? The entire purpose of the coroner's law is so that you have accountability for even for the dead.
No, a list is
provided. But when the state is the one actively seeking to cover the truth.
A list is provided. A list of places where some of those bodies were picked up, is provided or was provided.
Doctor,
including Ikoyi,
the Lagos state government would prefer. That is a blatant, horrible, easily verifiable lie. People can go ahead. Look, Doctor, the Lagos state government would prefer that we are having this back and forth about the nitty-gritty of the facts, but the facts are not in dispute. The same Sanwo Olu and co who are busy denying what took place, they paid cash. They paid cash to victims. The lawyers who actually appeared in court, Babashino Ogunlana, Ayo Ademiluyi, they will tell you as a fact that victims that were represented by them, numbering over 20, at least those who survived with wounds, they were paid in cash, millions in cash. Baba Ogunlana and Ademiluyi had to refuse to accept what was offered to them. So when they come out and they start telling these lies, I'm not speaking out of hatred for anybody, but I refuse on behalf of those who have died, as long as you have a mic in front of me, I refuse to help them normalize the lies they are telling. But to even now deal with something that everybody appears to be forgetting. Not only have you denied the humanity of these persons by denying that they were killed, 103 people are going to be given mass burial. Yeah, I was explaining that beyond the inanities that they will prefer that we focus on, it is critical that we look even at the document itself. You want to bury 103 human beings whose humanity you have denied, who are not in any way, shape, or form acknowledged as beings, but you have voted 61 million naira. So on each one of them, you are telling us you want to bury each one of them for 500,000. Even in bearing the evidence of your complicities, you have to inflate the cost of their burial. They mean nothing. And those who are busy defending them and who want us to be having this insane discussion about whether it happened or it did not happen, because it happened. Let us just focus on making sure things like this do not happen in our country again. We can't normalize this by sweeping it under the carpet. That is the entire purpose of making sure that this is not swept under the carpet. It cannot and must not be allowed to be swept under the carpet. These are some people's children. These are some other persons, maybe fathers, mothers. We don't even have the benefit of knowing who they are. This was the same thing that happened in 1993 when Abacha was taking over this country. People were slaughtered and buried in unmarked graves all over the place. The same thing is what has happened in broad daylight in front of all of us, and they are putting it in front of us in broad daylight, and they are still denying it in spite of all of the evidences. What we saw, what was leaked, it was one of their own who leaked it. If they had had the opportunity to deny it completely, they would have denied it. But this has been brought to light because you cannot bury it.
All right. So that's Dele Farotimi speaking on that space. But let me. I'm going to take this round because this seems to be what everybody's talking about on social media today. But let me kick it off. Let me. I'm going to hold on. Let me kick it off with you, Thomas. Thomas, you kick that space off. Have you been following this, and what's your take on it?
One man, to be honest with you, I've been hearing this first time here. I've been busy lately. I just want you to clarify something to me. What I want you to clarify to me is that these bodies are just dumped bodies in our mortuary that they want to do mass burial for. But what is the correlation with what's going on with the End SARS? I just want you to. I don't get.
No. These bodies are bodies recovered during the End SARS period. So they've been stored in the mortuary for the last 3 years. So now the Lagos state government, to free up space in the mortuaries, they've now ordered that these bodies should be buried in a mass grave. But then the memo to give that order was leaked. So now we are now back in that End SARS space, and because we're talking about 103 people, so who are their families? How did they die? What happened? Were they part of the Lekki toll gate shooting? All of that. So a lot of people outraged that this many people under that controversial space are unaccounted for, to be buried secretly. So that's where the rage is.
Yes, thank you, one man. If Lagos State didn't come out and said these bodies are from Lekki shooting or End SARS shooting, so why are we drawing conclusion that these bodies are from End SARS shooting? Why are we drawing conclusion?
No. The Lagos State Space acknowledges that it is from End SARS, but
They acknowledge that.
They acknowledge that. But where the controversy is that is it from Lekki toll gate shooting? That's where the controversy is.
There you go. Now I understand what one man. This is trouble right there. I think Lagos State has even shot themselves in the foot, because I haven't heard this story of there are some corpse that was recovered. Endsars saga, not even talking of Lekki toll gate. So they have this amount of corpse on End SARS on its own in Lagos State. But one man, there is still questions to answer. Those people that we are talking about now, don't they have families?
There was a time that during that End SARS space, the Lagos State government asked people with missing persons to come and submit DNAs so they can try and match those DNAs with the bodies that they had. So some people went forward to provide their DNA, but they never heard anything after that.
Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. This is something. So that is the problem we have to. We have to clarify something now. That is the only problem we will be dealing with today. That are these corpses related to Lekki shooting?
Yes, that's where the controversy is. I was on a platform yesterday, earlier on today, and they were insisting that these bodies were from the Lekki toll gate shooting. And I was telling them that there is nothing to indicate that. And of course, it got wild. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want us to clarify. We know that people were killed in End SARS in Lagos, but I don't know that they have this kind of numbers. One man, I will not deceive you. We know that people were lynched, police were killed, citizen killed, police turned back to the citizen. But how can we draw conclusion that these bodies are from Lekki toll gate? Because Lekki toll gate is the bone of contention here. So it's still straddling in secrecy, one man.
It goes beyond Lekki toll gate, Thomas, because with these 103 bodies now, this cannot be the total count of what happened there. So because a lot of people feel that hundreds of people were killed in that space. So it brings back again just how many people were killed in that space, what happened to the bodies, who did the killing, and what's the pathway to justice. So a lot to unravel in that space.
One man, this Lekki toll gate is going to call some rancors, maybe even on this platform today, with all what I want to say now. One man, do you think in your mind that a mass of people shot dead can be taken out of Lekki toll gate and there will not be inkling of any citizen? Maybe see them on video, maybe see them physically.
Please, can I interject?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone in the platform. Yeah, the issue is initially when this happened, Lagos State government was denying it. They said nobody was killed. So it's been in secrecy. All these facts have been hidden. They wanted to do this secretly, but unfortunately, an inside source leaked out this secret that the bodies recovered from the toll gate massacre, they are now going to bury them secretly in mass grave. So now the Lagos State government cannot come out and own up that these bodies were recovered because the live witnesses that were there at the toll gate massacre said after they shot these bodies, the soldiers were picking the bodies and going away with the bodies. They didn't leave anybody. The people that escaped were those that were injured, but those that died, they took the bodies away. But when they went there, the government kept saying there was nobody that was shot. So how would they now come out to say, yeah, these bodies was from Lekki Toll Gate? That's why they lied that they picked them all over Lagos. It wasn't from Lekki Toll Gate.
Is it your contention that these are Lekki Toll Gate bodies?
Most of them must be, because there was an inside source that said when these bodies were brought, in order to continue to cover up the lies, they took out those bullets, some of the bullets in the bodies, they took it out just to cover up the truth. So now they still are hiding the truth. They don't want to come out with the truth, because there was one live DJ Switch. She was live streaming and she was showing what was going on. But the government is lying that nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. So if this is not handled...
I have a question for you, please. That's what I'm trying to ask one man before, and I want you to listen to me attentively. I know you are a very wise lady. Do you think they can move those numbers of bodies? I mean the soldiers? They can deposit... Let me finish, please. I said let me finish, please. Do you think they can be shot? They can move those kind of numbers? And they moved them in the truck. Nobody saw them. They moved them to the morgue. They deposited them in the morgue. There will be a staff in the morgue that will receive those corpses. And you would think that 3 years, all those things will be straddled in secrecy till now.
Okay, can I talk now?
Yes, please.
What happened was, remember that night, according to live witnesses, they said before the shooting started, during the day, they took out all those lights around the area. Then when the soldiers came in, they started shooting. So everybody is like, run for your life. Nobody is ready to wait and say, no, these bodies that you have killed, you can't take them with you. No. Everybody was running for their life. Then these soldiers took the bodies with them. Live witnesses said they took the bodies with them. They went away with the bodies.
In cahoots with the Lagos State, they cleaning something.
Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Can I just come in for just a minute?
Hold on. I'm going to take it round, but no. What Rosie is actually saying is that these are actually victims of the Lekki Toll Gate shooting, not the totality of the End SARS itself. Is that where you are positioned?
Yes. I'm not saying the 103 bodies were all from the Lekki Toll Gate shooting, but I'm sure most of it was from that shooting, because they went away with the bodies.
As alleged.
No, it wasn't as alleged though. What happened during that Lekki Toll Gate was that when they did the shooting and everybody scattered, the army then cordoned off that area. So when the army cordoned off that area, then is it LASMA? Some cleaning agency then came and did a cleanup. And then, of course, the armies would have loaded the bodies onto the army thing, and they were taking them to the mortuary. Because that place was cordoned off for a good length of time.
Yes,
and the whole place was deserted, by the way, with everybody escaping for their life. So they had at least half a full day, if not a full day. What is it? They just carried the bodies and chuck it in the truck. And then the Lagos State Cleaning Service came in and swept up all the blood and everything. And then by the time what's his name, your funny man from Lagos State, when he came to do his Inspector Clouseau thing, is Sherlock Holmes, looking for, and then they turned the thing into some sort of comedy. So they had sufficient enough time to get rid of the body. But why they did not incinerate it is really the question. But there's an argument to say that a lot of these bodies are from Lekki Toll Gate shooting.
One man, I I still ask the question. You guys are not answering the question. I'm not saying people doesn't die. I don't say people they were not shot. I didn't say that. Don't I don't want people to be thinking I'm saying that. But I'm telling you guys, can soldier move numbers of people like that from Lekki toll gate? They move them to the morgue. If they move cops to the morgue, people that will accept those people, they are not ghosts, they are human beings. They
Please,
were
let me answer Thomas on that.
Thomas, wait, Thomas, wait.
Can I
It's like,
come in?
hello, please
Can,
let
can
me
I,
let
can I
me
come?
just
This
please hold on.
place is my
Please, can
this place is my
Hold on, Vin. Hold on, Vin.
Thomas.
Let Princess go, and then you come after her.
Thomas, it's like you are not really understanding what's going on because you keep asking this question over and over.
I do.
No, you
my
are
sister.
not, because this is a military intervention. Which civilian is going to stand there and be struggling with them with the bodies? And then when the military landed with the bodies, which civilian there is going to question them? This is from high authority. We want these bodies kept here. Who is going to question them? So this thing has been done, and they kept hiding the story that nobody was shot, nobody was killed. Because after they clean up, they now came and said they were investigating the thing, and they were picking little things like a buckram bottle, small. After they cleaned up the whole area, so this is just a cover up. Now they even wanted to cover up to bury them secretly, but people in there, some of them was the one that leaked out this secret. That is why the whole internet is bubbling now.
I would like to answer that too when you can.
Can I come in?
Let Vin come in because he's a military man, so he has a Vin come
This
in.
has nothing to do with the military, but anyway, let him
Let him come in, and then you come in after him. So Vin, we are back in it again. We have time traveled back to 2020, and we're End SARS in again.
Yeah, thank you so much, one man. And this area is my what we call AOR, area of responsibility. I want to address my brother, Mr. Thomas. Do you know during the Sharia, this riot in Kaduna, where that was the base, the starting point of Sharia? Do you know how the soldiers slaughtered the protesters and took away, destroyed it? There is what we call destroying of evidence. Look, even 1,000 bodies, it will not take 5 minutes for those 1,000 bodies to be evacuated from the point of incident. I will now go back again to tell you, in Zakipiam in Benue State is another case study. Hundreds, if not 300, 400 civilians were murdered there. Their bodies were taken away. Zakipiam in Benue State. There is no evidence today to say.
Vin, let's if you can use some code for that word, YouTube will be triggered. You know what I mean?
Okay. I understand. Sorry about that. You see, over in Zakipiam, many lives were lost there and evidences were destroyed. You cannot get them. These were done by soldiers. In Udi, River State, the same thing happened. Many innocent lives were also died there. Evidences were destroyed. So to tell you from where I stand, it will take only 2-3 minutes for the military to send in quartermaster, supply and transport vehicles within Ojo Cantonment, Ikeja Barracks, to evacuate them within 5 minutes. I am telling you.
Vin, hold on there, please. So are you telling me? Don't get me wrong. I say this thing doesn't happen. No. I'm just asking questions.
Don't be careful that you don't say something callous. So we are talking about
No.
Yeah.
I know, not one man. This some things we run away from. We have to ask questions. Vin, you are a military man. Are you telling me that they can carry out this atrocity and no citizen of Lagos State will catch them? I don't see what happened doesn't
let
happen.
me.
No, Pansat, please. I'm
hold on.
asking Vin, please.
I know. Hold on.
Pansat,
Just
please.
hold on and hear me out first. One man, just give me a second. I'm actually going to post this on the private chat for you. If you could pull it up on the screen. What?
Anyway, thank
Thomas
you, Vin, for educating us about the military. Thank you, Vin.
Yeah, Vin. We thank you for your expertise and your work. But what I'm saying is that Thomas' question doesn't need to be answered by a military man. It needs to be answered by a religious man, right? I posted for one man. He could put it up on the screen. John 20, 24
No,
to
Thomas
31.
is just acting according to his name, doubting Thomas.
Exactly. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
If you could pull it up on the screen, so it won't be my word, right? It will be good for our audience. I know you're a media man, one man, and you're also a Nigerian. So we wanted to focus on the issues at hand. But if we have a little distraction, let's just deal with it totally, because we're beyond doubting if there were bodies or what the military can do. A military operation, first of all, this is commonplace in Nigeria, especially in those days when Buhari was actually doing his dirty work. In the case of the Shias of Kaduna, there were almost 1,000 that they did the same thing. They did the same thing at Nnamdi Kanu's house with 20-something dead bodies, and their role is to kill and try to remove, to buy or whatever the hell that is, and remove those bodies, because Nigeria doesn't have identification for its citizens. People can just disappear. But to have somebody who's a co-host of this show, who is in a Western country, come here.
No, don't come
hold
after
on.
me.
Hold on. All right.
Let me land.
No. Thank you, both of you. I don't want you to get to that space for the moment.
Woman, I'm done. I'm not done.
Yeah. Land, and then we go to Diwali. I want to take it round as it's on the screen. So I don't want it to turn into a fight.
Okay, one man. You see, I am telling you, Mr. Thomas, I am telling you, I never participated in most of these things because I have human feelings in me. Blood runs in my vein as well. But I witnessed so many atrocities committed by the soldiers. If you look at Kalakuta, when Fela's mother was thrown from upstairs, so many people were pied there. Evidences were destroyed. You cannot get them. And when they were accusing them, bring those people out, what did the army say? The unknown soldiers. Unknown. It keeps happening in Nigeria. That is why most of us that left said we cannot continue with this kind of impunity that is going on. It is no wartime. You are not fighting war. Why are you? Look, I watched that when DJ Switch was streaming that video. I watched it live. One man, remember, I went there with 5 in my own car with 5 Ghanaian people. The very night, around 5 o'clock, we left. I slept in a Ikeja cantonment because I have friends all over there that can receive me, people that, were under me when I was, a Kwataga sergeant. I slept in their houses, Most of us slept there. 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. We sat in after 3 days, then we came back. It was around 6 o'clock, 5, 6 o'clock. or 7, thereabout. 6 o'clock Ghana time, I was watching it live and I saw what my former colleagues did there. My brother, it is in the habit of the Nigerian army to destroy, to buy their people and destroy the evidences. I am telling you on authority. And you can check, go and verify every buys that they have buyed the Nigerian citizens. And you will see that what I'm telling you today is coming from a right source. Let nobody argue about this. What I'm trying to tell you now is this. It might not be in Lekki Tollgate alone. It might not be in Lekki Tollgate alone. But majority of them, my brother, you need to witness when a soldier level his barrels of gun, and each of those gun, that rifle, we call it personal rifle, each of them carries 20 rounds of ammunition, 7.62 mm caliber. That is what it carries. Those that carry AK-47 is 30. 30. One magazine is 30. 7.62 NATO approved mm caliber is smaller than the FN rifle that our people carry. So when you level your weapon on a crowd, my brother, the casualty, what we call KIA, kill, bide in action, as in Kilo, India, and Alpha, KIA, bide in action will be huge. If you consider the level, the population, the crowd that were
so just to manage the time, Marvin, what are you estimating as the body count? What's the body count by your estimation?
My brother, I wasn't there. They did not allow anybody to count those people, and those civilians will not be there when those things will happen. My brother, if you hear the sound of the bullet that is directed at you, you will pray that the ground will open, then you enter. In fact, I held those people that stood there where those bullets were released on them. I held them. Me, as a soldier, I will not stand there. I will use our normal tactics to maneuver and go away. But as a civilian, they were running away, and the things were coming behind them. You cannot run faster than the bullet. So that is, I cannot give you an example, but when you fire in a crowd, not that is, let me say,
just as a round off, what's the discharge when you open fire? How many bullets are flying out of that thing? What's the
in a personal rifle? There is what they call S, that is safety. There is R, that is round, and there is A, that is automatic. They didn't fire. Watching DJ switch, the soldiers didn't fire rapid, that is automatic. They were firing per round. Pa, 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 pa.
So they were picking them off one by one?
They were picking them one after the other. When you fire automatic, that is A, you waste your ammo. When you are firing, let's say, an unarmed person, you don't need to put in automatic, that is A, letter A, because they are afraid. And mind you, when a soldier who is trigger happy is firing a person and the person is falling, it will encourage, it gives him more vim to release more. And remember, when you are going for such operation, we call it IS, internal security. When you are going for such operation, they don't give them one magazine. They give them what we call FSMO, full-scale marching order, as if you are going to fight a war. You expend the first magazine of 20 rounds, if it is FN rifle that they were using, you load another one. You load another magazine of 20 rounds. Those that have AK-47, which carries 30 rounds of munition, live munition, or what we call ball, 30 rounds, once they expend, they load another one. So that is how it is. I cannot sit here and quantify the number of people that were pied at that day. But when a soldier is firing, a soldier does not fire like a policeman. A soldier is trained to kill. There are two things in a soldier's mind, one man, and I will tell my people today, in case you encounter a soldier in Nigeria. This is what I want to tell you today. Once you hear that a soldier is coming, or soldiers or troops are coming, my brother, find your way, because their bullet do not go beyond above 2 feet. It's either there is two things I said. Either to first, the first is to buy you, exterminate you straight. If they cannot exterminate you, they will disable you. That is how they are, and that is how we are trained. Any soldier will tell you this. If you look at the infantry soldiers on their vehicles, they will tell you, oh, we are trained to kill. And there is nothing we go to practice at the range classification or range, what we call range, is to maximize how to fire and buy anything. Any target that is in front of you, you consider an enemy. A soldier don't need a telescopic, apparatus to draw you closer and pie that person. No, it is within 1 second, they have applied their marksmanship principle and pie that person. So that is how it is.
All right, brilliant. I'm going to take it round in the order that is on the screen. So
man, I won't conclude though.
Right.
Yeah. So let me conclude. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah. So there is this secret struggle in Lekki Tollgate shooting, and I know if anybody is culpable about these things, they will be. God will catch them. The nemesis will catch them and their family. But we have to ask questions. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. So Dewale, there it is. You are not stuck in a time warp. All right, go for it. I can hear your daughter is impatient.
Yeah, she's trying to answer the question. Well, go ahead.
She's probably making more sense than you already. Even from what she said, it's the cleverest we've heard from you so far.
Absolutely, she's the boss lady.
Yes, so this leaked memo now of these bodies to be buried is now reopened that End SARS space, and of course, the whole of the as though the opposition space needed more energy. So this has now energized that space, and they are incandescent with that full outrage that they do.
Yeah, but I give kudos to Thomas for asking that probing question. Assumption will not kill us. You see, the last person that spoke, that claimed to be an expert when it comes to military operation, nobody is taking that credit from him. But to assume that actually what happened, whereby he himself did not witness, all we are doing now is assumption and making this to thrive more. You see, there was a white paper. There was also a report submitted to the state government. In that report, they did not deny that there was no massacre. The fact that the military personnel opened fire to civilian, unarmed civilian, itself is a massacre. However, for those who have lived in the city like Lagos before, will also attest to this. From time to time, there have been some level of, where the state government would bury people that have been in the mortuary for a very long time. The loose and other morgue sometimes could not even contain, especially when there's a much casualty.
No. Dewale, it's not the decongesting of mortuaries that is in contention. It's this 103 people. Because of course,
Yes, but
hold on. The narrative is that a lot of people were massacred at Lekki Toll Gate, and the government's position is that show me the body. So now, a lot of people are attributing this 103 people, at least a good proportion of them, to that Lekki Toll Gate incident. So if it's able to be established that the abundance of these 103 people did die, were shot at that Lekki Toll Gate, then that reopens that space against the government's narrative.
Woman, don't take my word wrongly. You see, for those family who have other family members that disappeared or unaccounted for, if we are going to ascertain that their family member belongs to that number of 103, we need to have them come forward. Okay? But all this assumption is not going to take us anywhere. I'm not denying us saying that it didn't happen. But when you don't have people to come forward to say, you know what, my family member is missing this and that, and you look at the numbers compared to what they have in the month, all this assumption is just assumption. But the white paper, the report submitted also says, people were shot at. Even the state government itself compensated, paid some family members. They did not deny that. However, if we're able to compare the number of families that come forward to the number that has been paraded, the number of corpses in the morgue, they'll be able to ascertain, did they have access to even look at the corpse? If not, if all those questions are not answered, then we cannot be saying all the, but 90% of everyone on this platform already saying, assuming that yes, those numbers are the people being shot at in Lekki. How can we be so sure? Assuming those numbers are those people. We've forgotten that what happened after the Lekki shooting, that the Lagos State was shut down. The entire city was in flame. Fireball is shooting. People were being shot at everywhere for almost 2 days in Lagos. So all those incidents, where do we categorize them? They were not part of the Lekki shooting. It's not just the shooting at Lekki only. There were, as a matter of fact, Oriental Hotel was touched, TVC was touched. In fact, their members, their staffs were almost maimed. A lot of people. As a matter of fact, I could remember being shown on the TVC and Arise television that some miscreant or political thugs were being shooting at each other. All those things happened. And here we are still thinking, assuming that, okay, it was mainly at Lekki. We cannot assume. I'm not taking it away from the fact that it could also happen that, yes, people were being shot at or killed.
Okay, hold on. Did you see the because I can show you again, I just showed it on the CNN clip. Did you see the rounds being fired into the crowd at Lekki Toll Gate?
Of course, I saw the clips of that DJ Swish clips.
So where are the bodies?
No, hold on. The video clips that was circulating on the internet shows military shooting sporadically.
Yes.
Shooting, and because of the way it was done in the night, we could not ascertain whether it was directly being shot at people directly or being to the head, because the distance to where that video clip was being recorded was a little bit longer to where that incident was happening. But I don't want us to keep assuming. And that is one thing that, evidence will point to, if we have people that come forward. Yes, in countries.
People did come forward and they gave
How
DNA.
many of them? How many are being compensated?
Can I ask you a question?
How many?
Please, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you said that they were speaking sporadically. They were shooting in the air. So that means all those that they shot, it didn't land on anybody.
See, when people are running away from their dear life, that will be casualty as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there will be casualty. It's possibility that people will get hit. Even stray bullets could hit people. But that aside, if we compare the numbers, all right, of people, family that came forward in comparison to the numbers being paraded, even in that memo, they will be able to ascertain how many of those, because they can also point that their family member were present at the Lekki toll gate. All right. But the aftermath of Lekki shooting itself was a very turbulent time in Lagos
Sorry,
where
please can I interject?
there was a lot of
No, hold on. Let him
unrest
land, then I'll come
happening
to you. Yeah.
in Lagos. So we don't let us assume that everything, all that number were the Lekki toll gate. Don't let us assume. The question Thomas asked is a very good, reasonable question. We should probe things very well before we now making or taking a stand or assuming that this is the truth, this is not the truth.
All right, brilliant. So I'll come to you next at World Peace. It's almost like a time portal back in time, because we're back to wherever we were in the course of that space. What is not in doubt is 103 bodies are being buried, and if 103 bodies are being buried by the state, that is to tell you that nobody took ownership of them. And these 103 bodies were from the End SARS space, so that is not in dispute as well. So now, which bits of the End SARS space do they come from? Why were they not claimed by anyone? What happened to the DNA that the coroner of Lagos State was rattling about the media space those years ago? And then why are they being buried in secret? So all of this, and a lot of people attributing this to the Lekki toll gate shooting, are the bodies of which we've still not seen yet. So all of that in contention. Well, please.
Yeah, one more thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Princess. I've forgotten your last name, Rosie. Ogadewale, good morning. Thomas, good morning. But I'll come for both of you, because this assumption we have now is a very funny thing. How do you expect Tashaboy to respect us if we keep undermining ourselves by having an assumption or having an opinion? There are certain things you don't have opinion when you have facts. Now, these other 30 bodies, if people are assuming that nobody came up, why are the owner of the 130 body that the government have legally did not show up? Why is the government not writing where they pick up this dead body from? If it is not from Lucky Toge shooting, every corpse.
No, they published it. Oh, they published it.
Wait, now let me learn. Every corpse have a point of pickup, and what led to his death in every mortuary. Why is it not published? Not just bring a paper that will pick up people from End SARS. They must have a point where they were picked up and what led to their deaths. Now, that day of Lekki toll gate, I don't know what people were watching in the country where you people we were watching it in Japan. My wife was crying. We were watching it live, for shooting. And when CNN came out to confront Lai Mohammed and to silence Lai Mohammed, or when Lai Mohammed to play pranks with them, they think they are anti-media. They even upload more evidence that we have not seen before then. What happened? Lai Mohammed quickly shut up. We all know Lekki toll gate happened. Sanwo Olu, Burata, and Buhari supposed to be indicted, not even criminal court. Jacob Zuma still keep going to jail back and front. Our court supposed to send them to jail. Those three people, they have the power. I only invite the military. Burata gave the order to go there, and Buhari gave the order to release fire. So what are we now talking about? Try to cut corners. We are undermining ourselves, international body. If we don't value yourself, nobody else will respect you. We are saying shooting didn't happen. Okay, if you say shooting didn't happen, then what are we talking about here? That the people that shot themselves?
No. The shooting did happen. So I'm wanting to bring Jide onto the screen, because Jide lives round about there, and he's in the comment section telling us a different narrative.
Woman, please, can I ask What Peace a question? What Peace, please?
Yeah.
Did the government ever come out to say, yes, we picked up some bodies at Lekki toll gate?
They never came out to say. They never came out to say that. Okay. They never came out to say they shot people in after the riot the next day. Okay, now let's assume they shot people after the next day of the riot, and they are saying people should come out for DNA. Why are we not seeing the people that their parents will come out to identify those ones? that we are saying that people that were shot in the toge, why are people not coming forward? What kind of funny question is this?
You know, some people are actually lost in Lagos. You know. That's
the point.
Yeah, you know.
That's the point I'm coming to.
People that are just
that's the point I'm coming to.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the point I'm coming to. Some people living in Lagos, that person living in Benue. They don't even know their son living. They know their son is in Lagos. Some people living in Lagos, their parents living in Kapatan. So how would their parents come up? And which media their parents will go to? Where the government suppressing the information? Now, let me tell you something that happened that day. My cousin was coming back because he's secretary to the UN Africa section. He's the secretary of personal thing. He flew into Lagos that day around 8 or 7. Do you know that access from as it was called to Lekki was locked down? No movement before that incident. He was in the international airport till 5 a.m. before they opened allowed the movement, because then they had to take up the evidence, clean up the evidence. Why did they do that? If they're not going to suppress information. Now we are still here. The government agreed, accept that yes, there was mass, they were shooting, they were killing, and they awarded money. Why did they have to award money if there was no killing? They didn't accept. Even the military came out and said yes, they were dead body. Go back to what I was saying before I lost my distance. When they locked that area up, every officer in that radius were locked up by the military. We were picking calls from hospital that night. Some people would have survived, but the military took them away. They were all deposited in military morgues. Ask Jim if I'm lying here. Now we are saying how could somebody is saying how could a military pick up 130 bodies? It was more than one. What about the people that flew up from the river? What the river washed up the next 2 days? People even talking about that? Dead bodies. People even talking about that? So why are we not talking about? Why are we not saying all this? Because what? Is Buhari's fault? We should blame Buhari. If we are start giving an assumption or opinion, then we are giving this one pass to pass. We're not charging Tinubu for this. It's between Sanwo Olu, Buratai, and Buhari. And the evidence is there, it's clear. Now, since this thing have came up, why would they have to hide the letter, the memo? If it is unknown bodies, just how they do it in UBT, never so they'll publish it. Why you have to do it in secrecy? All these things should stop. I don't have much to say, one man. Let me use it for the next person.
To be fair, they're not doing it in secrecy. It's just an administrative process that got leaked out.
One man, it's not fair. We're not trying to give them fair because the memo was leaked before that came out. They not came up with John that tried to start.
Yes, but no, but it wasn't being done secretly. There's a lot of dead bodies in Lagos. Anybody that walks down the street.
One man. We know that.
Hold on. There's a lot of dead bodies which they sweep up, and then when they give a period of time and nobody claims that body, then the state has to bury it. So it was just a routine administrative process. It was only really because it's linked to that End SARS space. That is why it's generating so much heat. But
yes,
they're not doing it secretly. It's just routine. Yeah.
One man, if it is because if they are super brain that they claim to be, and they know what happened in that Lekki toll gate, the sensitivity of it, they would have passed the normal channel, announcing in TVC or not that there are dead bodies they want to dispose. The owner should come forward. If they can't come forward within 7 days, the government will take charge of it.
No, they did that already.
You're not talking about it. We are watching this since last 2 weeks. Where did they do it?
No, they did that at the time.
What are you talking about? You are telling to know this.
No. Hold on. When that thing happened, there was a lot of dead bodies swept up, and the Lagos State coroner then he invited that there were dead bodies, and anybody missing anybody should come and do a DNA test to see if they can match their DNA to some of the bodies that they have. So they didn't hide anything, and nobody claimed the body. After 3 years, then they have to decongest them all.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. On that period, they said people should show up, and that's where I talked about before. Who will show up? Who will show up? Nobody will show up. That was just
why won't anybody show up? If you have somebody missing, why won't you show up?
Okay, so now the people that died in Endsars, how many people show up? Even the palliative, how many people show up? till today?
Well,
Are they
that's down to you. If you are missing somebody and the
no,
government
it's not. See, this is Nigeria, about 300 million people. When such stuff happen, when kind of government we have, who would dare to show up? Or do you know they will show up? They go to the military base. They then go to loot. They send them to five places and they get tired. Do you know it will show up because they didn't televise it? Is suppressing to suppress people's to suppress people's morale.
Do you know how many people actually picked up bodies of loved ones?
Why did they not show it?
Well, why would they show it?
So why would they not say people didn't show up? And why you ask question people that people didn't show up? To see, these are all games. They're suppressing morale.
I don't know.
No.
Our distrust of the governance has taken us to some funky places.
No, one man. Use your own intelligence to answer this. You have said you know how many people show up for to collect bodies. Why the government not showing their own NTA? Why they not showing it that people came to pick up bodies to give the government trust?
People will come up and pick up the body of their dead loved ones, and then they will put cameras on them, and then
it's not national tragedy. No, it's not national tragedy that happened. For them to clarify their name, that since they said that nobody died in Lekki Soulgate, or to show that because people that died was after the riot. I don't understand. It's not communication.
No, you don't understand. So let me explain, and then I'll move on to Solomon. The government did not say nobody died during the End SARS riot. They didn't say that. But what they are saying is that nobody died during the Lekki toll gate incident, which is a lie because we know people died, but that's what they're saying. So there are bodies from the End SARS space that is in government morgues or unclaimed. So if you turn up to claim the body of your loved one, then of course the government will hand them over to you and offer assistance for the burial, given the sort of circumstances that there was. And I'm pretty sure that at least a few people would have done that. But for you then to say, put cameras on them and make them sing and dance, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Sorry, one more before you move on. Let me ask you this question: did you follow the panel they created for the End SARS and Lekki to get stuff? Did you follow it up?
And with the in bits, yes. I have no full memory of it.
Okay.
But,
did you watch when it was the Brigadier General that came that admitted that people were shot in Lekki to get, and even military went to pick up the bodies from the morgue? Did you watch that part?
No, take me to the point you want to make. Yeah.
There was that we're not talking about the numbers. I'm not saying the guy agreed that 150,000 people, 103 people, 103 people died there. But the guy admitted that there were victims shot in Lekki toll gate, and the military pick up some bodies from the nearby hospitals and move it to the military morgue. It's on their statement. Did you follow that part up?
No.
Before they were accusing Sanwo Olu that Sanwo Olu sent them to come there. That when they went for that to explain that part. They were victims picked up and they are in military base. How do we know they were in military base? Because that brigadier split the beans that day. So what are we not talking about here? If we are supporting Sanwo Olu, let's support Sanwo Olu. If we are telling government to just support evil, then let's condemn this. This is how same countries do things.
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. So before I'm going to go on to Solomon now, but let us be clear, and especially for the benefit of the audience, I condemn in totality that what happened in End SARS, Lekki toll gate, and especially these 103 people. So I condemn that, and I'm at the front of that march for justice. I am. But I'm not just going to wild up in some unconsidered thought and start to act like somebody that has no function in the head. So we have to, there are nuances, and we're here to examine the nuance. So we take that examination to Solomon. Solomon, you're up next. So I'm not quite sure. This thing generated heat 3 years ago. And here it is, like a time portal. We're back there again. End SARS. Is anybody talking about this even where you are?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah. This, the other time or several times we spoke about this. We've talked about this headline on this platform, and some persons will be like, is not true, that is propaganda and all that. See, like what Mr. Vin said here, that DJ Switch recorded that event, that thing that occurred that day, and somebody like me, I saw that video. I even shed tears on that day because of what happened. The government failed us on that day. The federal government failed us on that day. So why am I saying this? I think it's high time we just stop doing certain things that we do in Nigeria here, and let's be saying the truth and stand by the truth. There was killings on that day, on the 20th of October 2020. There was killing. People were killed on that day, and you see the government denied it, and now look at the truth has come out, and some persons were saying it's propaganda.
No, hold on. You see, this is where it always falls apart. You said now that the truth has come out. So are you saying then this 103 were part of the people killed at Lekki Toll Gate?
This one now is saying this one is saying the End SARS. What they are saying is like for all the killings that happened during the End SARS. But I can tell you that it should be, or it's going to definitely be more than 103 that died. It might not be only in Lekki Toll Gate there, but in other parts of maybe, but within that Lekki as is there, because people were running and all that. So people might just die through maybe by accident, but it was because of how the soldiers came there, were shooting around that place. So let's not take it out. It was because of that thing that happened that would have caused this death.
All right. Were there other deaths? Were there other deaths during the End SARS phase outside of Lekki Toll Gate?
Yeah. You know, the End SARS protest was held in different states, in Edo State, in Delta State.
No, in Lagos State. No, in Lagos State. I mean, yeah.
Okay, in Lagos State, I think it was only in Lekki Toll Gate that this shooting occurred. Yeah, because that was the one I saw. So I would say for sure in Lekki Toll Gate that the killing happened in Lekki Toll Gate.
All right. And how is this news being digested where you are? What are people saying?
It shows how let me not use this word evil. Our government is, how evil they are. Like, they don't care. They just try to just unleash wickedness on the citizens instead of protecting them. They are unleashing wickedness on the citizen. Is very bad. It's not what the citizens expect from them. It's really, really bad. So that's it. And
who are people asking to carry the weight of this? Is it Tinubu, or are they throwing it back to Buhari? Who are people asking to carry the weight of this?
One thing is for sure. One thing is for sure. We at first, when it first happened, they were blaming it on Tinubu and Sanwo Olu. They really called out Sanwo Olu, but with time, when people got to understand that the COC was Buhari and not Tinubu, so some persons like me, I did not really put the blame on Tinubu, but instead I put the blame on Buhari, because he's the chief commander, he's the commander in chief. So, but maybe another thing we will not forget, this is Nigeria. Influence happens. Influence is a big factor in certain decisions. So maybe Tinubu could have, or Sanwo Olu, with their relationship with Buhari, use their influence to, especially Tinubu, to call in this to maybe let Buhari.
Solomon, if I may come in a little bit, please, if you don't mind. The reason why they were suspecting Tinubu was because it said the toll was being collected by Tinubu's company, and that before the soldiers came in that night, they took down the lights. So that Tinubu must have been aware of it, because I mean this company is the one that
because Sheyi Tinubu was the person
so that was why they thought he was guilty. Go ahead.
Sheyi Tinubu was the person in charge of the billboard in Ekito Gate there in. Yeah, he was the person in charge in that billboard. So, and before that thing occurred, before the soldiers came to that place, they went to off the light. So you see, these things were planned occurrence. They were planned things that they were already planned out in carrying out this stuff that happened. So that is when you consider all these things, you put all these things into consideration, then you know that you will just have to conclude that yes, that Tinubu was aware and they know what happened. Even with the drama, Fashola, the likes of Fashola came there to perform after the incidents of coming to do Super Ninja or something like that. Then all of a sudden, he was the only person that saw camera. You see, they tried to fool the Nigerian people, and you know we Nigerians, we can't be fooled. They tried to fool us by setting up unnecessary dramas that cannot convince people. So when people, you will not blame people when they suspect or call Tinubu in this incident.
Mr. Solomon, Mr. Solomon, sorry, please. One man, sorry. You see, Mr. Solomon, they fooled Nigerians. The CCTV camera in Tollgate were removed. Supposing those CCTV cameras that were mounted at that place were in place, recording all the things that happened, we will know the truth today. Do you know also that the commander, he was a lieutenant colonel as at that time. He was recognized. Today, I believe he's either a brigade commander colonel or a brigadier general. Nothing happened. Nothing happened to that commander that gave that senseless
please, can I say something? Vin, hold on, please. Let's stop this thing we are doing.
Mr. Thomas, I'm very disappointed at you. The way you are here twisting this thing, to be honest with you. I don't like the way you are trying to twist and make us look like we don't know what we're saying.
Let me speak, please.
Yeah,
can you listen, please? Yeah. The camera that was removed is the camera that was capturing cars passing through. There were no CCTV cameras. If
no.
Why was it removed?
Hold on, Thomas.
Why was it removed?
Hold on, Thomas. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let's have some order. That camera, it captures everything now, not just so it would have captured anything that is within its range.
One man, the cameras in the front of the cashier that passed through, those ones that we saw video online that they were removing, is the camera that capture your plate number. Peradventure, you ran away, you didn't pass, you didn't pay your ticket.
Okay, Thomas, why was it removed?
Let me finish, please.
So Thomas, just bring it down a little bit. Yeah, carry on.
One man, just continue. Yeah. If you don't want me to talk, just let me.
No. You can talk, but bring the octave of your voice down. Carry on. Make your point.
Yeah, the cameras that I saw is the one that capture your plate number when you are passing through. To know who is passing through, if you don't pay your ticket, they can capture your plate number. Your plate number is not CCTV. Those ones that we saw that were mounted at the front of the cashier, if the cars is coming in to pay their tickets.
Thomas, please, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. Why were those cameras removed? Why? Why was it removed that same night and the incident happened?
I don't know, but I'm telling you it's not CCTV camera. That's just I want to clarify. I'm not justifying anything that happened.
No. Let's get back to Solomon and get back to the second.
Solomon, let me just take.
Hold on. Let Solomon carry on. Just so we have some other. Solomon carry on, and then after Solomon, Prince Daddy. Yeah, Solomon carry on.
Yeah. See, I don't like can't with what Mr. Thomas is even saying.
Stop mentioning my name, Solomon. Make your comments. Stop mentioning my name. One man, I will not take that. Make your comments.
Thomas needs to rule now. He wants to push back against something you said.
No, because you don't want me to push back at him. Don't mention my name. Make your
comments. No, I did not say you should not push back at me, but I'm trying to let you understand something. These things were planned actions. They were planned already. You remove the CCTV, you off the lights. The soldiers come. They come there. They shoot, and maybe their intentions were to shoot to scare the people away, or maybe they just came there to just be brutal on the. They were brutal on the people, even if they were claiming to be shooting on air. But they were brutal on the people. So you don't need to. I don't like the way you're here. I don't have issues with you. I don't have issues with you. But when we see the truth, we have to say the truth how it is. These people came there. They killed people, and the people that run that toll gate they planned it out with them. They had that plan with them. And let me even tell you something. You see, in Nigeria here, if you have a strong connection, a strong relationship with the military, you can order them, and you can call them to come to somewhere, to even go and fuck somebody up. In Nigeria here, you see this Nigeria, when they say that they don't, they are not law abiding. Nobody, they don't abide by the law in a country. You see, this is the number one place. So it is very possible that even
Solomon, in addition to what you are saying, in Nigeria is a country that if you want to threaten people, you can get a bunch of military guys and come and throw people out. Like some landlords will come in with military guys, they will come in and throw their tenants out of the building. It only happens in Nigeria.
Of course. So they don't need to wait for this. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Let's just Solomon round it off, and then let me go to Prince, and then it's
please, one man. There is an impression I would like to correct. Just 30 seconds, please, if you can. See, I have been in CCTV control rooms. I have been in control rooms where CCTV monitors are being observed. The same camera that captures your plate number, your registration number, captures the person that is driving the car. The same CCTV that catches you when you jump traffic is the same CCTV that takes you. This is the same CCTV that sees everybody that is walking around there, even on motorbikes. So Thomas, you want to tell us here that the CCTV that captures, vehicles cannot also, the image, that radius it covers, cannot see human beings? My goodness.
No, it only sees car plates and no other person.
All right. Let's go on to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
One man, when is it going to be my turn? Because I'm just getting so...
Yes, I thought we had you already, but let Prince Daddy come in, and then you come in after Prince Daddy.
All right, yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, subscribe, and share. Interesting discussion so far. But just like to say that in the Nigerian space, our next big issue would be information war, because I think perhaps more so than the government, the private citizen, they've mastered this, or they're much better at information warfare. So that's what we're going to be dealing with in the next years to come if nothing is done about it. From inside knowledge, actually, I mean, it's somebody at a seat of decision making. I know that it was true that Sanwo Olu actually requested the military to be involved with the End SARS at the Lekki toll gate. But I don't believe that. He told them to go there and shoot and kill people, because that wouldn't make any sense. That just defies logic. I'm not sure what the purpose of that would be. But one question that I have also is that how long was this unrest going on before the army was called into into action, so to speak. And you see the before the shooting, that we all talked about, disputing or what the government was trying to do to lie about it's one thing. But here's my trying to make a point here. And I think Adewale said it. That's what I was going to talk about. It mentioned because I saw if you guys know this ladies on the View, the show, the View on TVC with Mariah and Biajulu and the other two ladies. They talked about how they were attacked. Two of them, I believe, and talked about also were attacked on the way to work during this End SARS quagmire. And it was not the police nor the army that attacked them. They were these hooligans and these thugs that attack innocent people going to work. Yeah. And they talked out they were molested, out they were smacked from behind and threatened. And I think they actually almost burned down, or they actually burnt down some part of TVC station. And they did all sort of atrocities until somehow, some way they got, I guess, blessed or lucky that somebody came in to rescue them. So as Peter B would say, criminality, there was so much criminality going on during this uprising, if you put it that way. And now we're talking a lot about what the government did or did not do, the military and the police, but we're not talking about the citizen, this criminal people. Say the End SARS, no doubt, like in most situations, was taken advantage of. Was the people that perpetrated these crimes were taking advantage of naturally occurring events, if you want to put it that way, because who knows? Many of these bodies we're talking about, these 103 bodies, if some were killed by these hooligans or people taken advantage of or people robbed, all kind of things happened. And there's no doubt about it. So the citizens, they had a role to play. The government also had a role to play in this whole thing. We like to point finger at each other all the time when things happen, but both sides are both guilty one way or another. I'm confident that someone who did not want all these things to escalate and came to this point whereby people were being shot and killed, because it's going to look bad on him. We know someone from the beginning, the onset of this End SARS thing. I think from his own account, he went to the toll gate or some places where they were protesting, and he had conversation with his people there, and they had almost a cordial interaction. But these people don't want to let go. They had a demand, and I think he said it also actually went to Abuja to present a demand to Buhari also. So he did his part. He did his part. So, but we cannot have hooligans, all this rascality, as again Peter will put it, to hijack a state. And I think so far they're working on it. I'm telling you. I mean, no one has told me, but you can see the atmosphere of what is going on in Nigeria. Some people are working to have, Nigeria's Arab Spring, so to speak. They want an unrest in that country. They want people to be, fighting against each other, and they want trouble. They want trouble in Nigeria, and they are going to get the trouble. They will get that trouble with this information war that is going on.
So you think they are just trying to use it to trigger? Is that what you're saying?
I think with the End SARS thing, yes, they were trying to. It didn't work. It failed. But what I'm saying again is that there are going to be more attempts to usurp the government, to undermine the government. And once you undermine the government that doesn't have control of its people or of its military or police, what else do you have? You have a state of anarchy, a state of war and disillusionment. That's what you're gonna have. And I think some people truly want that. They truly want that.
Prince Daddy, can I interject a little bit, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, like you are saying, this problem is in existence. If you have a wound, if you don't treat it and get it healed, you just put a band-aid over it, it's going to continue to exacerbate. It's going to continue to rub up. Okay, this was an issue that occurred. It was not resolved, right? So that's why it's erupting again. This matter wouldn't have come up if not this burial problem that came up, right? So it's some underlying problems that was not resolved that is just covered up. So that's why it's erupting again. If everything has been resolved at that time, it's not going to keep coming up back and forth like this.
Yeah, I see your point, but it's of course a lot of things in Nigeria are never resolved. You know, we don't go back to the few subsidy and some.
You see, Prince, I don't think the Nigerian people are willing to let this one go. These are End SARS, because that's what has transmuted into the obedient movement, and that's still the pressure that that's still they don't want to. They are not going to let it go.
Where's the focal point of End SARS? Where is the ground zero of End SARS? Do you have an answer to that? Is it Lagos or where?
It's Lekki Toll Gate, is it not?
Well, I think so, right? So, but I don't think they have the same issue all across the country. But this issue is kind of concentrated in Lagos and perhaps the Southwest. There are some elements that don't want the best for the country or certain part of the country. There's trouble everywhere. Is it the terrorists in the north? Is it the IPOB or whatever they do in the southeast, the MASUP or whatever? So there's problem everywhere. But some people, of course, again, it's a natural. I have an acronym for it: taking advantage of a naturally occurring event. See, yes, sometimes problem comes all the time. Yeah, we have to solve problem and come to a consensus and agreement. But some people, it's natural for some people to take advantage of every problem. And I believe that there are some elements that want unrest in Nigeria, especially right now, maybe now that they want their mandates. Why not take advantage of this, and escalate stuff and make things difficult? So, there's nothing magical about what I'm saying. If you look around, there's always one issue or another. We now, which is not new, but we have an information war going on in Nigeria, and it's going to lead to a disaster. Come on, we're all going to see what happens. It's going to lead to a disaster.
Do you think some sort of demonstration protest is almost inevitable the way the country is going?
Well, sure. I mean, they tried to do it. The labor union, then they tried to do something, but it was kind of squashed or they were tugged down from it. But somehow, some way, that's the thing. There's one thing. Okay, there's nothing wrong in protesting. See, I'm all for protesting, but protesting to cause harm to other people, other citizens, to destroy people's property. Wasn't the End SARS they were burning the Lagos State BRT buses and some other things? No, that is not allowed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your grievances are. It cannot be destroying property. When you start destroying property of other people and government, that we have a state of anarchy. We have war in our hand, pretty much. We can't allow that. Whatever your grievances are, protest. And in fact, people should not be taking on permits. I think in most advanced places, there's some places you want to protest at that you need permit to protest. But people just rushing on the street. We know. Listen, what I think, and the people on the panel, usually people that have jobs or that come from decent homes and whatnot, they don't go out there and risk their life like that. Usually, it's all these criminal elements that go out there.
Prince
and hijack.
That's not correct, because
I'm not saying absolute term. It's not absolute what I'm saying.
Okay,
but let's not pretend.
That's broadly correct, though.
Yes, of course.
One man, please. Can I throw more light on these aspects?
100% correct. You have some people that are law-abiding, that have jobs, but they just have some things they don't like, and they go out and protest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Not in often instances. No, the people that usually protest are people that are limited in options and students. Those
right.
are people. You won't find a banker in a protest line. Maybe one, but certainly not. You don't find bankers and doctors and on the streets demonstrating?
People that have more to lose, that actually work hard and acquire their own properties and value lives, they naturally tend to be careful when dealing with other people. They're not going to be going out there burning houses, trying to hurt people, harassing people sexually, and they don't tend to do that. So it's the criminal elements in that society that always take advantage. Come on, by the way, it happens in America also. And this George Floyd thing, people run into Gucci stores and all this expensive stores and stealing stuff. I mean, people will always take advantage of a naturally occurring event. So let's not pretend it goes on. I'm not here to defend the government, by the way. I'm not here to defend, but things do get out of hand, and I do agree that when things happen, we should try to find a way to address such issues. But what does it matter in Nigerian state? Every time you guys mentioned this on yesterday, I'm not sure that the report that had to do with maybe redesigning the government structure, whatnot. They did it during Jonathan's time. I think perhaps Obasanjo, Buhari's too. But nobody does not. You just do all these committees, all these meetings, and have all these reports, but you don't do nothing about it. So why does it sound so strange that nothing gets done? It's just a bunch of talks. A bunch of talks to benefit a handful of people, and everybody kind of moves on. That's what we see. Anyways.
Hold on. Let's hear from Princess next, and then I want to wrap up that topic, but a lot of people still want to speak on it. So Princess Ekene, and then you round it up. Jide.
Yeah, once again, greetings to you, woman, and to everybody in the platform, and to all our listeners. And thank you, woman, for giving me the opportunity to talk on this topic. Okay, concerning this topic, when Prince Daddy was saying that people that go out to protest, most of them are never do well people, no job and no options. That's not 100% true. This ends, and then he said there was some situations, some robbery and some killings, and the killings, maybe some of these people that died, it wasn't from the shooting, it must have been the hooligans that caused it. That could be true, but what I'm saying is that this protest started peacefully. It was a peaceful protest. The people were making their demands. Even when the hooligans came around, they were able to get the hooligans to join them. So things were going on peacefully. But you could say around other areas, the hooligans were taking advantage of the situation and they were committing crime. But right there at Lekki Tollgate, everything was peaceful. People were there, they were playing music, they were cooking, they were eating, they were drinking, and many responsible people were there. My niece was among the people that was there. She has a job. She's she has a very good job. But these are just youth that are protesting. They went in there and they are making their demands known. And then, for you to know this was a planned event, before that day that this event occurred, they put a curfew. There was a curfew. And just within a few hours, people couldn't even leave to go anywhere. So most of them were hanging out there, continuing the protest. Later in the evening, they came in and they were taking out the camera. They were taking the lights. And then they saw, after a while, the soldiers came in. These people were kneeling down. They had Nigerian flag and they were singing the anthem, the Nigerian anthem. And they were spraying them down. Okay, the one that happened in the US, that time that they protested, they were going around looting shops and stealing. Did the government order soldiers to go in and spray the people? These people were sprayed down. And then eventually, there was a lot of cover-up. So let's face fact. But we were just so fortunate that many of us didn't have people that were, we didn't have victims in our family. That's why we can come out here and be talking that, maybe it was the spray bullet, they were shooting in the air, they didn't kill many people, and saying all these things.
Princess, very sorry, quickly to mention.
It affected many people. And some of these bodies that were not claimed, maybe they don't have families that could come to Lagos to come and claim them. Some must have left their village that they don't even know their whereabouts, and they might not have come to claim them. So let's fix facts and not start burning and turning around the bush and saying, "Oh no, the government." I know the hooligans took
Madam, Princess Rose, sorry,
Please,
quickly.
please let me just finish before I forget my thoughts. I know the hooligans took advantage of this situation, but right there at Lekki toll gate, the day this thing happened, it was a peaceful protest. And I know Sanwo Olu did as much as he could. He came there, he spoke to them, they told them their demands. He came to Aso Rock and spoke with the government and everything. And then later on, he was denying that he never knew that they were. He had no hand in these soldiers coming to shoot. That he didn't call for them. But now Prince Daddy is saying that from an inside source that he called for the military to come in, but he didn't know that they were going to brutalize the people. So this thing affected people. These are lives that have gone. So we should not just trivialize this matter and say, "Oh no, this or that." And I'm not an obedient, but what is paining me is these are some lives that were gone. We shouldn't just sweep everything under the carpet and said, "Oh, some people want to bring up this thing and bring trouble or something." Please, let's be very sensitive about this topic. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah,
yeah.
Jump on what Princess Rose said quickly. Well, as you know, America is a gun country. Actually, private citizens took care of it. They didn't need the military, the police to come in. I know you heard about what happened in Waukesha in Wisconsin. People got shot. People got killed in the protest. You know,
No,
people have to
what
defend
I'm talking about was the time of that guy that he
George
said,
Floyd.
"I can't breathe."
Yeah,
That he
that's
was. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. People
but
defended their property. They
no,
killed.
but they burned down a lot of buildings. They
Yeah.
looted a lot of shops. They didn't
Well,
send soldiers to go brutalize them.
no. Well, see, just like you see, what someone did was not wrong.
How many people
Hold
got
on.
killed during that protest? How many people got killed?
We shouldn't really be using America as a
Right.
standard for Nigeria.
Okay,
No, I'm just saying
what?
that, okay, these people were peaceful protestants. They protested peacefully and they brutalized them. And now we are saying, no, it's okay. That they were hooligans. So because they're hooligans, the government have the right to go in and just sweep them off?
No. But we didn't say that. It was a peaceful protest. They took their demand. The governor came there. He did all he had to do. I mean, they did some things, but the fact that it wasn't a hijack for the benefit of these criminal people is not true. That's what happened. And what Sanwo Olu did is nothing wrong. Just like in the U.S., when the police can't handle certain things, what happens? They call the National Guard. The National Guard is military. They deployed. I mean, during the inauguration of the Biden, I was in D.C. They had 20,000 National Guard, not the police. National Guard. They're military people, all armed with all their weapons. So they do call. So calling the army is not a problem. But I can guarantee that Sanwo Olu did not call the army or go there and kill people. That was the army's. It was at the army's discretion. They did that themselves.
Prince Daddy, let me say
was that
something.
not naive of him?
Let me
They did not know.
interject.
Yeah.
But how can you call? How can you call? Okay, Prince
Let me
Daddy.
just
How can you
interject. I've
call
not even
the
spoken
military?
for a while.
Okay, Prince Daddy. Prince
Yeah,
Daddy.
yeah.
I know Sanwo Olu is not sending the military to go and brutalize them, but how can you call the military in a civilian situation? Is it a war? Was it another country that came to invade?
Hold on, Prince Daddy. They had to call the military because that riot had overwhelmed the police.
Correct.
No, one man, please.
Can I just say something?
Sorry, can I just say something?
Hold on. Let's not have too many voices.
No, please, one man. I want to say something. Yes, like I said, my name is Uriade Olajide, and I walk around Lekki. That particular place is somewhere I go to every blessed day. And my boss lives very close to that toll gate. He's a British man. And the truth of the matter was, when this thing started, when the whole End SARS thing started, it was a peaceful protest. The dignitaries of Lagos State live around the Lekki axis. So a lot of them came out, spoke with these people. There was no problem. Even the people living in that environment do go out to give these guys snacks. Those that were protesting, they gave them snacks. But on the day this thing happened, it was recorded that two buses of these Farragon buses came around, and hoodlums came out from that Farragon bus, and they were trying to find their way into Lekki axis. And from what has been happening in other areas of the country, as in, we all know what they did to a lot of police. If we are talking about this whole story, I want to say that, yes, the government might not be truthful totally. I will also say the citizens and the people reporting these stories are also not truthful. And this also goes to DJ Switch. They are all not truthful. And the truth of the matter is this: if you say people that died during End SARS, majority of them were policemen. It was lynching of policemen every corner. Police could not even wear their uniforms to the office. They would wear muftis to office. So when these hoodlums were trying to break their way into the Lekki axis, those guys that were just stationed there had to ring for help. Now the military mobilized, trying to push these people back. They did not even know who was who at that point anymore. The first thing is to protect the life of the people that were living in that environment. Obviously, we know that they are the cream de la cream of Lagos. So they shot into the air. The whole place became rowdy. Obviously, those that decided they wanted to force themselves into that place will have gotten shot as well. So if something has been peaceful for 4 or 5 days, then something now happened, then it became rowdy along the line. We should start asking questions. And we should, just like Mr. Thomas said, yeah, the figure 103 that everybody is putting out, I don't believe it is 103. I believe he said people died in that End SARS. It is largely the police that lost. Even down to...
These are Lagos state government figures.
Yes, no, I'm not saying they are not, but I'm trying to say that 103 does not represent or stand for Lekki Tollgate. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
No,
Let me speak on this.
Can you hold on, Des? I agree with you, Jide, because it's not End SARS, it's not Lekki Tollgate figures, but End SARS figures, and that is where the conflation is.
Exactly. Yeah. That is what I'm saying, because if you go down to Mushin, a lot of people lost their life in Mushin. Thugs, it became even street thugs that were holding bus stops. Those that wanted to usurp power from the others, it was a lot of mess during that period. And why I'm saying this is this: if we are reporting, every Nigerian doesn't trust the government. Every Nigerian doesn't trust the government. But if we are reporting things, we need to be careful the way we report it, so that we don't put too much emotions into things and misrepresent it. And like Prince said, Nigeria is at war presently, and the biggest war that can ruin this country is information war. And it is the same thing that is playing out in every facet of our daily lives, our politics, tribes fighting tribes. It was during that 1 million boys. 1 million boys that they move in thousands, and they enter into streets, rob everybody, rape their wife, and move. You see, you guys are not you were not here, so you don't really know what went down. A lot of people died. They were even people were calling the police to come and save them, but the police will not want to come out again, because you are the same people lynching them, and you are the same people calling them to come and help you, because there are some talks. 1 million boys, Bado, and all those things started raiding again. So these things, we should not just throw the whole thing on the government. The government has done bad, they've done poorly, and even the citizen, even those that reported it, even the opposition took it as a key point to disrupt the government and put themselves in a good light. So everything is all around lies.
Please, can I ask you a question?
Can I just say something?
Hold on, Rosie. Let other voices come in.
Please, just 1 second. Let me ask my question.
Rosie.
Please.
Because then he has to
I'm
respond.
sorry, just 1 second, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
My question is, okay, what really, I mean, was this not planned that those lights was taken off and then they came in? If they really want to come in and scare the people, why do they have to? I mean, it was like, like they planned it before coming in. I mean, what's your take in that?
Okay, let me tell you something. I go there every day until today. I tell you, if you are passing through Lekki toll gate, that light is still not on.
Yeah, because they are not collecting money, they're not collecting toll anymore. But why did they take down the light that day before they came in?
Please calm down. It was not an issue of them taking the light. It was an issue of vandalization. Somebody vandalized the light because those guys, those touts were looking for a way to penetrate. I'm telling you, my boss lives around that junction. That particular, he was saying,
Which tout? Which tout? You know, people that went for that protest were.
Hold on now. It's giving you an eyewitness account, so it may not rhyme with your narrative.
No, one man. I know persons that went for responsible persons.
Okay, you
go
hold on. I don't want to clear the screen, but yeah.
What I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying that shootings didn't happen. What I'm trying to say is this. Some people actually came to hijack that End SARS protest at the toll gate. That particular.
No. I address the question that Rosie put to you. Why did they take down the lights?
Well, you know, one thing I said earlier on is there are a lot of distrust in this whole issue. I can't say they brought down the lights, because if they have brought down the lights, End SARS is almost a year plus now, and there are still trucks and vehicles plying that route. It is just a matter of flipping the switch. They'll flip it back on, and people can just see when passing through that toll gate. But it is still dark. That particular spot is still left dark. So it was an issue. I would want to see it like an issue of vandalization. Somebody, those people trying to break in, probably tried vandalizing or destroying it or something like that. Then those guys retaliated, because those people living in that environment were even handing out snacks to people that were doing protest. And I can tell you that some areas in Lagos, they had people, they were cooking in the middle of the road, and the DPOs of those, because they don't problem from those boys, gave them money, gave them cow, gave them goats for them to cook, so that those boys don't come and disturb them and say, okay, we are in line with you on this protest. So people living in that environment were even providing food for the people that were doing the End SARS stuff. So it wasn't like maybe they deliberately did it. It was an issue of, okay, safeguard the life of the people living in this environment, and some people wanted to hijack it, and it became rowdy. So whatever happens when it became rowdy now, we now know that it is not going to be a calculated attempt. To every man, every military man, or any force man carrying a gun, it is protecting his life and protecting the life of whoever sent him that is paramount to him at that point.
Jide, I have to say I agree with you, because it makes more sense for them to simply switch off the light than take it down. So what's the purpose of taking it down when they can just switch it off? So that then lends to a narrative of vandalism rather than them taking out the light. But have the final word on that space, Des, and then we move on.
Yeah. One thing is clear.
Oh man, I'm not saying anything. No.
All right, hold on again.
Yeah. One thing is clear. I'm gonna basically go into two perspectives in this situation. All of us, we have said quite okay. A lot of people might not be very, they're ill sensitive to people's life. But one thing is clear is that the government is 100% at fault in this whole, charade. Because we have to even switch back to what even started the End SARS in the first place. We all know what started it, which is police brutality. And it took how many months of people protesting all over Nigeria for actually the government to say, okay, ban the SARS. If they had actually listened to the people in the first go, this wouldn't have occurred. And when you're saying that the light is based on, they took it out based on vandalism, light doesn't cost that much. I don't know why they would even go to the stress of taking lights out, when a lot of properties has been, they didn't go and protect ShopRite, places that, it's multi-million-dollar companies. They didn't go and protect it. It's just the traffic light or whatever in Target. That's what they want to protect. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Nobody said they were protecting the light.
they were trying to remove it in case of vandalization. I understand all that.
No,
But
no,
let me go
nobody,
to
nobody said that either.
what's the
What did they said was that the thugs infiltrated the protest and they tried and they vandalized the light. Because
yeah.
they did not need to take the light off to make the place dark. All they needed to do was to switch off the light.
Oh man, you know where this light is, right? I don't see how
I
someone would
don't. Yeah.
climb. If you know where the light is, you wouldn't even say it was a case of people vandalizing. It was actually a case of switching off, because you can't just climb that high and start. It doesn't make sense. Please, let's try to bring logic to something. But let me go to a perspective. I'm thinking: Can the government actually sweep this under the carpet? These 103 bodies they're trying to, bury in a mass grave. The answer is a typical yes. They can sweep it under the carpet without anybody knowing. I don't see this news coming out for me, is a case of inducing fear. That is what I call it. A case of inducing fear, because what is brewing right now in Nigerian system is actually the whole policy that's actually trying to make people rise up again and protest. If a lot of people start hearing that 103 people died in the last, massive protest, people are gonna like lay back and like, who is trying to protest when 103 people actually died? People are gonna be afraid. So I feel like it's a case of inducing fear, because I don't see any reason why this news is coming out after 3 years of government, everything has been died. I don't see that happening for people as powerful as the government. One man. That is where I'm actually thinking of this whole thing happening right now in this political or news space. I don't know what you guys think about it, but this is another perspective I'm
No.
coming from.
There's logic to it. There's logic to it. In your own inimitable style. So yes. Round of that space, and then we go to
Yeah,
economic matters. Yeah.
yeah, but all these things we have been saying, I've not even heard anybody actually go into the details of them using 63 million to bury 103 people. I mean, how much does he need to bury? How much does he need to actually hire a caterpillar to dig a big hole and bury 103 people? For it to cost 63 million, I think, there's a lot we have to ask, not just focusing on whether it happened, that people was killed in Target. My brother, people was killed in Target. Let's not start denying that fact, please. Let's just see this in another perspective. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. But I've heard it said that that the money is excessive, but I don't think it is excessive if you think of all of the paperwork, the legal works, and all of the works that goes into that. But Ekene, you go to that space, and then we move on. We go to economics with Kulata.
Okay, one man, thank you very much. Well, the issue is that throughout this End SARS of a thing, I never speak about it for once. Maybe this will be my first time, though it happened in my area and all that. I never joined the End SARS. I was just watching until that night that the military shoot at the toll gate. That was the only day I became much concerned about the issue of how the government treat its citizens. Because this is a small matter that a reasonable government would have handled right from the beginning without letting it to fall out with the government and all that. So in terms of that answers.
Are you there?
Most of the things that happen in that space, maybe protect the governor or it's not the issue of protecting anybody here. It's the issue of the life of the citizens and all that. And for me as a Nigerian citizen, I will not sit back and watch my fellow citizens just being killed like that. Just whether they are hundreds, whether they are one, whether they are two, whether I don't want to put a figure on anything, but what matters is that people died in that shooting. And that is my concern. These are lives. These are human beings. These are not animals. And when it comes to life, protection of life and property, that's the primary purpose of every government. If any government fails to do that, that government has failed. So then it comes to protest. Government would have done something more better before that incident happened. So I was waiting for this report. Even in that aspect, I think Lagos State did one of the best in that End SARS, because setting out this, they are the people that set out these panels to investigate, and they come out with all this report and all that. And since from that day of that End SARS, it was only Lagos State and their panels that are doing a good job, and I must commend them for that. The panels of Lagos State did a good job on that End SARS, and that is why we are able to come to conclusion today that people died. Because people like Lai Mohammed got me angry, the way they speak sometimes in this country. People like Lai Mohammed didn't say, they couldn't believe, they couldn't even, they didn't own up their responsibility as a government, that people died, and you trying to shade it away that nothing happened. That is the area I'm angry. Trying to put out to put a narrative that nothing happened when life of people are being involved. So for me, that area, federal government really did the Nigerian citizens bad thing. People like Lai Mohammed should not come close to the seat of this power in this country anymore. Buhari, they just use Nigeria as toys, play them the way they want to play them, and they get out of that office. So the issue of losing life in this country anyhow is what I don't like. Governments would have do more better. So, but for us to come and be saying that or trying to cover up some things is not the issue. The issue is that people died. And that's what matters. The issue that is that there was a shooting, and people got injured, and people died. And why would that shooting happen for the first place? And is it animals that is standing there? Those guys are not animals. No matter how we try to paint them, whether we call them cows or whatever. That's
you know, Kennedy. One thing that has the lack of value for the human life in Nigeria,
that is my own.
Is a real thing.
That is my own concern. The way they take,
you know that if somebody dies in France, they will put their flag in half mast, just one in half mast for a day, and they will declare national mourning. If 1,000 people die in Nigeria, nobody cares.
Nobody cares. A policeman in front of me has killed somebody. You came to investigate a matter. You say this is a friend of this person. This is a matter that happened in my front. Okay, you came. You didn't see the person you are looking for. You just, for people there to say, hey, Oga police, so this is not you just shot the guy. Everybody was scared. Everybody fled. This is my first time of experiencing this nonsense police brutality. They killed the guy in my front. The guy died at an instant. Before we could open our eyes, they abandoned the body, put it inside their van, drove away with it. Up to today, nothing happened. So when me as a citizen have seen this thing happen in my front, you want me to come out to begin to defend this government? For what? You treat your citizens as if they are nothing. That guy, they killed him. No matter what happened, you don't have the right to come there and just kill somebody. This is a policeman. Bundle it, and they put it inside your van. You drove away with it, and that comes to the issue of government. This issue of covering up of the military. It's very easy for them to cover up. It's very easy for them to cover up. So I don't have any reason to begin to dance to their tune or begin to say anything to make the government look more better than the citizens. The government doesn't look better than the citizens. The government is to manage the citizens, to do everything at their best to make the citizens better and happy, protected. You kill somebody, killing happened. You are putting it all, every lies for months, every covering up for months, just to make sure that you make your government look good. What happens if the government comes out and say, yes, this happens, it's our fault, we are sorry, let's move on, let's see how we handle it, let's settle it and all that, and the country move on? What happens?
Sorry, can I ask a question? Since you guys are still on this, whose government? Who is trying to make whose government look good? Whose government are we talking about?
Buhari government.
Okay.
Lai Mohammed. We see the lies the guy that man was spitting out as if he's not a father, that he doesn't have a children. He doesn't have children during the whole incident. The type of lie that is coming out from his mouth. Watching that video alone, whether you show them a stray bullet or nothing, that video alone will make you cry if you have human conscience. That video alone at that shooting will make you cry if you have human conscience. We are talking about human beings, not animals. But still, I commend Lagos State government because their panel is still one of the best panel after the whole incident. And that is why we're able to come to this conclusion today. That clearly people died. And that is what matters, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant. Well put. All right, thank you. So let's go to Kolata then. And I suspect you don't have any commentaries on this. So let's come to you then and go to this headline then. So talk us through this headline on the screen, Kolata. Nigeria maintains largest economy. Nigeria maintains largest African economy for 5th year in a row. But it's only by a margin, by the way. Let me just give you some of the bullet points. Nigeria remains the largest African economy with a nominal GDP of 477.4 billion. The top 3 economies account for 49.5% of Africa's of the African continent's economy. Angola records the fastest growth, whilst Zimbabwe contracted the most. So it's been contracting since Mugabe left. But Egypt is catching up with Nigeria with a GDP of 476.7. So it looks as though we are about to be overturned by Egypt. Just a few pennies between us.
I think we've already been overturned. Remember that we just went through some devaluation. So what you're reading is probably from old exchange rates. At this point in time, we should be either number 2 or number 3. Except this report cannot be considering the is it 800 or 700 or wherever we are, dollar to 1 naira. So I want to think that we are down now. So Egypt and perhaps South Africa should be ahead of us due to the devaluation. So I don't. This will not. This, of course, is probably as of last year or something. But you can see Egypt is fast encroaching. But Egypt too is suffering their own economic wala. The inflation is like something percent also. But yeah, I don't think that number is the latest. That's the latest official. But when you consider the current devaluation, we should be number 3 or number 4. Maybe number 3. It's fair enough to say number 3. What are the top 3? Top 4. Do you have them?
All right. Let me give you the fullness of it. It says Nigeria maintains the position of the largest economy on the African continent for the 5th consecutive year in 2022. So these are out of step figures in 2022. With a nominal GDP of $477.4 billion. The giant of Africa as it is mostly referred to, accounted for 17.4% of the African economy in the review year. So the totality of the African economy is a derisory 2.7 trillion. Can you imagine that?
Apple is bigger than Africa.
My God, you know, 2.2. That as at last year. I wonder. I have to check this against national figures. I wonder what European country the African country pairs with. I suspect that is nowhere in the league of Germany, UK, whatever. 2.7.
No, I think UK is bigger than us by like a trillion. I think UK is like a 3 trillion economy or so. Germany is definitely bigger than us. We're probably
the whole of the African continent, or not Nigeria.
Including your uncles, your cousins, and your dead relatives. All of you now.
From Madagascar to Malawi. Oh my God.
All of you are no rich Apple computer. You see, it is like, look.
But sorry, Kolata, how can that be when they're saying 30% of the natural resources in the world is on that continent? And anyway, we all know why that.
What value? Our biggest problem is there's no value added in Africa. Everything is natural resources, crude oil, Californium or whatever nonsense they come up with, something that doesn't even exist. Lithium, this, that. We have gold, we have this. That is not what people. That's not what makes money. What makes money is intellectual capacity, ability to look at something and make it something else, put some value into it. And it is priced in our economy. We're not contributing anything intellectually from Africa. You can go to the diaspora and be whatever or the other. But as far as Africa stands, Africa is not really contributing anything. So at the end of the day, we're just a cheap resource sourcing in the supply chain, where they are the very barest minimum. They just come and get natural resources from us, and we're happy that they get natural resources from us. We sell it. Sometimes the price goes high. We're happy. We spend like drunken sailors. When the price goes low, we enter recession and we start cursing the government because we don't know how we're gonna like think ourselves out of our predicament. So basically, Africa cannot think. So with Africa,
sorry, Kulata, is this not an under recording though? Because if you take Nigeria as an instance, a lot of people speculate that a good 30% of the economic activities in that country is not captured.
You can capture GDP easily. There may be some under-reporting. Yes, that is valid. There may be some under-reporting, but economic output is easy to capture. You can see money flowing in and out. There are like 3 different methods of capturing GDP. And depending on the method, you will get close enough. Even if you say there's under-reporting, estimate 30% of it. Is that still not pathetic? What is the economy of a single country in Europe? Okay, well, look for a country as tiny as Belgium. What is the economy? What is the economy compared to the entire Africa? People buy cocoa. Look at the cocoa value chain. The billions of the dollars are in the mass corporation. They're in the Cadbury. They're in all these places. The cocoa they buy in Ghana and Ivory Coast and to some extent in Nigeria, how much do you make out of it? Peanuts. Crude oil self. You give them crude oil. You're not even selling refined one. You import PMS, import kerosene, import diesel. We sometimes you look at racist and say this and that, but when you people as a group cannot perform, you can't think, you can't solution yourself out of anything, they just born you in good weather, nothing to worry about, and then you don't apply yourselves. But the only thing is when people get out of the country and they get into good environment, they perform like nobody. I mean, they perform wonders. But look at the entire Africa. We're backward.
You have to keep in mind Nigerians are the smartest people in the world.
That's bullshit. Sorry for the language.
Well, don't tell me that. Tell one man. Don't tell me that.
No, don't tell one man. Tell Akon. You know that musician Akon. He was all over the news saying exactly that.
That's nonsense.
Yes.
Smartest people in the world.
Huh?
As far as I'm concerned, the smartest people in the world are Ashkenazi Jews. I don't even think. I mean, Ashkenazi Jews followed by.
People concede that too quickly. Why is
I don't.
that?
It's not just concede
that.
One man, it's factual. We have record of it.
They're a tiny group, and what their contribution in the world is lopsided. It's just lopsided. Of course, when you follow that by Far East Asia. It's just what it is. Like, we're at the bottom ring due to many factors. But look, as you may see, with all the resources we sit on that God just dashed us, what have we even done with it? I mean, has anybody sat down to think that, look at the way sun is shining,
No, Kolata, we are waiting for the white man. Come on.
Hold on. Whilst you are waiting for the white man, maybe you should blow your own trumpet because a Cameroonian is blowing it for you. Listen to Akon.
This could be debatable, but the Nigerians are the most smartest people on the planet.
Yeah, I believe it.
I promise you.
So there you are. You don't know the value of yourself.
I'm glad he put the caveat. He said this is debatable. Of course, that's if you're debating in the beer parlor and you're drunk.
Oh man, I'll take that all day too. I'll take that all day. I'll take that accolade all day. But let's put some real numbers or things behind it, not abstract terms. Of course, Nigerians are smart, but I've always made the argument is about being. There's one thing to be smart and to be creative and innovative. Okay. We're not the champion in that department. Okay.
We are.
Okay, what have we invented? What have we created? What is it?
No, it's not about invention, because if you Nigerians, anecdotally, which we cannot cite examples of, in situations after situations, countries after countries, they always end up at the top performance spaces in every situation, anywhere.
Well, man, let me tell you,
and that's on average, and you cannot say that about anybody else on this planet.
Well, no, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong about that.
Unless that person has been unfairly advantaged.
Well, that is bogus.
And Nigeria comes from
okay. One man, why okay, just look at Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Look at Silicon Valley. Check the CEOs of Silicon Valley. Tell me the exact country they come from.
If they're not Indians,
India.
Okay.
Do you have someone from Ijebu or someone from Oba, Anambra State? Or do you have someone from Abakaliki?
Are you factoring in? Are you factoring in the disadvantage that Nigeria is coming from?
What about the disadvantage India is coming from?
Nigeria is coming from a further disadvantage.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
True. Our poor and the Indian poor, they are identical. They're poor.
Yeah. India may be worse.
So let's not look. Let's stop messing with ourselves. Nigeria. How can Apple, not even Apple, it's not going no longer called Apple. Apple is a $3 trillion company. Africa is a $2.7 trillion GDP. Isn't that pathetic? One single company.
Woman, it's not about how many Nigerians get into Harvard or Yale. It's about the creativity and innovation of the people. Okay, say Nigerians go to other places around the world and they're successful. They dominate, but to be the places that they go to is the place to be given a credit to. Not so much to the Nigerians. See what you can do in your own space. It's what really matters. Okay, if we have the best of the best in Nigeria and they go to other places, that's different because when they go to these other places, they become great. Yes, we're pretty good in theories and learning, but to be creative, creating things from scratch, bringing about new innovation and ideas, No, let's put the Jews out there. Let's put the Chinese out there. Let's put the Americans out there. Okay, that's the way it goes.
Kulata, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Yeah, there's one time they were doing in Japan. They were doing rating their companies and annual income. Do you know there's a line called KQ line, the red line? It's kind of a local line. Do you know their annual income revenue was more than Zimbabwe, Zambia, Uganda, about 6 African countries together? Just
Of
one
course.
train line in Japan.
Oh, train
Now,
line.
train line, KQ line, KQ. Now, JR, one of the biggest train line in Japan, is bigger than Nigeria, Egypt. They are bigger economy. One after biggest economy. That train line make up to $25 to $30 billion a year. Train line.
It's
But we're not
not
talking
bigger
about
than
Toyota.
Nigeria. It's not bigger than Nigeria.
That's how much that Nigeria generates.
Huh?
How much Nigeria generate apart from crude oil? How much they generate in crude oil themselves?
No. Nigeria as of 2022 is
I'm not talking about
477.
I'm not talking about 2022.
No. The Nigerian economy is a $477 billion economy.
That is economy. How much do we generate? We sell our crude oil. That's what we're talking about. You know,
One man, may I come in, please?
Toyota a day in stock market they roll $50 billion, not touch, just roll it. And you know how many companies Japan have, like Toyota, more than 100.
No, the Japanese economy is bigger than Nigeria, but your train line
We're not
is
talking.
not bigger.
I'm not talking about economy. I'm talking about companies, what they make. I mean, you're getting me wrong. What company makes, what they generate, the companies,
Yes.
and most of them they generate more than what Nigeria generates by selling crude oil in total. That's what I'm saying.
How much does Nigeria generate from crude oil?
It's about 25 billion.
One man, let me come in there. We generate, I think, $33 billion with 200 million population. Saudi Arabia, for instance, with 36 million population, I think they generate 336 billion. See the difference. We overrate ourselves, actually.
No, that's an argument to come out of OPEC anyway. Nigeria has no business in OPEC.
Well, that is the statistics. That is what 33 billion to 200 million people. And Saudi Arabia, 36 million to 336 being generated from crude oil. This is the thing. We are the problem. We are our own enemies. Take, for instance, Ghana, I think, is the second cocoa exporter. When they export this cocoa, Cadbury chocolate, which we all enjoy, contains, I think, about just 30% pure chocolates. The rest thing in Cadbury is rubbish. Ghana chocolate bar, they sell in the traffic, in the supermarket, they contain 90% pure cocoa, but nobody's going to buy it. This is our problem. We only did well a couple of years back when they discovered lithium. Our main man, Tesla man, he wanted to get the lithium out, and they said, no, go bring your factory here. But we didn't factor in, for instance, that even if we do the battery, if we generate the battery or we export our own cocoa, we refuse to give it to them, our goods is cooked because they are going to tax that finished product coming from our country more so that their citizens will not even want to buy it. This is a problem. So there's nothing we can do about this situation. We kind of entered into a bind, a trap from which we cannot escape.
No, I disagree. Can't we, if we can even, assuming you said they will tax it, why can't we create it and use it for ourselves? We have a true 200 million.
Exactly, Kulata. We will not buy it. Let me tell you something. Go to supermarkets in Nigeria, most African countries. You won't believe that they still import bottled water. Believe me. I've seen women boast that I wash my face with what's this famous water? Evian water. Evian.
Yeah.
They wash their face with Evian. That's why their places are smooth. That's the kind you won't believe it.
Oh, that's when the government policy comes in. But to Kalata, I really want to know the composition of our GDP. Really, I really want to know because this. Well,
Let me find
petroleum.
it. Let me look for it.
Whilst you are looking for it, let me bring you even more because there's a rich harvest from this article. And then I want to show you a clip to that value added something that you were saying, Kulata, just then. Because when you said that, it triggered the thought. But listen to this. When they say that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, when you look at the data, you see why. It says that Nigeria maintains the position of the largest economy on the African continent for the 5th consecutive year in 2022, with a nominal GDP of $477.4 billion. The giant of Africa, as is mostly referred to, accounts for 17.4% of the African economy in the review year. So that's when I landed on that $2.7 trillion, that is totality of this is according to data released by the World Bank. Nigeria has topped this list since 2018 when it overtook South Africa as the largest economy in Africa. So that was when Goodluck Jonathan rebased the Nigerian economy. I remember that period. According to the World Bank, Nigeria, so I'm getting to the bits that I want you to hear. So pay attention now. It says that according to the World Bank, Nigeria's economy grew by 8.3% year over year in 2022 from 440.8 billion recorded in the previous year. So now this is where the stats comes in. So these are the top three. Egypt followed with a GDP estimate of 476.7 billion. So Nigeria's economy is as of 2022 is 477.4. Egypt is 476.7. So like Kulata said, they probably overtaken us already, having recorded a 12.3 growth in its GDP. So they are outperforming because we recorded 8.3. So they are outperforming, having recorded a 12.3 growth in its GDP. And then it gives the figure. In the third position is South Africa with an estimate of 405.9. So the contention really is between Nigeria and Egypt, because South Africa is that far behind. There's no scope for that catch-up just yet. But this is where it really gets interesting, because this now next two paragraphs is really what tells you the weight of the Nigerian economy. It says it is worth noting that the top three economies on the continent account for almost half of the continent's economy, 49.5%. So between Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa, that's the African economy right there. So now listen now to this next paragraph, and the next list of people in the top 10, the Nigerian economy can consume them easily. Other countries that made the list of the top 10 largest economies in Africa include Algeria, 191.9 billion, so that's the size of their economy. Ethiopia, 126.8 billion. Kenya, these Kenyans, I'm not quite sure if a lot of you have been picking up, there's a certain sort of arrogance coming out of Kenya in the direction of Nigeria, that they want to start to turn up their nose towards us. I'm not quite sure what inspires that. Kenya, 113.4 billion. Angola, 106.7 billion. Tanzania, 75.7 billion. These Ghanaians are represented by Vin, 72.8 billion. And Cote d'Ivoire, 70 billion. So I'm pretty sure that Babangida even is richer than Cote d'Ivoire. Egypt is, however, catching up with Nigeria on the list of the largest economies on the continent after the northeastern country expanded by 12.3% to XYZ, almost leveling with Nigeria. Egypt surpassed South Africa in 2020 as the second largest African economy and has remained in that position till date. The fastest growing economy. So the fastest growing economies, by the way, no threat to Nigeria, On the list of the fastest growing economies on the African continent, Angola topped the list with a growth. No, this is a performance if it's documented. Maybe they discovered something there, I don't know. In terms of resources, on the list of the fastest growing economies on the African continent, Angola topped the list with a growth rate of 62.5%. Specifically, the GDP of the Central African country increased from 65.7 billion in 2021 to 106.7 billion in 2022. So if they go at that rate very quickly, they become the biggest. I wonder if they found something there.
No oil theft.
No oil theft, yes, and a stable economy. According to the African Development Bank, the growth was spurred by sustained high oil price with average of but then the same oil price we sell for, Sudan followed with a growth rate of 50%. So there it is. So that's the African economy right there, 2.7 trillion. Before I come to you guys, that space that Kulata opened up, a lot of these things, yeah.
Only the third ever. This visit is historic because it is only the third ever from a country south of the Sahara, and the first since Ghana obtained its independence in 1957. At the same time, today is the logical consequence of a lengthy development because relations between Switzerland and Ghana have for decades been characterized by mutual respect. Not every connection between our two countries can be deduced at first glance. Take the gold frenelli, or I can translate the traditional gold coin and the chocolate coins, both products that every child here grows up with and which are considered typically Swiss. But neither would exist without gold and cocoa, which we import on a large scale from Ghana. It is quite simple. We need the raw materials and you have the raw materials. The resulting trade and business should benefit both countries. This principle is part of mutual respect. Gold and cocoa can create work and wealth in both countries.
Excellency the President and members of the Federal Council, I've had the privilege of visiting Switzerland several times since becoming President of the Republic of Ghana. My last visit was to Davos nearly a month ago, where I participated in the 50th anniversary meeting of the World Economic Forum. At the invitation of its founder and executive chairman, the world-renowned Professor Klaus Schwab. Happily, it is much warmer here in Bern. I thank President Simonetta Sommaruga, head of the 7-member Federal Council, for the honor of this state visit and for the opportunity to make this brief statement in the Federal Assembly, Switzerland's 2-century-old House of Parliament. Excellencies of the Federal Council, relations between our two countries date back to the 19th century, when the Basel missionaries arrived in the then Gold Coast, now Ghana, to undertake evangelical work. The missionaries pioneered the establishment of educational institutions across the country, including our first agricultural school at Akropong, my paternal hometown, in the eastern region of the country. Indeed, my own late father, President of Ghana's Second Republic, who was deeply imbued with the Presbyterian attributes of discipline, industry, integrity, and thrift, was a famous product of Akropong's celebrated Salem School. They are also credited with the establishment of health facilities, including a missionary hospital at Agogo in the Ashanti region, and were instrumental in the spread of the cultivation of cocoa, a commodity which has been for the last century the mainstay of the Ghanaian economy. The Christian community in Ghana is greatly indebted to the Basel missionaries, who are also responsible for the translation of the Bible from English into 2 of the main Ghanaian languages, and who have been accorded due honor by us. The names of Inter Elios, Andreas Ries, Johannes Gottlieb Christeler, and Fritz Ramsayer continue to reverberate in our history and collective memory. I've also personally benefited from these very good relations, because the first European head of state to visit Ghana when I assumed office as the 5th president of Ghana's 4th Republic on 7 January 2017 was your 91st president, Her Excellency Mrs. Doris Leuthard. Excellencies, in recent times, the ties of friendship and cooperation between our 2 countries have grown even stronger. Technical and financial assistance from the Swiss government, which have provided to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, have helped it carry out its activities and achieve its vision of becoming the preferred center on the continent for training, education, and research in matters of African peace and security. Again, in September 2014, the Swiss government provided assistance to Ghana, which helped ensure that the country did not record a single case of Ebola, the virus which unfortunately ravaged some neighboring countries in West Africa. In May 2017, our 2 countries signed a $2.6 million United States remittance grant facility to help lower the cost of remitting money to Ghana. Ghana is currently Switzerland's largest trading partner in sub-Saharan Africa, larger from the export of gold and cocoa to Switzerland and the import of chemical and pharmaceutical products, as well as light machinery and military equipment from Switzerland. However, as I have stated on occasion, Ghana no longer wants to be dependent on the production and export of raw materials, including cocoa beans. We intend to process more and more of our cocoa in our country with the aim of producing more chocolate ourselves, because we believe that there can be no future prosperity for the Ghanaian people in the short, medium, or long term if we continue to maintain
Bam, only Okulata. That is where you were. That is exactly where you were, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was saying now. Like, look, if I have to say Yoruba, apologies. If Toriwa Obadonta, shouldn't we have been adding value to our natural resources? Who sits down and gets comfortable just digging stuff in the ground and selling it? And then you now turn around and import the same stuff that someone just applied his own brain to. Look, he said it, you export raw materials, you import finished product, even petrol. I mean, what is the big deal in refineries, fractional distillation or whatever distillation? It's not high-tech technology. We don't even get refineries till today. We're begging Dangote. Like, we're cursed. We're just cursed. You guys can be deluding yourself and say...
exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying, Kulata. Uriwati daughter. Because basic economy, location of industry, I think the third principle is nearness to raw material.
To raw materials.
So if we talk about even factors of production, even in Nigeria, oil is in the south. We have Kaduna refinery. Do you know the cost of laying the pipeline?
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's
the cost of laying the pipeline alone could get us 2 refineries. So, Oriwati daughter.
What about the cost of securing the pipelines? I mean, it's from another planet the way we think, you know. What's the logic in that?
No, the problem, the solution I have is, are we ready to pay the price? If we say, okay, we are not exporting anymore. If you don't come, don't come. But then, knowing our people, after a few months, they will go on the street. After all, in Syria alone, they rioted many years ago because of rice. Because of rice. They almost brought our country down many years ago. These are a problem, those conspicuous consumption, trying to eat what we don't produce. Why can we have all the natural resources and be poor? Belgium has nothing. Switzerland has nothing.
Japan, nothing but earthquakes.
Nothing.
Japan have only salt and water. We control the steel in the world.
It's amazing.
We control. Do you know that Japan controls steel price in the world? Steel.
Yeah.
Japan controls the prices.
Yes. You know, it's a marvel sometimes, you know, because it doesn't even require thinking. Like what Baba said just now, you have oil there, put the refinery right next to it, and then just transport it around the country. Why would you funnel oil all the way from the creeks to Kaduna to go and refine it? What's the how is that even? That has no meaning.
One man, let me shock you. You know, the Kaduna refinery doesn't use the burning light totally. They import crude oil. They import exactly every oil. They mix it. A lot of people don't know this.
Why is that? Sorry, what? Yeah, explain that.
I won't say it's political. It's political.
Please repeat yourself. Kaduna refinery does not use what?
The burning light totally.
Oh, really?
We import every crude oil to mix it. Because each refinery has a unique way of blending.
Yeah, I think I know a little about that. I think the chemical. I think they import some chemical they used to refine crude oil, and Petronas Malaysia is one of Nigeria's big supplier. If I'm not mistaken.
So? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Then when I was in school in Singapore, that's when I found out Petronas is the highest supplier of petrochemicals to Nigeria to mix their crude oil, and I was wondering why. And Philippines is the biggest spot to refine. Do you know this refinery? This oil, this crude oil, we import, they remove from the ground, and they bring back for Dango to the refine. It has been refined as a stage of stage 3 first in the Philippines.
Let me ask another question. Let me give you another poser. For this subsidy scam, for instance, we talk about oil swap all the time. We take our own crude oil, which actually it doesn't concern OPEC. Let's say you take 1 million barrels out. In a crude oil production, in the first instance, there are 5 to 13 products. Extraction. One of them is PMS, which they bring back. They bring back only PMS. What happens to other byproducts from that our same crude oil? Who account for it? Nobody tells us anything. At least minimum 5 products they will get from that same crude oil.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in Philippines.
Hold on, Walkers, let him land.
There is HPFO, there is LPFO. No, who takes control of that? Is that the cost we pay to the refinery? Did we do the arithmetic and know that these extra products that will come out from it, which the refinery will extract, cost so much millions of dollars and sufficient to pay the refined products? We are not asking. We talk about subsidy. It is not even that. It is the invoice the oil thieves they give to NNPC, and NNPC present it to the government. Field invoice to claim fuel that is not coming in. How much do we use? But at the time, it went to 40 million, went to 50 million, went to 60 million. They were just piling it up because we don't ask the right questions. Until we start to interrogate a lot of these things, we will be where we are. We thank God for Lagos State. All those Kenya, one man was mentioning, Lagos State's economy trumps them. Lagos is, I think, about 136 billion, the GDP of Lagos State alone. It's 30% of Nigeria's GDP.
If you removed Lagos from Nigeria's economy, Nigeria would be a third world country.
30% of Nigeria's GDP, 130 billion. That's bigger than that of Ghana. Bigger, I think, than most African countries. And yet, we just fold our hands. All this money goes into very private hands. Nigeria as a country is rich. Nigerians are poor. Why?
All right. Let me come to you, Jide. Jide, I want to understand what you just said there. I think somebody actually made a comment on it as well. So I don't know anything about this space. So maybe a bit of education here. Kaduna Refinery refines huge crude, and Nigeria has light crude. So what does that mean? Jide, were you the one that was talking about that? What does that mean?
Okay, woman, what it means is, well, I want to say, like the last speaker said, that it's all about politics. And sometimes when we are taking decisions in Nigeria, most of our political leaders, like what happened between Buhari and Emefiele, I see that even the leader does not have knowledge of what the financial policies the man is taking is all about. Doesn't really have the knowledge. So it's whatever they tell him that it takes. When they were to construct this refinery, they actually went for a technology that doesn't refine light crude. So even if they are going to refine light crude, they have to mix in terms of.
Oh, right. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. I see where you are now.
So now, but politically, like you said, why did they have to cite the refinery fire?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I was just wanting to understand what you meant by that.
That is it.
So what you are saying in essence is that the Kaduna refinery is not actually fit for purpose. It doesn't serve the.
No,
the
one
sort,
man.
the, the,
One
the
man.
sort,
Okay,
oh,
let me
hold
talk.
on. Let Jide explain that. Is not suitable for the sort of crude that we have? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the technology for that refinery is quite different from the other refineries, because I've been opportunity to work there at a point in time. So the technology.
So why did they put the wrong technology in?
That was why I was saying sometimes when
Jide, let me tell you, as of the time they were bringing up that refinery, there was an indication that there is oil in the Shad Basin.
Yes.
So the type of oil in the Shad Basin is what they use to build the Kaduna refinery. They didn't find enough commercial quantity. Now they found oil also in, I think, Borno, and somewhere again, I think in the northeast. So they've been using our money to source for oil since the 80s. They budget annually for oil exploration in the north, persistently. And they're just beginning to succeed. Imagine how many billions of dollars have been wasted looking for oil in ashland, if I may put it that way. This is the kind of country we run.
No. I'm not sure that's a waste. If they are canvassing for oil, which will add to the Commonwealth, if that's what they should be doing, how is that a waste that they're looking for oil?
But to spend 30 years plus, spending billions annually.
Yes, you know they would have had geological indications that there is oil there. They're not just searching out of guesswork. Now they would have had some science to indicate.
It's still politics, so I'm holding.
No, how is it politics? If they have science to indicate that there is oil there, and then they seek out that oil.
Okay, if they have if you think that way, why can't they lay pipe pipe from their place straight to where you have oil and you have sea access, where the LCC can come in to take it. Have you asked that? They are preparing for something. That is why they want their own refinery. They want their own oil, even though they are landlocked.
Exactly. And one man, there is a portion of the Nigerian, there's actually a particular agency that's in charge of searching for oil reserves in the north, just to ensure that they get what they want. Because I believe the northern elites too have been preparing for a possible breakaway should it happen, and they know that they are totally reliant on the south for this particular product. So they've been trying to see how they can also get their own oil. And that's the politics behind it.
No, that's your conspiracy theory, though. That's your
No,
conspiracy
one man,
theory.
he got his spot on.
One man, I worked in Warri Refinery. I worked there June 2018 down to some period when they were doing some upgrade there. I've seen a lot of things, one man. And these things, there are a lot of politics behind all these things that we're talking about. There are a lot of politics behind it. And the northern elite are really preparing for it. They are really preparing for it. They thought that oil that they found then would be enough, but just like I said, they were not advised properly by their advisors there, and they didn't have total knowledge of what the whole thing is all about before they cited it at all costs. So the technology is the major problem. If it was what they were using, if it was the technology that could use the kind of crude that we have from the south side, the light one, then it will have been a plus to Nigeria. And
But the Kaduna refinery had been built a long time ago. Was it not under Babangida that it was built, or when was it built?
It was built in 1980, and the last petrochemical was 1988. So it's the latest, the newest of Nigerian refineries.
Of Nigeria refinery.
But like everybody said, the accessibility to crude and the type of crude that it refines has to be imported from Saudi Arabia or Venezuela. Or now they're thinking of constructing a 1,000-kilometer pipeline from Nigeria Republic for a refinery that they've already vandalized all the known pipelines. I think they should just shut that refinery down and burn and scrap it.
But I thank God the Southwest is matching them, because have you heard of Ajay Fields in Badagry Peninsula? We have Ajay Fields there. Yinka Folawiyo discovered that oil, and we have already capped them.
That's offshore.
Offshore. We've capped them. That is not sufficient, but I know Ajay Fields is heavy in terms of commercialism.
Yeah, well, there is oil too in Ondo, some part of Ondo, and also in Lagos.
But can we just stop talking about raw materials? Jesus Christ, come on! Like there's oil, it's just free stuff. There's oil here, there's kinikon there, there's kinikon there. What? You have 200 million people with dead brains, with brains of fishes. Like, can we, assuming, we had like 1 million people that knew IT, that were generating income from all these projects, even if it's box package software that they're implementing. You have another 50,000 people. Just 500 very smart people can turn the fortunes of Nigeria around. Just 500 people that create huge companies. In a country, not everybody is smart. It's just a few people that are smart enough to transform the country. We don't have it. We just keep talking. Oh, we find this stuff. Oh, we find that there's gold there. What about the people? Are they a waste? Where are we breeding them?
Okay,
we're trying
can we look at the GDP composition again?
The unicorns actually discovered. The unicorn companies, the startups that are doing well, that have hit the billion mark. I think 2 are from Nigeria, out of the 7 in Africa. or 3 from Nigeria or so. We are doing it because I think that's the way to go if we have to build. Because the Yaba thing, for instance, I mean, we are not interrogating that, but I don't quarrel with it. Zuckerberg was, I think, a couple of years back, if you remember, Zuckerberg was in Yaba, I think 2 years running in a row, and he has taken a lot of boys back to America. I know one
they
day
don't come back to Nigeria. They go
will
to
never come.
America. Look at
You won't
me.
come.
I'm in
You won't come.
America.
You will come back.
I'm in America. That's the problem. You see?
No, hold on, Kulata. You said they don't come back to Nigeria, but I'm not sure if you are seeing this headline on your screen, because there's what they are creating in Yaba is going to be the technological hub of the West African sub-region and very quickly the African space.
But the Americans are not allowing these boys to rest. They are taking them away.
No, they are synergizing them now. It's a global space.
I'm familiar with that space, one man.
Yeah.
A lot of those boys, they start up, they get seed funding. If it's significant seed funding, they take it over and they go abroad. And a lot of them are kicked out of some of these spaces. They take their ideas and they run with it. But it's fine. It's okay for bigger countries to still there. But we need to keep churning those boys out, churning them out.
I agree with you. Yeah.
If we produce so much of those, look, wealth is basically knowledge. Someone can pick silicon, sand, turn it to a mat, turn it to whatever spatula that I use to fry dodo. Just sand, silicon, application of knowledge, brain. So all this looking for this raw material, looking for that. So you look for that raw material, they buy it for you for cheap. They put their brains to it. They produce a product. Then you now start looking for foreign exchange and say, exchange rate is this, that. Like,
please.
We're messing around. We're just messing around. That's just the truth.
Okay, Kulata, do you have the figures for the GDP composition or for Nigeria?
Oh, I have it. I actually skipped it. I have it. I've had it since. Let's bring it up again.
All right, bring it. We're actually waiting for it, so let's have it.
I've had it. I closed it. Let me bring it up again.
Okay.
So, Oga Kolata, what I was trying to say was, see, even the advanced countries, majority of their economies too, also rely on this crude or raw materials. So, I believe if Africa can actually wake up and start taking their raw materials back to themselves and try to process, which would not be easy to do because these people will fight back economically, fight back in every way they can fight back because they want us to continue to be reliant on them. The human resources part of
I'm not sure you're right. I'm not sure if you saw a session with the Prince yesterday. Did you see the session? There was something he said. He said that a lot of the countries, there's a lot of quantitative easing. He said it in some very technical language, but my loose understanding of what he said. But he said a lot of quantitative easing money. They are swirling around the international financial space, looking for where to park. So India is already settled, and the bar of entry into India is getting more stringent. So they can't go to China because China is already closed off. Japan is already a vested and rested economy, and the next place that those are looking to do is Nigeria. He explained it in a more nuanced way, but the international money coming into our space is what he said.
One man is just being patriotic. It's BS.
Did you hear him say it? Because you would have understood the language.
I think I heard it, but I was battling sleep yesterday, so that's why I could not join. So we're not primed yet. Let's not. I mean, we're not primed. Well, at this point,
we are primed though. No. Hold on.
Okay.
When you say we are not primed, what are the parameters of being primed? What are
And
you
he
looking
said
at?
we're not primed yet. We just started. We just hold on, can I? We just started setting things straight. At this point in time, investors are still skittish on investing in the Nigerian economy. And you saying India, all these things, they're not saturated. There's a lot of investments, right? India is like hotcake now. India is like hotcake. There's a lot.
But virgin field investment. India is not a virgin field investment space. Neither is all of
It depends on the industry. It depends on the industry. Manufacturing wise, India is still pretty much virgin, because relative to other countries, it's still virgin. That's where you have a lot of manufacturing.
India has been
I know, so it's not.
for 50 years now. They've been.
Yeah, they're not a manufacturing. They're not a manufacturing giant like that. They're software. India has a lot of servicing. They have a lot of servicing
service
jobs.
economy, yeah.
Service economy. So they have all this knowledge-driven economy, and also poor people. So that's fertile ground because they've shown they have the capable brains, and then they have the basic infrastructure, and
they have the
and a relatively secure environment. And then you have the likes of Southeast Asia. Thailand is popping, Vietnam popping, Bangladesh popping. Please, Nigeria, they're yet to actually trust our reforms. They need to see that while everybody is screaming and shouting, that the government will not give up on this hard part. So it is not yet woo at all for investors to come in. So let's not do that.
But Kalata, see, one advantage for Nigeria is the large population overseas.
Unproductive I think overseas. When you say overseas, that's you and I. But
correct.
What are they going to do for you and I? It happened during Obasanjo's period.
So I say quickly, I say that because the Nigerians in diaspora or whatever, they contribute a lot to the economy. I would say that, but I know we use GDP, but instead of using GDP, I think we should use the GNP rather, because I think that's more apt for Nigeria. Because the people overseas, they send billions of dollars to Nigeria every year, and they do a lot of projects and businesses in Nigeria. So overall,
the businesses they do still contribute. You see, when you look at GNP, we're over $1 trillion. I think it's GNP. But is GNP like the gross national product? Is that really the measure of the average man? Because look at GDP per capita. That's the picture of Nigeria. When you think about GDP per capita, you have to think that Nigeria has the likes of Dangote and Otedola, and our GDP per capita is like $2,000 or something like that. So if you remove Dangote and Otedola that skew the numbers, an average Nigeria is probably like $300, $300, $400, $500.
The prince said that yesterday.
Yeah,
go back and
he said that. I did not know. I need to go listen to it.
He did.
Our income per capita is low.
Yes.
So
I think it was Simba that was arguing with him. Yeah.
Apart from being poor, we are greatly underperforming given our population, right? Because if you compare to Ghana, and even with the population of Egypt is 80 million people, or is 180 million. But anyways, we are larger than most of these countries, and I'm surprised that even that we're larger than South Africa, because South Africa has more. They produce weapons. They have more industries than we do. Of course, they don't have the population, but the fact that
if you look at GNP, PPP dollars, we're like as of 2021, 1.1 trillion. South Africa is 851.9 billion. So, but the thing is, America has just 100 million people more than us, right? 100 more, no, maybe 80 million more people. I don't know. Let's just say 100 million more people. But compare American economy, is not fair though, but let's just say compare American economy to Nigerian economy with the number of millions we have. We have unproductive millions surely Ronu, millions that are just born in Pekins.
No, you're being a bit unfair, Kulata. You are.
I'm not unfair. I'm being truthful.
No. It's not, they are not opportune. Is what you want to say.
We are at home. and we know what is going on here. Please. Yes, every society has people that are not that are lazy, that are not useful in such a way. And if the society permits them not to be useful, or the society does not produce or give them the opportunity for them to be useful, you generate more useless people in terms of, and I don't mean in terms of capability, I mean in terms of contributing to the country's economy. But if you look at it, see, the biggest problem we are having, it has to do with our mentality. Nigerians are not lazy people. There's nowhere in the world, and that's why Nigerians go anywhere in the world and they work 18-hour shift and they work like that, because Nigerians are naturally not lazy. And when you said Nigerians are not the smartest people, I said, okay, give them the same opportunity, the same environment, and see if they would outperform a Nigerian.
Yes,
see,
that was why I was trying to. Well done.
Oh my God! Please
Hold on, one
stop
man,
this
please.
nonsense.
I want to say something, please. One man, why is Ajale Kogo to come and fight this Kolata? He just want to kill Nigerians.
Don't worry, Ajale Koko will be back with a bang soon.
Emma Toranyi, I'm so upset with all these Nigerians, the smartest people. Blah, 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 blah.
Oga Kulata, I'm sorry. I would have loved to have Baba Janle Koko on this topic. But let me say something now. An average Igbo guy is industrious, would use his hands to make anything.
So what are the wait? So what are the inventions coming out from Igbo land now?
Wait.
Hey, no, wait now. Wait, calm down. I don't like just those kind of run-of-the-mill statements.
Hold on, Kulata. Sorry, Jide, hold on. Hold on, Jide. Let me say this. There was you have to fill in the gaps because you probably know it, but there was this thing that American footballers used to have when they get all this brain injury or something. And it was a Nigerian.
There's one Igbo guy. We know the story. They made a movie out of it.
Okay.
That's anecdote. That's an anecdote.
No, but that anecdote repeats across several industries. So that is the capacity, but the opportunity to do it within they don't lack the brain function.
One man. We have a state. We have five states chock full of Igbo people. Chock full. The economy, the GDP of Abia State, I think maybe Osun State even beats it. And we're not talking about Osun that we are some kind of like brainiacs or something. So please, let's just stop all this sentimental BS. Because
let me come in here, please. It's not about sentiment.
One voice at a time. Too many voices.
It's not about sentiment.
No. I said one voice. Now, if you are not talking, mute yourself. There's a lot of reverbs coming through. But carry on. Yeah, okay. Baba, you can go first.
Okay. There is a lot of opportunities actually going on in our space. Let's take, for instance, the military-industrial complex. Do you know the Air Force are manufacturing drones, but nobody to commercialize it? It is that brain we are looking for. The Army, they are doing armored personnel carrier. I've seen them. Documentary on our Army. I've seen the armored personnel carrier they are producing.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Are you saying they're assembling or manufacturing drones?
No. What you do these days, you understand what you do in this age and time. Nobody discover a car engine anymore. Everybody kind of adopt an engine. Opel, they were using Opel engine. The one company using Toyota engine. So they adopted engine for the armored personnel carrier. But the body and the technology that goes with the armored personnel carrier is the handwork of our army. There is a military, but this thing needs funding.
Okay, so what you're saying, it's almost sentimental. So they can't compete against China, they can't compete against South Korea, so they're just kind of assembling stuff. See, an innovation, ingenuity would be.
Hold on, let Prince land. Prince, carry on.
Thanks. And innovation or ingenuity is when you tell me that we now producing cars that strictly run on the sunshine. and just moves around. That'd be something different, But telling me they're assembling or they take.
No, hold on. We've seen anecdotes of this in the East now, where some savant from Abakaliki or something, he cobbles together. I've seen some guy
cobbles together some contraptment, and then we now start saying we're the smartest people in the world. Have you watched YouTube videos of how to cobble together a contract? I mean, let's stop this nonsense. Let's just stop this nonsense.
Bring money in, contribute into research, invest into research, and wait for 15 years for return. We don't want to do that. That's the problem.
You know what?
Quickly. All right.
Quickly. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
See, the interesting thing is that actually, we don't need to even create anything from scratch. Everything we need is out there to be great and dominate. Truly. We only need to improve processes and just add few things here and there. But the technology really to be great and do great things in this world and build an economy is out there. It's out there already. Nothing special we need, really.
That's what I'm saying, that people are adopting. Look at Israel, for instance, got some American Patriot missile, you understand? And they improve on it, and America even want to buy from them. The fighter jets they import, they don't just import it and put it on the ground. Despite some contract lines that say, don't improve on this side, don't improve, they do. So all I'm saying is that, look, I'm not saying we should go into the European market with our armored personal carrier, but we have our neighboring countries that are poor. You understand? We can sell these things to them. We can sell to them. We have to start from somewhere. But then
will they buy into, if you are going to sell to them? Would they buy?
Oh yeah, hold on.
Well, we have to convince them. We have to convince them in a way to buy. Why not give them samples?
No, hold on. They will buy it if they need it, and that is where innovation comes in. If you they say you have to walk it back from the first golden rule of business or anything is that you have to walk it back from the market. So you first identify the need, and then you then see where you fit in. So if you create something that they need, then they will buy it, of course.
No, Mama, let me tell you the sales trick. Sorry, Baba,
let me just
you understand? No, let me finish my point here. The sales trick here.
Baba, can you hold on? Okay. Carry on. Yeah.
No, just 1 second, Baba. I won't take much time. Yes, if you convince them, but their own economy is also tied to the apron of the Western countries. So their hands are tied. Yes, they want to patronize their brother in their sub-region, but their own economy is also tied to them. So that's why they will not patronize you. That's why they will say yes to their colonialists, rather than to look inward and patronize their own neighboring country. So that's why I say, what if they don't, patronize you?
This is the thing, Adewale. When Liver Brothers started, you understand, with Omo, we have some other things we use, offshore cotton and the rest. But they started going on the street and giving us sachet of Omo free of charge. You get my point? That's where I said we need investors with very big mind. Produce one, give to Togo. Another one, give free to Benin Republic, and so on and so forth. You understand? And let them see the value in it, how good it is. You understand? And you wait 3-4 years down the line, they will come back and make an order. You understand? We have to sacrifice first. You give them samples to use. We don't have to sell to them directly. Say, okay, you go take this, go and test it. How about that? You understand? But then we need investors with big hearts who are ready to wait for a return on business or return on this thing for maybe 10, 15 years.
Hold on, everybody. Let Babati come in. So, Babati, this was a space that you opened up once upon a time, and this speaks to that narrative of dominance that you've been championing. Babati.
Okay, thanks for having me. Just briefly, because I could not take it anymore. I had to come on.
What nonsense are they saying? But go on.
Okay, I'm going to make all over. So, anyways, superiority complex, delayed gratification, and chip on shoulder. The very key things that determines the level of domination you have over others. So, any civilization that you see across history, they always have those three things: superiority complex, chip on shoulder, and what? Delayed gratification. And what really pissed me off, because on this platform, even though I share almost the same beliefs when it comes to economics with Kulata, I always had to push back when he talks about IQ, we're not having collective IQ. But tonight, one man, I can't defend you people anymore, because what I heard tonight was disgusting, was irritating, when somebody came up here and said, if they just give us the same chance, the same opportunities, what the fuck? You do it yourself. Nobody must give you anything. What this came out, I don't get it. Why do you always do this shit? What the fuck?
I mean,
what is this now? You have the oil, you have the resources, but they should give you opportunities. They should give you what you already have. What the hell is wrong with us as a people?
You know what mystifies me, Babati, is that the Saudis, the Arabians, everybody, they are able to leverage all of these things as a weapon. You know that the Saudis, they weaponize their oil and they can use it to beat the Americans. They can use it to, they know the power of what they have, but we don't know what are they inventing in Saudi? They are not inventing, there's a single product economy, right. But with that single, they know the potency of it, and they use the weight of it to position themselves. Right. But we don't position on anything. We're just cap in hand all over the place.
One man. You didn't allow me back the other time, please.
Let me finish, please. Before I'm only here.
Babati, the one
because we are not Haiti for Gothic. We are poor by choice. Is my point.
And we are Haiti. We share the same skin.
Oh, we are not them. My point.
They came from us.
Okay, not tonight. Let's not do the IQ thing tonight.
No, but that's the point of that's the comment of the day is what you just made there, Babati. And maybe the comment of the week. We are poor by choice, and I will hold on to that one.
Yeah. So you know what? Let me just calm down and listen to people come up here. And please stop when you come up here to make a point. Don't make okay? We are not slaves. Stop begging for opportunities.
Can we land?
For God's sake, start acting like one. Thank you.
One man, let me land, please.
All right, Karen, today.
So, like I was saying the other time, it will surprise everybody to know that every technology started somehow. Every developed society started somehow. Nigeria has a company called Proforce that produces MRAPs, produces armored vehicles. Even the UN purchases from it, sells to Burkina Faso, sells to Ghana, Niger, and co. They are buying from it. The peacekeeping mission that the UN went to do in Somalia, they bought the weapons from Proforce. And the then Buhari government created a separate account for this company in the central bank, that they should give them loan at a cheap rate so that they can also develop more than they are presently. And it's owned by a Yoruba guy. The company is in Ijeburemo. The Nigerian Navy produces tugboats, some of their ships too, from their dockyards. Now, our Nigerian Army too produce all these armored vehicles and all those things. If we go back to how Japan started, Japan too started by mimicking, copying somebody's technology. It was
I love that point that you said, but let me continue. Copying, ability to copy,
yes,
is important. Well, continue.
So this is what I was trying to, the point I was trying to make the other time. Yes, our growth or the rate at which we are developing might be slow. And this is why somebody said something that is very important here. Everybody that is a Nigerian in diaspora that has gone out, I normally say that most of you will still come back and help us develop the country because you guys are more exposed. The guy that owns Proforce was also in the diaspora. He came back. He was working with a company that produces these vehicles, and they were running down, I think, in Kuwait or something. They were bankrupting, and they offered him partnership to come to Nigeria, but the guy changed back and bought the whole thing, and they brought it down to Nigeria and employed their workers, and they are also employed Nigerians mixed together. Now they are doing it. So Nigerians will learn from them. Before you know it, more companies will spring up. We are just castigating, condemning ourselves, and looking down at ourselves all the time. We need to understand something. Báwọn ṣe máa ń sọ wọ́n ní ajé àdúgbò. Ẹni tó bá ń gbàdúrà náà á múra nígbà tó bá ti mọ̀ pé ajé àdúgbò náà ní jẹ́ kó ní sí mi, because the more you are praying, because you are disturbing them, and them too will come back to fight you. That is how it is. This is a world where people want to keep people under their control. And we've seen it with several issues that happen in Africa, like the like of Kuma and the likes of Gaddafi, and how these people were wasted. So even if we are going to develop today,
Sorry, do you fear the same fate for Tinubu if he's moving to?
Yes, he made some. Even the man made some comments that I feel that it's too early to make such comments. Like you saying that I don't care. Who I'm targeting is to also be out there on the gas market like Russia. Yeah, we can mention these developed countries, but we all know Russia's main source of income is oil and gas. We don't need to deceive ourselves as if it is one scientific knowledge that brings all these things to them. It is because they've been able to maintain control over their resources, which we don't have control over our resources to a very large extent. And every country, okay, if we continue to blame Africa, I want to ask a question. If we blame Nigeria, we keep blaming Nigeria. If Nigeria is a country with corrupt people that are not good, what about all other black-colored African countries? Can't we even see one that will be as good as Belgium or as good as Denmark? Something is wrong.
Exactly the point we're making. There's a problem. Hold on a second. I'll make the comment. I'll let you talk now. There's a capacity problem that we're not addressing. That capacity problem is not based on. It's not based on.
Hold on now, Des.
That capacity problem is not based on individuals. You and I, we come here, we succeed, we do one thing. But when we're home, there's something about ability to think about fixing problems. See, every successful country in the world has the ability to do one thing, just one thing, ability to copy technology. Japan did it, China did it, South Korea did it, America did it. If you can copy, you can master the methods used to create something, you can study that thing and minimize it, you will learn your own methods, you will develop. But combustion engine has been created since 1794 or something like that. Ask yourself, have we been able to copy combustion engine from scratch? Ask yourself, how many steel foundries, big steel foundries do we have in that country?
Kolata, I think.
Hold on, everybody. Kolata, I don't think it's a capacity problem.
At home, not abroad. At home.
Yeah, because if you say it's a capacity problem, then you are suggesting that we lack the brain function, which we don't lack.
When we're home, I don't know if it's the sunshine or it's the tropical Lagabia or Europe.
You know they say you have to take deliberate steps. And those
we're lazy. When we get home, we're lazy. We don't take any steps.
It's political.
Can I come in?
hold on. It's
politics. What? This is not be politics.
Hold on. One of the things that the prince said yesterday, he was citing examples of, I played him a clip of the Edo State governor who was stuck in all these swept away roads that turned into like a divot, like a swimming pool. And I was raging and wailing, and he just smiled. He said, look, it's not capacity, it's political will. And then he cited examples of roads built by Awolowo that are still in perfect motorable use till now. So that's a deliberate. Those are deliberate steps. So
I disagree.
You can transmute that into technology, science.
No, everything is not politics. Everything is not governance. We've gone through governance cycles, through kingship, through this. We've gone through centuries of underdevelopment. Don't tell me about today's politics. Please, don't even bring it near me.
So you think we don't have the brains?
It's not. We don't have the ambition. We don't. You know what? Des, continue. Sorry, talk. Sorry.
Kulata, seriously.
Can I just
let Des come in? Des, yeah.
I'm tired of Kulata basically insulting Nigerian race. It's almost getting to me. Kulata, what you have to understand.
We will go to court. Don't worry, Des. We'll go to court.
What you have to understand is Nigerian, quite all right, are very intelligent people. It's not the matter of if we can't copy. We can actually copy all these stuffs. But the truth of the matter is, all these things you're saying that we can't copy, it needs a lot of financing, which a lot of Nigerian people don't have. And if you even say that we don't have the capacity to even create something of, I think you're very wrong on that, because I can cite at least one instance I know for sure, which is Emma Agwali. I know this because he went to CKC also.
Don't let me start with Emma Agwali. I'll
invented
the
fastest, the program, the fastest computer, world fastest computer. So don't say that we don't have the capacity to actually create something. We do have that capacity. There are some instances I can even find out for you. But the problem is, when you're talking about copying, we can copy. There's not a big deal copying something. It's not a big deal. The financing is not just there.
So
that is what you have to understand.
1794, that combustion engine has been invented somewhere in the world. We've not had the financing to be able to actually
you have
build
to.
one.
That's why you have
And
to
in
boil
place-
down to politics.
Hang
It
on,
boils
hang
down
on.
to politics.
No, since 1790, I mean, look, build one and improve on it. Because if you can mimic something, then you can think of other ways that I can deploy it based on my environment. Then your original ideas can come in. Because it's just like what other main countries do. They pick up stuff. You don't have to be the one to be the inventor now. You just like figure it out. This is how they did it. Then you jump, you leapfrog that learning curve, and you bring it up. Not just being able to build stuff.
Which is what the Chinese did.
Yeah, the Chinese did it. The Japanese did it. The South Koreans did it. I mean, all big countries did it. America copied UK and Dutch and Holland. They copied Spain. Everybody copies. It's normal. Didn't the Europeans during the Renaissance period copy from the Middle East? Where is all this algebra? Where did it come from? Did you think it came from Europe? People copy stuff, and your ability to copy shows your intellectually. I mean, I don't want to go there, but I'm not saying Nigerians are not smart. I'm saying in our natural habitat, we're dumb as rocks. When we get out of that habitat, yeah, you give us a fair chance. But in our habitat,
you forced to Nigeria out of hibernation. So
it's going to start talking about nuclear power,
military.
Can I just chip in just briefly?
Colata, please. Sorry. I just 1 minute. What I want to say is this. See, the man called Profos that was mentioned in the other time said in his own interview, said when he started his business, he made the first one. There was nobody to sell to. But until the federal government came in and said, okay, the military should be buying directly from this man. That is where the willpower comes in. We talk about China today. You know how their government is so entrenched and woven into the fabric, government policies, government itself woven into the fabric of every production line in China. That is what you need. You can say the Igbo
So
guys.
before there was a government, you can go to China and look at what these dynasties have been created. I've been there. I've seen stuff they preserved that they created before any modern government. It's a cultural thing. Let's not talk about government is just today. What about tomorrow? What about 200, 500, 6,000, 1,000 years in the past? We keep making excuses.
I understand you. Let me say something.
It's not a cultural. I can't concede that it's a cultural thing.
It's a cultural thing. We're lazy.
Please calm down. If you come to Nigeria today, I doubt if you will buy a shoe that is made in Nigeria. You will
because it's not good.
No. What you mean it's not good? Have you used Sudoku or something before? Compared to the chemicals that you use to wash your body every day.
That is the issue. The issue is those guys making shoes in Aba, making whatever they are making in Aba. If we have enough backing for these guys, if our mentality towards locally produced products was different here in Nigeria, they would make more money. They will be able to develop more. They will be able to research more and make better things. But if apple is grown in Nigeria, I bet you, if an apple is grown in Nigeria, I bet it with you that people will still buy the foreign apple than buy the Nigerian apple. And
why do we listen to Nigerian? I disagree. Why do we listen to Nigerian music? Why do we listen to Nigerian music? Because it is competitively better than the junk that they produce in the United States. The quality is high. We listen to Nigerian music.
All right, Kolata, I want you to explain this image that is on the screen. Hold on. Kolata, I want you to explain this image that is on the screen here.
Oh, jigby.
Alavuku.
Yes.
What is this? This is for headache or something like that now.
So does that not defeat all of your arguments that we lack capacity?
One man, okay, let's take Alavuku and go and let's compare it to Pfizer. To Pfizer or to Johnson.
One voice.
Kolata, I support your section. We fail to realize it, or I don't know if we are living in a bubble. Japan, Korea, every country that is coming up, copy from somebody, learn from somebody. Like we just said, combustor has been there. Carburetor now is a free pattern. Go to Nissan and they put it there. We are not able to copy it and make replica since 1960. Like Bishop said the other day, we have a research institute almost everywhere in Nigeria. We cannot produce cassava peeling machine, another cassava processing machine. But Chinese will go, China produce cassava peeling machine for us. Our nature, we are not really designed to reproduce stuff. And our educational background, we have to change it. It's not suitable for us to produce, rather to serve. These are things we have to look at. When Plata is spitting fire like this, I know some people might be offended, but look at yourself. How many Nigerians go to Yale and Harvard? And how many come back to manufacture? Even in America there. Then, sorry for this other guy that says that G-Force or Workforce is producing cars or armor tank. We should remove that notion from our mind. He has Zembo. He produced nothing. He has Zembo. He bring all the parts, put together, and send it back. And they buy from him because they don't want to sell their technology to African country. It's simple.
May
we don't produce anything. Enough people are paying. Thank you, Sergeant.
You just told us Japan copied. You understand? In the same vein, what Adewale was saying, I mean, we have to start from somewhere. But the most important thing here is the Yoruba saying, we have no access to capital. You understand? An American, a British, a German knows where to go for any particular project. It will be funded privately or through government. You understand? There are a lot of capital flowing around in the West, looking for where to perch, to invest, and they're ready to wait.
I'm sorry for butting in. Sorry for the interjection. Sorry,
Yeah.
but what about those
Coletta, can I
boys
say
in
something?
Yaba? Just hold on, 5 seconds.
Oh,
Please,
Kolata,
Joe.
let me answer those boys.
I'm
Let
very
me answer
passionate.
that one.
No, Baba, you have to
5 seconds, Joe. 5 seconds. 5
everybody
seconds.
hold. Baba, if somebody wants to interject, give them the space and then come back so that there's a natural flow.
It's going to be 5. It's going to be 5 seconds. We say there's no capital. We say there's no this, but yet areas that we're very good in. Those boys writing software in Yaba, they're good and they get capital. Our musicians that can sing and dance and entertain the world, they get capital. Where is talent, capital will find you. So let's stop making the excuse. It's the lack of that talent, because we can show areas where we're excelling and capital is following us, prosperity is following us, fame is following us, and that is software development, because we think a lot of those boys probably are thinking more like in Yoruba or Igbo, those boys. And the where we're authentic, the entertainment industry, capital chases us. Don't say there's no capital. If you're good, the world will find you. Thank you.
It's easier said than listen. I can't take this anymore.
You know what Obama said? Lawyers, not ballers. Yes.
I can't take this anymore. See,
Wait,
the
can I
level
continue
of
then?
patriotism that I perceive from you guys, I can't take it anymore. See, we are the best, the smartest in the entire world. I can take it anywhere. But you see, in a country or in a continent where the government appropriates lower portion of the budget to education, nothing goes to research and development. Anything that has to do with innovation goes to the back burner. That is what you get. This is exactly how it's going to pan out. Not that we are not smart. Those individuals that display their ingenuity at every corners of the country, whether one young man making a batteries or powering his house with just something that people don't even pay attention to, those are the smartest, those are the ingenuity that people bring. But when you have a society that hardly pay attention or trying to explore. If I go to you now and say, look, I need you to loan me a certain amount of money because I want to pour into this research. There's something I want to, innovate and all that. You would look at me like, are you serious? Because that is the kind of culture we have. And the government is not even helping. We are the smartest. That is why anywhere we go, we excel.
You mentioned the C word, culture. Boom. Thank you. That's my point.
Because if the government are encouraged, look at our universities. Hardly you will see research being carried out. People used to have endowment in school. These days, people just build buildings.
They carry out research. You shouldn't say that.
Give me UI. Tell me the last
somebody that
research.
was saying that we couldn't invent cassava processing. They've done that in UI severally.
Cassava, oh man, cassava in 23rd century, cassava, abba, kilo day.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you see tapioca starch? Don't you see ethanol?
You call that innovation? Cassava. Cassava.
Oh my God.
No,
do you know the amount of industrial
where you have robot already taking place, human capacity? You are talking about cassava processing and all that. Give me a break. Is that what you are? That's what we should be embracing in this century. That's what will make us grow. We're talking about globally competitive. How can we compete?
Hold on. That's where our immediate needs are.
Where's the immediate need? If we cannot compete globally, then we are nothing. I'm not saying we are capable of competing globally.
Hold on. You have to feed locally before you are competing globally. Now you have to feed locally before you are competing globally.
When we are talking about
are you feeding before you are competing?
Innovation in terms of having GMOs and all that, those are separate issues. We're talking about technological advancement. We're talking about things that could make life a lot easier for us. Today, if we are going to launch a satellite, we have to beg the Western world to allow us, to help us to launch. Even the one that was launched, barely they can even trace or track it anymore. But not that we are not smart. We are smart people. But when the problem we have is multifaceted. If at all you want to explore, you want to grow, you want to develop at the way that you want. We have economies in Africa that are being dictated by the Western world. Yet, yesterday we had a World Bank giving us loan to pay for palliative, right? Now, the money comes with condition. There's nothing free. So this condition, they will tell you this is what you're going to use it for. And you have no choice. And you have our economists in Nigeria that will tell you, okay, this is exactly what you should do. So these are the things that we think about Fagbo, not that we are not smart people. We are.
So,
But
so is
unfortunately,
it smart people that will be relying on dumb people?
well, unfortunately, that's where we found ourselves.
Can I just chime
That's
in?
where we found ourselves.
All right, come into Nigeria. Come.
Yeah.
I knew you couldn't resist. Come
No,
in.
no,
Yes.
I did try.
Yes. You say,
Yeah.
no, I'm not going there. I'm going to sleep. But no, I cannot bear it anymore.
to be hearing this in the Kulata sounding a little bit like me to an extent, it's beginning to arrive. See, greetings to you. Thank you for having me here, one man, and greetings to everyone on the panel. This matter, I sympathize with what this in Kulata is saying to an extent that like we are dumb. I said it before. As a group, we tend to have a lower IQ than our individual capabilities. We do individually. Nigerians are very brilliant. Like everything, we do it very, very inefficiently. That's our problem. We generate power by ourselves. We secure ourselves. We do everything by ourselves. While other people know how to pull together and get things done. They even pull together continentally to get things done, but we are still struggling to even pull together as a nation to get stuff done. Just yesterday, we were having a conversation about how is it that we've never built anything. I was saying some similar stuff as Kulata was saying. I said, because somebody was saying that Nigerians are the hardest working people. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure we're the hardest working people? Switzerland, look at how soft they look. But those guys have more bunkers than Nigerians have soldiers. How did they do that? North Korea, their leaders travel 100 meters underground. Do we even have a bunker in Nigeria that is 2 miles long? What is wrong with us that we are not able to build anything? It tells you something. I've said it before. The reason why we are where we are is something that flies a little bit over our head. We don't think at that level, at a macro level, something that flies over our head. We don't know how to come together as a group. We've never had a rallying cry. And no leader has the courage to do it till now. Not till now. It doesn't even happen even in this government. Because every time they say they want to do something, in reality, they're just buying time. I've said it before. Our leaders are behaving like caretaker governments. I've analyzed the way they behave. They are not behaving like people that are sovereign. I've been saying it. Look at even Dangote refinery. They commissioned it and it's not even pumping fuel. What is that? They did this in Nigerian air. There is no plane. This is a joke. These people are not wrong. They are just playing us, buying time, and for what? I fear that these people, this is why they keep running to the UK and the others. And they are now currently doing malaria vaccines in Nigeria. These people seem to be working for that, but they're not working for us. How hard can it be to keep your country strong enough? And people keep saying, oh, we should invent something. You can't do anything in this world if you are not secure. You can't. If you can't speak your own voice and push back. If you have 5 naira, you have to make it hard for anybody to take that 5 naira to cost them 10 naira. That's how it works. Nigeria has never done this equation at all, because we could have achieved something by now. You could have said, okay, I'm going to be this strong and I'm going to be able to develop maybe how to tar the roads, how to build bridges myself. The other people may not like it, but before they can come and stop me, it will cost them too much. But none of us have ever done the type of analysis to grow our nation. And if you don't do those basic analysis, because nothing you do in this world, you can get for free. People mention Japan, mention South Korea. Most of those nations, they earn their way, and America needs them. That's why America allows them to develop. If America doesn't need them, they will just be like every other nation that is weak. If you are weak, anybody will treat you anyhow. So far, what I will put down to our own people is that our leaders seem to lack the courage to do the right thing. Many of us sell out. Not only our leaders, many of us sell out. They don't even need to bribe us. They don't even need to threaten us. We have already sold out to them. Anything they ask us, we'll give them. Why do you think your country will develop? To me, it's very, very common sense. And I sympathize with what Kulata is saying. Till we decide as a people, especially the diasporans, start working hard. Because look at what that Provost guy did. He's pushing the boundaries. and he's doing the best that he can. He's not inventing any new thing. All this stuff they invent in Nigeria, most of it they are sold to the West. We are basically in Nigeria now. When we do research in Nigeria, we sell it to them because we can't defend the.
What research have we ever done in Nigeria?
If you go to the Ministry of Science and Technology in Nigeria, you see this section where they say intellectual property rights, how to protect it. I think the only time when they manage to secure intellectual property rights, they often sell it because they can't use it. You can't implement it in Nigeria.
No. What have they ever evolved out of that? What have we ever done?
I think we've done some things, especially regarding malaria.
Let me come in here. We've done plenty. One man, the Research Institute in Oshodi, during Babangida's time, they invented cassava peeling machine. They invented, I think, corn shredding machine, and they did special, I think, corn that produces bread, if we remember very well. But we didn't fund all of these things. I can bet the peeling machine produced in China today, they must have copied what they did at the Research Institute in Oshodi. That's why I bring everything down to finance. We don't have serious leaders, and they don't monitor anything. They don't follow up. It's all about policy, but short change here and there. India was the first set of ICT experts that went to Germany because Germany embraced ICT last in Europe. When I say Europe, the West proper, France, England, Belgium, and all the rest. It was Indians that went there. The government was like, it was a government thing. We give you our own people. And look at where they are today. You understand? These people come into Yaba, take our boys away. Is the government involved? No. The governments are not involved. Till tomorrow, Amazon advertises, our people apply, and they send them to South Africa. From South Africa, they bring them here to the US. So the government should be involved in all of this. And when they are help them with some money.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry, please, Joe. Before we are talking about government now. Before we had government, when we had Obas, when we had all these things, isn't it the same culture, the same people, the same because then too, same problem, different characters. Now, same problem, different characters. At what point in time do we point to the culture? Because definitely it's not the people. Because once those people leave that godforsaken continent and they get to a place.
Say what you really want.
Yeah, Kulata, you understand? Let me come in, please.
No, because we can blame today's government, blame 1960s government, 1904 government.
I know where you're going with it. Just say it.
I know our IQ is low.
I think it may be a new.
It's a very sensitive space. I don't want to go into.
It's our culture.
We used to have a tough culture before where people are actually accountable. Now the accountability has been taken out of the system, and we have been made to believe that the world is just benign and there's no competition. You don't have to earn your way in this world. We just think that we can just grow our economy if we just think right. No, that is not how it works. If you don't learn how to exert your own influence as a power yourself, you can't build anything. If you build anything without being able to exert your own power, you are building for the people that have it. It's just that simple. It's just like a schoolyard playground where the geek comes to the school with his sandwich and the bully will just come, doesn't have any food, but takes the geek sandwich. That's how it works. That's how the world behaves. And 70 years of doing this, we should learn by now that anything you do without exerting your own power, you are wasting your time. You can be nice all you want until they need you. Your niceness is not going to go anywhere. Well, and I don't think they need us for anything.
Sorry. Before you do go, I was coming to you because you said something, and I've heard you say it before. Do you actually truly believe that our IQ is lower than?
Not individual IQ.
That's Babati, because he has said that before. Do you think our IQ is lower than,
that was a case point. It was when I was pushing that, and we had to bring him back in because he was going too far with his Asian comparison, and he said collective intelligence that we don't have that capability. And without having that in your culture, you cannot develop to the point where you want to be. It is impossible, because you need people in your society to come together. The smart ones, it cannot be based on individual brilliance. They have to then come together and make it a collective to design the economy, the society. They have to be, so your smart IQ, showing cars, all those smart people, they have to come together to design the economy, the society. They have to be the one to do it, but they don't talk to each other, but they have issues with each other.
Do you think people like Soyinka are outliers, and the average black brain is at the level of you and I?
Okay,
do you think exceptional people like Soyinka are outliers?
With the question, one man. How many rich men in Nigeria historically have been able to sustain their legacies, where they will have a business, they have an empire? What happens oftentimes in Nigeria? Once they die, what happens to their businesses? It dies off. It might still be there, but it will not be that relevant anymore. MKO. But you see, like Bill Gates, if he dies today, that what he has will always live for forever. Or for Apple, you see all these things, they build legacies. We don't.
And what are you attributing that to? What are you attributing it to?
Because that's where I might agree with K, because I might even have to even question our so-called high IQ individuals. How IQ are you really if you cannot build legacy? If you are smart to build an empire, but when you die off, it dies with you. How smart were you really? So that begs the question: do we really have? Because if you cannot sustain what you have, then you're not really that smart, are you?
Yeah, but one man asked the question now: what makes you think? Why do you think that we are not able to do that? What is the reason?
Cultural problems.
Culture.
I think it's the environment. The environment is like you are in a ship. The environment is not suitable.
Let me reply. Let me respond. Because
why are we shying away from the fact that the black man is dumber than the average person?
Because our culture does not nurture brilliance, does not nurture innovation. You are expected to fall in line. Don't question authority. Let me give an instance. If you, as an American kid, goes and say, "Mommy, I want to study blah 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 blah," what would they do? Oh, Borio, but they'll go and do their research, study it, and say, okay, let me find someone that can help you with it. They will try to encourage you to, whatever they know. In Nigeria, as a child, if you are too outspoken, they'll shut you down. They kill dreams. Our culture is a dream killer. That is the uncomfortable truth about our culture. It kills dreams of people. Fall in line, shut the hell up. This is what we are doing, and fall in line. It does not promote innovation. It kills your dream. It's a cultural problem.
Don't you think that's a more recent thing? Because in the 60s, 70s, we had a lot of young people coming
not recent, and I'll give you an example. When the West, they went to China, they found gunpowder. They just did not stop to see that, this is exploding powder, and they marvel over it. They took it back, turned it to guns. When they gave us guns, what's the name of those guns? I forgot the name of those guns that they gave Benin Empire. I mean, the people started selling slaves to buy those guns, and then you started dominating Africa. Even before Shakabula, what did we take from those things and say, it looks like this, it looks like that, let me create this, create that, improve on it? Did we improve on it?
No. Okay. So some did, but what happened to the environment? Even if you say, okay, I this thing I can do it, they will shut you down now. Even if you as they shut you down.
Look at Japan. The small exposure they got to Western technology, they mastered it. We don't encourage. Our culture is more very backward. I'm not saying we're not brilliant people. Don't get me wrong. Individually, we're brilliant, because if you put us in an environment with a culture,
collectively we are dumb.
Collectively, we're dumb. That's not the truth. I've avoided to try to say it, but you make me say it.
Even if you want to do something, where do you go to help you promote that thing? To the same people. The first thing that, okay, can I make money from that thing? Where's my own cut? Who's going to benefit from it? That's the way they think. It's not about helping everybody else. It's about can you gain the meaning of
Hey, look at okay, they want to bring a project to Africa or something. They want to build road. The first thing is okay, they want to build train in the. Let me give example. Train in southeast area. The people that own land say you have to give me a gunjet, otherwise they won't build whatever. How much you got?
That is low IQ, one man. That is low IQ right there.
Something that you know is going to benefit. Okay, they finish building the thing. Then you now carry stock and you start taking the metals on the train because you want to eat. Then you start stealing train track. You're not thinking that on the long term, this will bring more business. I can do this, I can do that. But no, the immediate need is let me go and steal train track.
Not blame poverty. Because I'm poor.
We're talking about cultures that see, and the thing is, in the West, it's not all of them that are smart, though. But the few ones that are smart, how many Bill Gates exist? Very few. How many guys that in Facebook? They're not plenty. But they encourage.
Can you speak on that legacy thing that I mentioned earlier, where Bill Gates will build on legacy, but we
you
don't.
Build on legacy. Look,
where's legacy for Dagote if he dies? What happens?
An average Nigerian businessman that is not rent seeking for a long time, his business churns in 10 years to max 15, 20 years. It's only maybe legacy companies that they're now building those big banks that may survive. And that's because it has a lot of foreign investors in it. It has a lot of institutional investors.
Manufacturing, do we have any legacy?
But everything you are all describing is because Nigeria is unstable. If you can't be in an unstable, a ship that is unstable, and you expect to build something that will last.
If you are smart, if you are smart, you will create a stable environment. If you're smart,
individuals can do that. It's the people that will do it. I've been on the course where they said even Canada invented one very, very great aircraft that had all kinds of features that the American aircraft didn't have in the 60s or so. Then the Americans went there, took the design of the aircraft, mothballed the project, and took the engineers over to their country, and that was the end of it. That is Canada next door to America. Imagine Nigeria. If you don't have the clout to do something, you can't be able to do it. You can't have. I don't understand how we think this is true. You can just build something from nowhere. You can't. If the people don't make the nation strong, your nation is not secure. You don't make yourself valuable. Why would you expect things to be okay? It's not going to work. Every time they build something, it fails. It's not because we don't build. We build all the time.
If you're dumb, you will never get a security advantage over people that are smarter than you because there will be one leg over you. You have to be smart first.
I just said it's about raising the stakes. If you have 5 naira, you make it so that it costs 10 naira. It's not about going from 1 to 100. You just build gradually. That's how other people did it. It's not like, you just come back and say you're a superpower. You build gradually. If you secure a country enough to be able to, like Dangote, the way Dangote exists now is because we are secure to an extent. That's why it's able to survive. If we had zero security, all the investment of Dangote would just fail.
Can I ask a question? Be honest with me. Because now the man is enjoying a stable environment because he has friends in government. If he dies off, what happens to the business in 10 years? Be honest with me.
If there is instability in Nigeria,
no. All variable, all things being equal right now. What happens to his legacy in 10 years?
You say all the security thing is a misnomer, really.
Yes, I think it's at the core of it. When you mention America, you forget that America is very stable.
No. What happens?
One man, may I come in?
Bro. What happens to his companies when if he dies?
Come in after Babati. Yeah.
If Dangote dies today, I can assure you that his company will survive for the next 10 years. But I can tell you, but I project that we are going to be relatively okay for the next 10 years.
What happened to MKO's business? What happened to it?
He was in jail.
Babati. It was interrupted.
Babati.
MKO was interrupted. So
Babati.
Come in, Baba.
Okay. Thank you, one man. You see, the thing is, I'm always very reluctant to discuss this issue because I get into trouble most of the time. People abuse me, my contemporary. Oh, you wear your hat on your sleeve. Oh, you have low estimation of your race and blah, on and on and on. Firstly, I will admit, I know it's a cultural thing. Our culture is a dream killer. Take, for instance, simple things like how we hold our pen. You understand? I know the beating you will receive as a child to teach you how to Britishly, let me put it, Britishly hold a pen. You understand? But you see, you come to the West here, you see how some people hold the pen as if they want to punch you, and they write very finely with that. A child is using the left to right, and we think it's a taboo. No, change to right. Change to right. Maybe left comes naturally to that child.
I'm left-handed, by the way. We'll carry on.
So they force you to use your right. Your dream is killed. Your ability is stunted. And let's not forget, when we mention this thing too, when we talk about outliers, you understand? There is advantage to most of the rich people. Dangote was born into a very rich family. I think he got his first loan of about 6 million naira way back sometime. If you read his biography, same thing with Rabiu, same thing with even
Baba, sorry, these people are not creators, they're not innovators. Okay,
they got money from their parents. You need a start from somewhere, so you need capital, you need a push. We lack all such things back home here. You understand? Back home, when you don't have in a race of life, you understand, somebody with the means is at the 50 meters for a 100 meters race. You understand?
Sure, yeah.
And you are just starting at 100 meters. It's going to finish ahead of you.
Okay, if I can chime in.
Sorry, Prince. Yeah, I'm coming to you. But you see this thing that you keep saying that they're not innovators. You know, there are actually only few innovators in the world. Even the Americans are not innovators. You know, the people that are actually innovators in America, they were those German Jews that they harvested during the Second World War. So that's where American technology comes from. It's harvested brains, German Jews. So the innovators are very few.
It's not necessary.
Well, okay, well, that's not what you're right. What you said about the German Jews or the Russian Jews, scientists, whatnot, that is true. But when I say innovators, we talk about simple, creative people that are creative. So you can say that what you just said, but the reality is that, you know, what Baba just described there. These people are not, I give them credit for their business acumen and their ability to do business, but they've not created anything new. Okay, so back to you, one man. See, okay, what is creativity or innovation? Well, we know if you list the top 10, I don't know, we say services or product being used today in the world, I can guarantee you're gonna come up with about maybe 7 or 8 being from America. Okay, you want to go to Twitter? Is it Facebook? Is it what? Instagram part of it? Is it, name it? And these people, they're not necessarily super smart.
You know, I can contend with you that the science behind everything that you're attributing to America is not American. America.
Oh man, there is no American.
Hold on,
and of people from all over the world. So
and I will not say, I'll not dispute that with you. But again, see, to be creative, see, you don't necessarily have to do something or create something new from scratch, but you can take an existing thing that exists and make something out of it. We all know that most of this technology in today's world is built on the backbone of the internet or some other computers back in the 60s or 70s. But nonetheless, say, it's the creativity of these individuals that brought about this innovation in our society. Okay, so when we go around saying the Nigerians are the smartest and all these things, okay, fine. And that's why I forgot the person that spoke earlier, talking about the difference why maybe Africans or Black people, Nigerians are not in the same level, so to speak, as these other people, is because, see, there's one thing to be smart individually. There's an individual smartness. There's group smartness and the smartness of a country. See, we don't have a smart country. We may have very smart people, but we don't have a smart country. The reason why China, Japan, and all these other places are so smart is because of their society. They have a smart society. A smart society brings about ingenuity and creativity. Don't knock that. See, it's not impressive to be smart. We have a bunch of people with PhD degrees from Harvard and Yale. What have they done? We have Chimamanda Adichie. What is so special about her? She went to Harvard. So what? What's so special about her? Nothing. What has she created? Nothing. But the creators don't necessarily go to the best schools. Quick story, by the way. Quick story. 1 second, Mike.
Yeah, I want to support the point when you're done.
Quick story from Bezos. We all know Jeff Bezos. Once upon a time, the richest person, maybe still the richest person. He talked about.
Is he not Iranian, by the way? But carry on. Yeah, carry on.
What is it? See, it doesn't matter if you're even Iranian or Nigerian. See, the country where the wealth is created is more important than the individual, if you ask me. But you probably don't agree with that. So back to Bezos. Bezos grew up in Seattle, whatnot, and he talked about going to school. I can't remember what school he went to. Is it a Yale or Harvard? But anyways, it was study. It wanted to be an astrophysicist. That's what he wanted to study. And it was an okay student. It was brilliant. Of course, again to Yale or Harvard. But his classmate was this guy from Sri Lanka. One of those, I know it's not India or Pakistan, one of those countries, Sri Lanka or Fiji. But anyway, this young guy was so smart that the problem that Bezos was trying to solve, it took him overnight, and I don't think he even solved the problem. So they approached the guy from Sri Lanka, and the guy just took like a few minutes and looked at the problem, and gave him the answer. So no, this is how you do it. Bezos was so perplexed and disappointed at the same time, and like, oh damn, maybe I shouldn't be in this field. I shouldn't be doing this. But guess what? I don't know if he finished that school, but I can guarantee right now, I think he said it. The guy that showed him how to solve the problem, so it's brilliant. The guy is probably working for some company right now. Well, Bezos became a billionaire because of his creativity. He started Amazon. When Amazon started, okay, they were selling books.
It wasn't creativity, it was white privilege, but carry on.
No, okay, that's a lazy argument. I would never go for that. See, maybe Kalacha should jump in. That's a lazy argument.
What are you doing? What is white privilege for? Come on now, don't do that.
You know, sorry, carry on with your thoughts, but let me just you know that Indian guy or Bangladeshi guy
Basil,
that prince that they just used as an example. He would not be able to open the doors that Bezos will be able to open as a white person to opportune him to land where he is. So he did not especially have any creative juices flowing through him.
No, see, that's the part of 1 second. That's the part of our backwardness. No.
Prince, wait.
Go ahead.
One man, why do you think that is? Because his own community have built enough capital to enable them have leverage over others, superiority complex and dominance. You get the point? What have you built collectively as a people to have the same leverage with them? To enable your own citizens have that level of dominance over other people. You don't have that. So it's not
smart
racism.
Society.
It's just a smart society. It's not racism, one man.
It's not privilege.
And that's the level you need to get to.
It's not white privilege.
No, white privilege is not racism, by the way. It's a bias towards your own.
So what about Fulani privilege? What about Yoruba privilege and Igbo privilege?
Well, they don't argue with this Republican people. Don't worry yourself.
No. You know that Babati is a white supremacist. Anyway, we all know that.
Sort of, I guess as much as possible.
Yes.
But quickly, to your point, see, you probably know that Amazon, when it started, lost money for like over 10 years. They were in the negative. Okay, it didn't make much of money. They lost money every year, consecutively. They lost a bunch of money, but they stayed with the game plan and invested, believing in what it was doing, even though some quit. Okay, just like what happened to Apple, right? The Apple computers. One of the co-founders, it built out, but Apple Jobs stuck with it, and see what it came about. Okay, so I don't believe there's privilege in every society. What do you mean? There's no privilege in China? There's so much privilege in China. It's a joke. Okay, so we can continue to complain about all these things, that we're the smartest and all these things. It doesn't matter. What you can do with your talent is what matters. Your society that you come from. That's why people come from all over the world to America, and it's like they make it, or they're much smarter than the next person around the world. Not so much, because it's a society that provides that environment that nurtures your creativity to be great.
One man, can I jump in at one point?
Come in after Babati. After Babati, come in.
When you speak as a black man, nobody's behind you now. You're your own. But when they speak, they have people behind them. That's the difference. You don't feel like you have anybody supporting you now. When you speak as a black person, you don't feel like I have people that have my back. You feel like you're just by yourself. But when they speak, they know their own community has their back. So the confidence comes in. That's the leverage.
Yeah, but really it's economics, isn't it? But come in, Mike. Yeah, come in, Mike.
Okay. One fundamental thing we need to understand is talent is everything. You understand? And people have said it all. The root of the problem there is culture, the mentality. That's the root of it. I'll prove it to you. Now, when I say talent is everything, Einstein is a genius in physics. Now, if you put Einstein in other area like biology or something, he'll be useless. That's not his area. He's a genius in physics. Michael Jordan is a genius in basketball. Messi is a genius in soccer. When they say people are, innovate or invent something, it's just genius in that area. You understand? That's what it is. Now, in every country, in every society, you always find that kid, that child. And when you discover talent, usually when people discover their calling in life is when they are kids, when they are children. You will see that kid gravitating towards one thing. If he's very good in football, he gravitate towards football. If he's a kid good in science or something, maybe in physics things, you see that child always in a trash can picking wires, try to pull wire to get that, just doing things, making a car. We all know those children in Lagos now. We're growing up. There's always that boy they can't only wires with you or pangolo everything. You will start putting things together. That's how you know that's his calling in life. Now, where I say culture is the problem is in all these other society. When adults or people see a child like that, they're like, wow, this kid is very gifted in this thing, very gifted in this thing. And immediately they're thinking, let me invest in him. Or let me find a way to put him into somewhere. And it doesn't have to be related to them. Now, let me tell you guys a personal story why I will prove to you that our culture, our mentality is the killer of the root of all our problem. Now, there's this Nigerian guy that's the #1 basketball player in NBA right now, Giannis, right? I read his story. I saw his story. And what I found out was the guy was just a very athletic, tall kid in Greece, working. He knew nothing about basketball. And one Greek man saw him. I'm like, this guy has potential. He's great tall. He's very athletic, for his height. And the guy saw potential in him. He saw like, okay, this guy can be. So he literally approached him and trying to put him, because the guy saw the vision, puts him into the basketball to the point where this man was even paying his parents, just not to kill his dream. This man is not related to him. He's not related to him. Now, I saw it. I'm like, let me do the same thing in Nigeria. I call my people in Nigeria, friends, bunch of people, like, guys, you know what? Me too, I want to discover one special guy that's any talent, football talent, because I met this guy. He used to play for Inter Milan. He lives in my mom's neighborhood. So I met him. His name is Mohamed Kalon. He used to play for Milan, Monaco. So me and him, we chatted. So the guy told me that now he's like an agent scout. He does things and he's going for coaching. So now, this is connection. So that means if I discover one special talent in Nigeria, I can just invest in that small boy, breed him up and connect him. So I was telling my friends and people I know in Nigeria, like, come, I won't give you assignment. In fact, I will pay you if you can fulfill this thing. Go around Lagos, find me one boy that's below age of 10. That is just special. Like, you see that the guy, they dominate for neighborhood, anything like that. Just let me find one. One, I know everybody did. They were all bringing in their own song or their relative children. That's what they were all doing. Nobody went around to look for that talent. So when I say, come, I ask you to go around, find me talent. You're bringing me your son or your. Guess what they are saying? Why would I be going to be investing in another person? Why would they go help another person picking makeup? You see the mentality there? They don't. To the point where one guy argued with me for 1 hour to convince me that I'm stupid. That why would I want to go and discover another person's child and help him become superstar or something? What the hell? The guys look at me like I'm crazy. They literally, they were all looking at me like I'm stupid. Wow, that's why don't you try to help your own child? I'm like, well, my child doesn't have the talent. They say, but they still look at me like I'm crazy. Like, why would you want to spend your time, your effort, to go and find someone that's not related to you to help him become superstar? You see the mentality between an average Nigerian and a Greek man. So what I'm saying is we all see these talents in the children. We Thomas shape, we have magical this thing. But at the end of the day, when we come here to talk to say, why we say, oh, why the government is not investing? Is it Tinubu that's in the Asari Rock that will discover that boy in your neighborhood? Or is it you? Why can't all of you in that neighborhood put your money, find that kid that has that genius, whether it's a genius in science, or is a genius in football, or is a genius in anything. Why can't we all say, maybe this guy can save the whole neighborhood? Let's all gather money and invest in that one picking or that one person. But Nigeria will never do it. Like, as long as you're not related to me, I'm not putting my money on you or investing in you. So it's our mentality, culture. That's what it is.
So this kid that you were looking for, with talent, were you doing it for altruistic reasons or for profit?
Not for profit at all. Because I've changed. I saw the story of how the guy. It's just me. And like, in fact, maybe because I left Nigeria, I spent so much time around Igbo people, I see the way they do things because they are more about community, helping each other. Maybe because I've left Nigeria, that's why I don't think like Nigerians anymore. But to me, I just feel like, because when I was a kid, honestly, I was very good in football. I wish someone discovered me. I just felt like, you know what? To me, this is my picture. When I look at France play, I see Pogba, I see Mbappe. I always wish we have Nigeria and there's out there in the stage where I can be proud to say, look at Nigeria, we are dominating. Because when I hang around Jamaicans, other Africans, they always tell us about the 90s, how Super Eagles used to, they were fan of Nigeria because Super Eagles.
You have Bukayo Saka now.
He's playing for England. So I have that will. I wish with Nigeria I can just produce our own Messi. So in my mind, I'm like, I know there exists, but I won't mind investing $10,000, $20,000 on that one Messi if I can find it in Nigeria or something. I don't mind. I don't care if in the future it will pay me back. I just want to see it happen in my lifetime when Nigeria produces the world best player. But average Nigeria don't give a shit about. They're not thinking that far. They can't think that far. Like, let's all get together and find our own Lionel Messi and invest on him. If you can't do that with football, what makes you think we'll do that in science? When that one is not even a clear-cut thing that is guaranteed that genius will end up innovating or inventing anything. But we're not willing. It's just our mentality. That's what the problem is. Imagine if everybody say, okay, let me invest in another person picking. That's what our problem is. That's the difference between
but to be fair, that Greek man, that story of the Greek man, that's an anomaly now. That's not a regular common occurrence now.
Not true.
Woman, it's a mentality. Yeah, it's how
that has a passion for something and then just happened upon that. The average person is, I don't know what it's like in America, but that's not what it's like here.
Woman, in America here, I have two nieces of mine. They are going to Rice University. They already knew we were going like 2 years before they graduated because they skipped 2 classes. They celebrate brilliance here. When you're the brilliant child or chap, they look for you.
My younger sister now.
My best friend in Nigeria, Mike. We used to go to literary and debating for physics. I didn't even know I was going to go into healthcare, but physics was my thing. He used to push me a lot. Bro, I went to Nigeria in 2017. I met this guy, Monkeni. Do you know what he does now? A parallel, flush down, everything. He does jingle on radio now. The country changed its destiny. He does jingle on radio.
That's true.
Can you imagine?
The village people have found it.
And quickly, one man, quickly say to Mike's story.
Sorry, let's have Babati land and then come in.
In America here now, it will have been a hot cake. But see what I'm saying? The society, they cannot kill this destiny. They kill these dreams. It's a dream killing society. I'm sorry. They kill your hopes and dreams and aspirations. Sorry, go ahead, man.
All right, Prince, come in. But before you come in, Prince, what exciting life you lived as a young man, Babati, literary and debating society in physics. Yeah, when your mates were drinking and smoking, literally and debating. Look at that. I sense it with pride.
No.
One man, I will put this challenge. I will say this. See, right now, I'm investing in a lot of youth. Like anybody that come here to complain about Nigeria, if you can't come here to point at one child or one person you're investing in that has talent in that country, or don't even open your mouth and come and cry about, ga. I don't want to hear it. I challenge every one of you in that country, please find at least the minimum. Find one Peking, they go get bring and be paying for his school fees. Just one person. That's if you can start doing that, then you earn the right to criticize government or anybody else. If you're not doing it, just shut the hell up. Don't come here and be talking. Because those same people, I told you about, they were telling me that, you won't go hype another man picking. You're going to gather all day. They swear for Nigeria. No good though. The country no good though. That's what they do all day. But are they paying? Are they contributing anything? Are they paying their own dues? Are they giving their own sacrifice for the betterment? They are not. So crybabies. That's what black man is. The black man is the mentality, man.
You know what they call what you just described, Mike. There's a phrase for each. They call it each one teach one. Each one teach one. Prince Daddy. Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. To Mike's story, your question was it altruistic? What does it matter? It don't matter. See, that's one thing about the West. Do you know even back in segregation or right after slavery in America, see, the white man didn't care if you found a black person that had talent that can make you money. A good example would be, look at this guy, Jack Johnson was the boxers in the 1930s. This guy was driving cars, like expensive cars, making a bunch of money. It was a black person that could fight boxing, and the white people invested in him. Okay, they could have stopped him from performing or fighting. They could have. That guy didn't have any power. So it doesn't matter if you're going to make money from that kid that knows how to play soccer, that has talents. As long as you're able to showcase that kid and let the kid grow up to be whatever he wants to be and be great. And in so doing, if you are profitable, why not? There's nothing wrong with that. But just like you guys said, in Africa, we kill talent. People will go out of their way to destroy you. See, that's the difference. So we don't nurture anything. And society, see, no matter if you have a talent in the closet, it doesn't serve anybody. See, society plays a part in your greatness, in your development, in everything that you do. No matter how rich you are, okay, as a person, you can't single-handedly build a skyscraper by yourself. You need the help of people. By the end of the day, people will give you credit as an individual for building the skyscraper. So society is very important. A smart society, a society that nurtures talent, individuals, just like Mike said, they're thinking. We don't think that way. We don't think for ourselves. And that's a big problem, actually, in Africa, in Nigeria, whatever. Because we think individually, but we like to talk as if we're so cultural. We're so cultural. And to somebody's point earlier also, it's the ability to organize our society is paramount than any other thing. And that's why the white people, the Europeans and Americans, they're so good. A structured, well-organized environment is great. Look at China today. China is great. Well, of course, I won't recommend their form of organization of their society, but nonetheless, it works. It works, and that's what they are producing. If we can find a system that works, that allows us to organize our environment to be productive, why not? But we're so individualistic in most of the things that we do. And that's why we're not producing.
See, even till today, when you tell them that they need security, they tell you they don't care. And they think they are different from their ancestors. This is the same thing. I just learned that the Nembe chief or king killed 43 European British men. And guess what? Instead of him to learn how they build their ships and all the rest, he engaged in a ceremonial cannibalism, basically. And the kind of things we do.
Is that a true story? Is that a true story?
It's actually a true story. He killed 43 British men and ate them, and then there is the King George of Bobo. He sent his children overseas. He think this today about our leaders have started sending their children overseas. And in the end, where did they do? They send him to exile. And that king that did that stuff, the same thing, exile. They don't kill them because they know they use them as what they call it, hostages. And this is what our leaders are doing. Rather, many of them have properties overseas. They are all compromised. That was the time when I was speaking to Rotimi yesterday. I asked him about why, given that we have compromised leaders, why do Nigerians expect anything different? See, the reason why we are where we are, I don't think it's because we are not intelligent. There is a macro effect that we are not seeing. If you look at all the countries that went to war in the Second World War and maybe in the 50s or so with external powers, they are all doing better than us now. In the case of North Korea, they were completely flattened, and yet they are built more than we have. I tell you, the reason why nations come together is because something has happened to them, either a conflict, You all must have heard where they say, oh, this president wants to go to war because he wants to unite the country because the country is too divided. They want to unite the country. Because when people feel a certain threat, they tend to put their differences aside and come together. As Nigerians, we've not felt that. As many Black African countries, the only time we felt it was around late 18th centuries, and all those people that experienced it died away, and the white people conditioned us and programmed us to adore them and see them as our teachers and all the rest of it before they even before the 1960s. So what is happening to us is something that is flying over our head. Because if you look at the patterns, look at all the countries that lost the war in the Second World War, they're all doing better than Nigeria today. Every single one of them. They have gone on to advance a lot better than us. Why? Because even when you lose, you still understand that, you know what, we need to band together to fix our affairs. And that's what they do. And I thought I was the one that was just making this up, that the data was lying to me until I asked the question. Ask the question yourself on ChatGPT. Ask, do nations that suffer invasion, do they go on to develop? And they will give you the reasons. And there are people that are postulating this theory.
You know, to Nigeria, during that wave of independence, the estimation was that the African continent, and especially Nigeria, will be the first wave of countries to break through, far ahead of all this India, Pakistan, and all of that. The expectation that we were meant to be the next to come up.
Because we didn't understand what was required. We just thought. It was a serious mistake we made, and we in a way, our forefathers didn't leave us much of a choice, because they didn't leave any kind of legacy. If you look at all the African countries that really fought the Europeans when Europeans were in Africa, they are the ones that seem to be exerting their independence a little bit more. Look at South Africa. Because Mandela still has the memory of fighting the Europeans in South Africa. South Africa is exerting its independence a lot more. Zimbabwe, the same thing, that fought the Europeans up to the 60s or even 70s. They exert their independence. Algeria, the same thing. We didn't have any uniting factor.
Zimbabwe is a basket case now. I'm not sure that
let's see. If you look at their life expectancy, it's better than Nigeria. Almost everything, they are better than us. No, let's not. Sometimes we buy into this propaganda that they sell to us.
Do you know?
With all the sanctions on them, if they have a better life expectancy than us, that should tell you something. That even with all the freedom we have, what is it doing for us? It's not getting us anywhere. We keep playing this game, and Nigeria is such an important country in Africa. Is like, if we get our act right, there's a lot of gains. I don't even understand it. To me, security investment is an economic investment. Our GDP, let me make the last point. Our GDP is depressed because of lack of security. We have IDP camps in the country, our women getting kidnapped, all kinds of nonsense is happening in the country. If you put it in that kind of stuff, you are creating an environment that businesses can make long-term decisions in. Why would they come here to invest? They will go to Ghana or somewhere they feel a little bit safer. And even Ghana is living on the wind and the prayer. No black country has any sense of sovereignty right now. And no matter what you do, no matter what you say, I'm telling you, we'll talk about this 5 years from now. If we don't fix that stuff, we'll remain there. And that's if we don't even go back. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Oriola into the conversation. So, Oriola, good to see you. Come in.
Same here. Just to the last speaker, before I actually go back to the initial topic that we're discussing, all the countries that you actually compare us to, you have to realize that they didn't lose their language, and they didn't lose their culture. So that's one thing you have to look at. So you shouldn't compare us to them, because they still have what holds them together. The basic is there. Us, slavery kind of ruined everything for us. So to the initial topic that everybody was discussing, here's what I think. I think slavery kind of like did a lot of damage to us, because you have to remember, I think we have critical thinking. People saying it looks like we're not matching up to what we think we are. I agree, but I think that we lost everything when they kind of like they split the entire race in a way. So I'll give you an example. Critical thinking comes in when, so we need water. Then everybody's scrambling for water. How do we create water? If you look at it, they create well. they say house. I mean, if you remember, as we know, they have like the mode. The clay house. That's critical thinking. Somebody invented for us to be able to have house. So us, and there's some other things. So like, for example, even before the slavery era, there was gold mining. You have the Ogun. I'm talking about the culture
Why do you
that I
keep
know.
saying slavery? We're not enslaved. I mean, why you keep saying slavery so
We
often?
did. We were enslaved. They took many people away. So the people.
But none of them are here now on
The,
this platform. I mean, come on.
here, listen. The people abroad, they're one of us. So
Yeah, but we're not talking about them. They're in the Caribbean and America. We're talking about Africans today. Those ones that died left behind. Slavery has nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but they already mess up your culture. You're not intact. Do you even speak your language? You don't. Do you
What does
even
that have to do with slavery?
What do you mean
What
that
do you
South
mean?
Africa and
Isn't
Zimbabwe
that,
preserve
wait,
their
wait, wait,
culture?
wait, wait. Isn't slavery that splits the entire stolen your people and they come back and actually tell you that they want to
No, slavery didn't split anybody. They sold people out,
it
and
did,
that's it.
man. But what are you talking? It did. Slavery did. Slavery split families.
Okay, explain how slavery split us in Africa.
They were selling people. They were set with first they were stealing us. They stole us. Now
No, we
get
sold us.
into
We sold ourselves.
selling. Wait. Then no. We didn't start selling ourselves before. They were selling us first. Then after we saw what they're doing, and people pick up on that, and they're now selling us as well. We now started selling ourselves. So don't say that didn't ruin families. Because okay, you're saying that, oh, how does that affect us? That didn't split family apart. It did.
See, but that is not where
That
the
has nothing to
problem
do
is.
with. We still have.
Europeans were also divided. They slaughtered each other in the Second World War. Did you see them losing their mind? See, you said South Africa. Let me ask you.
Let him land.
Let him land.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
But he has a train of thought. Let him get a train.
Wait. The point you just made about the Europeans selling themselves, Africans were selling themselves as well before they invaded us. You have to remember that, because we were doing that as well. It's different from when someone now take you away and they were treating you not the same way that when they are the European and the African and the Middle Eastern, when they practice their own slavery. It's not the same way as when this transatlantic slavery. It's different. The way people were treated, the way I don't want to go into slavery, but the point I'm trying to make
Let me ask you, how does slavery affect me? Talk me right now. What does slavery have to do with me?
Okay. How does slavery affect you?
Sorry, Oriola. I feel as though you deviated somewhat into that slavery space. I think you wanted to make a wider point, but
I didn't want to talk about slavery. Yeah. I didn't want to talk. I would just, the point I'm trying to make is this. All saying that we don't have the intellect to actually create. Yeah, of course, we know that after a lot of things happen to us, critical thinking or the mindset of, okay, for example, we lack power in Nigeria. What is wrong with us by asking ourselves? So, for example, I think that I might be wrong. Lanterns in Nigeria is created by who? I think it's created by us from putting oil in a little bowl, and they will have a little, they light it up. That's invention, because you feel like, okay, there's darkness, then you
We
bring
did
light.
not create that.
Who created that?
It was imported.
I'm not talking about okay, lantern was imported, but before lantern, if you remember, if you watch like Nigerian movies, and you have like this little bowl, and they will put
it's called a wick and oil. Yes.
Right. But what I'm saying is we have that brain to be able to say that, oh, there's darkness, then we need light. Then that's how anything technology or anything invention works, like it's step by step. So if we can create something like that, then we move over to be like, okay, how can we make it a little bit way better that I don't have to be carrying a bowl? I guess that's where the lantern comes in. And like you said, it's now us that created it. But the point I'm trying to make is he has gained to a point where we have we have made to be seen that whatever we have is not as important or is not up there, that we lack that critical thinking of ourselves to be able to create something. And that goes to us, like every single thing that we need in that country, we are always looking outside for it. So we all know that there's season. So for example, they said they want to create silo. That's no brainer. It's something that we ourselves, because we know like the season for maize is different from, it's not year round. So how come we can't have that thinking that, okay, all the maize that just go and they turn or they become bad, how can we save them? How can we have a way for us to like save these things, that during the season that we can mass produce maize, then we know that we have a silo or we have something that is safe and we can bring those to market. I just feel like instead of us, those little things is being taken away from us. So that's one. Two, we have the learning, the way we learn. Every country that creates something, please just look at it. Their learning process is usually through their mother tongue. We understand, we comprehend better, because there's difference between understanding and actually comprehending. Like a lot of us, we just talk, we listen, or we hear, but we're not really listening because we don't comprehend exactly what it is. And that point comes to like when you say people move abroad. I have so many, to be honest, let me use myself. When I memorized stuff when I was in Nigeria. I memorized everything. I don't understand nothing. And I moved to a different country. I realized that even the exam that we're going to have the next day or in a week, they gave us all the questions to study. And I'm like, I'm going to pass all of this. I look like a genius in front of everyone, and I'm not a genius. That's the fact that memorizing is different from actually comprehending, understanding that you yourself can use your brain from what you see to be able to create something out of it. That's what I think. Look, I hate to say this. A lot of us come here because we can memorize. You see doctors, you see lawyers, you see every engineer. But when it comes to actually creating, inventing stuff, we lack that. That's because the process of us learning was more like we memorized those things, and we have created our brain has built in that way that we can, anything that we see, we look at it, we actually have it in our brain, like right there. But that does not mean that if
do you think we're dumber than others?
I don't think we're dumb. I just think that the foundation is like I think the foundation is bad. Imagine that all that we're learning is in, if you're Yoruba or Hausa or something. Because you have to remember that even we don't learn our first language. Anybody that has with first language, they don't learn it. They just grab it. It's more like, I have a kid. She hasn't even started like pre-K, whatever, but she can speak. And it's not like they learn. It's not something like they learn. She can watch.
Nobody learns their first language.
Exactly. So if you're learning with that, don't you think you will understand and comprehend better than something that you go to school to learn?
No, that's an established theory, what you said, because even in learning there is nuance. And if you're learning in a language in a second language, no matter how at ease you are with that language, some of the nuances you would not get because you're not culturally baked into that language. So yes, no, that's an established theory.
Right.
Can I ask you a question?
Professor Socio-political and all that. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think our people were enslaved and then they went on to be colonized? What did you think we lacked?
We didn't lack anything from what I've seen. Because if you look, I don't think we lack anything. I just think greedy, because even from what I've read, because so I will explain what I've read. So, for example, now, the people diaspora, like African American, if you go on, they have their own archive, where this will mean that a lot of stuff that maybe 3 or 4 generations before us, what they've told them is archived. So example, like if you, I don't know if you've heard of Uncle Tom before. Uncle Tom is basically a guy from Abeokuta that was enslaved, and everybody thought that everybody thought that he was being what's the word I'm looking for? That he was trying to associate more with the white and giving them information. But that's the story that we were told, but that wasn't true.
Okay, but what is it? Why were they able to colonize us? That's the question.
Yeah, but you have to remember, they first enslaved us and they colonized us.
I think it's cultural naivety.
No, I think because I didn't want to go. This is a big. The best way I can do is this. I think is the best I can. I think you should check up on the archive that I just mentioned to you, African American Studies. They have archive. After reading those things, you will realize some of the things that happened that made. So first, the enslavers, and Portuguese started it, and British. Like there used to be like Africans like slaves in British before they moved all of them to the island that they colonized, they now colonize. So, United States also did the same thing after Columbus found the United States in 13th century. And from there, they started like bringing people here after they killed the majority of the Native Americans. So, and they, at one point, there's too much blacks in the US. So they had to like, they had to send some of them to Liberia, to Haiti, just like French send a lot of stuff to Haiti, and British in this 17th century when they decided they don't want blacks in their country anymore.
How do we exactly why were they able? Because I'm trying to flesh something out that hasn't changed. Why were they able to colonize us? Because we would have said no.
Hold on, Oriola. To Niger, you clearly have a theory. So give us that theory. So give us your theory.
The theory is very clear. There are 3 fundamentals that our forefathers made a mistake in. You said it yourself. This in cultural naivety. Personally, I put it down to threat assessment completely off the grid, broken. Secondly, we didn't have this in security. And we didn't have this in technological, this in innovation. And all these things are still in place today. None of them we've changed. And that is why we are where we are.
Well, did you know that even when we're talking about slavery, did you know that some of our people actually fought back? And some of the people that weren't even took away, they came on board, they actually they came with some of the ship. And do you realize that some of the blacks actually worked with the white as well? Do you realize that some of the technology that you're mentioning now, do you realize that some of us actually participate in those things? So the thing I find it so I don't want to like, start telling story.
In the end, that is what caused it. It doesn't matter. In the end, that is the areas we failed.
So now, let me ask you guys a question.
Participated or not, that is the areas we failed in. That's why they
So
were
now, can I ask you on the real life
exert their will on us. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think Europeans would have successfully, got those slaves without the collaboration of the Africans?
No,
all right. Hold on.
Sure.
Before you answer that, just allow me a window to do a bit of administrative stuff. The super chats that have come in, of course, led by the mighty Alexander Gomez, are the equal might, but only he would differ somewhat. That's Ayo doing the welcome bit. Ayo carries on with that space, and Prince Daddy, who has joined that trilogy, he continues to hold that space steady. Ayo, of course, never to be beaten, always outnumbered, never outgunned. Audi, also known as Rotimi, he's in that space. I think he's prodding something at Akulata with that super chat right there. Muslim gun, I think he was trying to assert something or the other. And then RD continues. So RD went to Harvard. So maybe you want to come on and give us your Harvard brain to this conversation. So that's all that. And you know, of course, when I do that readout, it only means one thing. The civilian administration is over, military takeover. So this is more where two Nigeria will come into his own. The jack boots are to the ready. General Thomas, here he comes.
Where's the opening answer?
Welcome to the new era, new dawn. You guys, how are you guys? Are you doing good?
Yeah. Welcome.
Are you scared of the military man? Nobody
Not
talks.
at all. Not at all. You are welcome.
Dictator Thomas and
Yeah.
Dictator to Nigeria. You guys are the same.
General Lagbaja.
Somebody want to answer the question? Yeah.
Yeah, go
ahead with the question.
I asked the question. I say, would the Europeans that we all claiming, they came, would they have successfully had captured slaves without the collaboration of the Africans?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So we did it,
and
they weren't successful.
They were dying when they went inland, so they needed people in the coastal regions, like the rivers people, like that. Those Nembe chief that attacked them in the end, and King Jaja of Opopo. They were trading with the Europeans, helping them go inland, bring the slaves. The moment they were able to go inland, they colonized Africa. That was when they discovered the cure for malaria. With the moment they discovered.
Second question for you too, Naja. Without the collaboration of Africans, would they have colonized Africa?
I've just told you now. Yes, they.
Okay, so we are the one. That's our problem. we are the one. We are the one doing everything to ourselves, even till today.
Yeah.
Without the collaboration, without the collaboration of our leaders, would they be taking our resources?
No.
The answer is also no.
It's the same problem we still have today.
No. I think we shouldn't look at it. That view, we shouldn't look at it like that.
Why shouldn't we look at
it? Let me land. The reason why I said we shouldn't look at it like that is every race has saboteur. Like there's people that will sabotage whatever you're doing. So us looking at it that way, we kind of, I feel like we're just kind of like demeaning ourselves in a way, because even the European, the Asians, they sabotage themselves as well. In this case, it just what I think in this case is more like they got us, they use us, and now they train some people to now use those people to beat us down again. So first they use ourselves to do slavery, and now they come back with some of our people that they train for colonization. So you have to remember that slavery is different from colonization. So,
there are two key areas.
It's two different things.
Let me just add something to what you said. See, the way it worked was that first they came in, traded with us, slavery, and we were using them to fight each other, like the French.
They never traded with us. They were doing it by themselves before they actually.
Let me just finish my point. So they were fighting each other. The British will fight the French, and the French will fight the Spanish. We were using them against each other. Then they were trading with us. Don't say they were just catching us. They were trading with us. And when they found the cure for malaria, then the two things came together. When they found the cure for malaria, they had a meeting amongst themselves in Europe and at the Berlin conference, and they united. Once they united, they had the cure for malaria. They were able to go into the inner part of Africa, and that's why suddenly in the late 18th century they started colonizing everywhere. in Africa.
So Naja,
And now,
are you
and
saying
now,
that?
just to sound another warning, when they came into like Nigeria, because you know now every Nigerian has to be treating malaria every year, and it was a problem for them to stay in Nigeria. That's why they left this in Nigeria too. And now what they are doing now is that they are doing the malaria vaccine that they are testing in Nigeria now and Ghana. And these are warning signs that people don't pay attention to, because if they get immunity now to malaria, then there's no restriction. These are people that want to go to Mars. They can come and take over and just live in Africa too, if they wanted to anyway. So it's something we should just keep an eye on.
Wait, when you said they find cure for malaria, you know, like they're not doing it for us. They were doing it for themselves to be able to sustain it.
Supposed to be doing it for you.
That is my point. Exactly.
So,
they're not going to do it for you.
Wait. No. Well, listen. So we already ourselves, when we got sick, we already have a way that we treated ourselves. So them bringing their own, and if you look at it now, everybody used whatever they came up with. Even like the clinical trial that's going on now, that we didn't came up with. But I think that's beside the point. That the caption, I just feel like the basic thing is missing from us. That's what I think.
What is
like
the basic thing that we're
just
missing?
said, okay, for example, the basic thing that I think is this. Let's imagine that all the education that we do in Nigeria is a basic thing. We don't find it like I have to speak English, or I have to speak English, or I have to look up to someone in order for me to do something in a way where, okay, I know that science is written in your specific language, meaning you can think in your own way of doing things. Because a lot of times what I think is this, we think of invention in a way that even if we try to invent it, it won't look as standard as the people that brought it to us. But in a way that stuff that we want to create it is like us. We feel it. It's more like you're using your language to interpret what you want to create. So let me give you an example. We want to create power now. Everybody is now saying, "Oh, let's bring Siemens. Let's bring this." What? There's so many ways to generate power. For example, if we learn those things, everybody will understand that water. We can use water. I'm definitely sure people know.
Oriola, do you think Awo and all the others didn't know all this before now?
No, I wouldn't do that. I brought what you just said now. I brought it here before. But he was Awolowo was a good guy, but I think that part of what he did, in a way, was something that he messes us up in a way. And a lot of people.
Sorry. The point I'm making is that
can you be specific?
I would say it's all the roads, all the TVs, all the things that he created in the western region. Then was he us the people, or was he your western region people that actually create those things, like the road, like the TVs? No. Because we have the money to have people come and put those things down. To say that we are with them is more like, okay, Israel.
Did you just mention Israel? You muted yourself somehow.
The thing is, what we are missing. What we are missing.
What did you say about Israel?
Yeah, all the roads. Where were the engineers from? Were they the Western region engineers that create the civil engineers that create the road for you?
So what does it matter?
It matters. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm saying. The critical thinking is missing. So that means if your road is bad,
hold on. See, you are not understanding. You see, there are certain things that come before the other. I agree. Self-awareness. You have to have the enabling environment. If you don't have the environment,
you guys are chasing people away. I think I was contributing well now. They got all wrong because I don't turn the whole thing to.
Leave
This
him now if he wants to
go
go.
IQ
Leave
shit.
him. See, can we leave it? If he wants to go, he can go. It's not by force. People have to stay. We can have
Even
our
General
conversation.
Thomas don't fall asleep within 3 minutes.
See,
Enter.
you wonder why we have problems.
General,
Some people are not honest about actually trying to get to the bottom. They just want to come online and have a laugh and all the rest. For someone like me, I'm worried about our own survival. So I'm having a genuine conversation here, and I'm open to
Go
good
ahead,
suggestions.
please. Go ahead.
So if you have to have an enabling environment that nurtures this innovation. And one of the ways you do that, like even Iran is able to pull off, is to secure your country and ensure that your people can think for themselves like a free people.
So Naja, what the hell are you talking about, man?
I know.
So are you saying because they haven't secured Nigeria, is the reason why we can't think, we can't innovate?
Okay, now, okay, good question.
We need 5 million soldiers before Nigeria can start learning how to
Good
make.
Good question. If you are going to let me
Toothpaste,
answer,
I mean.
if you want to answer yourself,
I'm
you can go ahead
you
and
start
answer
making all
yourself.
this low IQ stuff sometimes.
You see what he started doing now?
I mean, you're a smart guy, but once
He
in a
start- he
while,
started-
when you over talk, you begin to talk.
See, maybe you should respect the viewers. Maybe if you ask me a question, if you want to ask me a honest question, like I said, I came here to have a honest conversation. If you want to convince me that,
Go ahead.
see, if you want to convince me that security is not important, give me good
No
reason
one says
why.
security is not important. It's just
Okay, good.
If I may
Good.
add,
Everybody hold on. So Naija, go on. Yeah.
So, like the Iranians, what they did for themselves was they said, you know what? Since Americans they came and removed our democratically elected president because he wanted to keep more oil resources for himself, we are going to be like, oh, fine, take your influence away. If you want to sanction us, and we are going to build our country. And Iran went into the wilderness for about 30, 40 years. Today, they are one of the strongest countries in terms of drone manufacture. They are manufacturing their own missiles and all the rest of it. The same thing with North Korea. We like to badmouth these people, but what they are doing, they have laid a solid foundation. Mark my words, within 10 years, America is going to be going there, or China, or Iran is going to emerge in the world.
Okay,
we are still going to be here.
The point you just made, was Iran, the technology behind the drones, was that invented by Iran, or they just gained the knowledge from somewhere else, or
everybody gained and innovated. They built torpedoes that were faster than that of the Americans at the time. So they innovated themselves too. So you copy and you innovate, you copy and innovate, and they are doing it.
That's not how invention works. I'm sorry. It's not just by anybody can copy anything. You can when we do exams, I believe that you will see people that will just copy, and they don't know what they're copying. They will even copy the name of the person they're copying from. So
you had me say innovate. You heard what I said. Innovate. Innovate means inventing new things. That's what I said.
Yeah, but if you copy and you don't understand, you can't comprehend.
Of course, but to innovate on top of something, you have to understand the basic concept of what the idea represents. I'm telling you that they understand the idea. That's why they were able to copy it. I can tell you right now, if I give you something that you haven't studied and I say copy it, you will not know what you are copying. You copy my name and copy date and everything and put it inside of this thing. But the
point I'm trying to make is I don't think the technology behind the drones they're manufacturing actually is their own technology.
You know what's going on in you right now is your American pride that is talking.
Here we go.
You don't like to think that Iran can make anything for itself. That's your problem. Your American pride is what is coming out right now.
I'm Yoruba man, and I believe in truth. The thing is, the reason why majority of us Black people are not going anywhere is the fact that we don't accept that we lack something. I don't like to sweet talk myself. I don't like to lie to myself. I like to say it the way it is. Like when it comes to us, there's a lot of people that have great thinking in Nigeria. You will see them create different. They will create a prototype out of what they see. Because I remember people that are young, they will see a car they like. They will try to use like metal to actually create that type of prototype of a car. That means that they have creative thinking. It means that they can innovate if the environment is suitable for them. But what we lack is the fact that critical thinking of asking questions. Because When I listen to us here, we'll be like, oh, as long as we have electricity, if all we need is just give us electricity. Come on, man. How come we ourselves that we're asking, how come we can create this?
I think it's because most of our people lack imagination, and it's because their horizon is so small right now.
Us. Stop.
Yeah. Our people lack imagination because their horizon is very small.
We are all together. We
No,
all
I
lack
said our people. I said our people. I didn't say just them. I am our people. Listen to what I'm saying.
When you say our people, you're not including yourself. You have to say
Our
us.
people.
Okay.
Us. Our people. I'm part of it. I don't know how I can say our people are me. You want me to say that instead? So the idea behind it is that you look at all these countries, even North Korea that is supposed to be under sanction is doing better than us. North Korea with all their rubbish leader and all the nonsense that we say that they are doing, they have a metro line that is 100 meters underground that they used to navigate through their country, their capital. Lagos has been trying to put the metro line down for how many? Yeah, they built it themselves. So these things, nations that I think the reason why sometimes I don't blame our people. Pardon? No, it wasn't built by China. It's the North Koreans. And North Koreans, they are a nuclear power.
It was built by China. It wasn't built by them.
Of course, North Korea won't be able to do it because the Chinese built everything for them. Okay, how about their nuclear weapon? The Chinese built it for them too. Their missiles and all the rest, the Chinese help them build it. See, these people are advanced. Make no mistake. Go and look at their life expectancy. Go and look at their literacy rate. Literacy rate is literally 100%.
Life expectancy where? North Korea?
In North Korea,
You're
yes.
talking about South Korea. Because you're
Korea.
mixing.
I'm talking about North Korea.
Yeah, the life expectancy is not that high in North Korea.
Okay, North Korea. Let's check it then. North Korea.
Yeah, let's check it.
Korea life expectancy. Okay, let's do that. Life expectancy in North Korea is 73.27 years. Let me put that on Nigeria so you have an idea what I'm talking about. Nigeria life expectancy.
Oh yeah, I know Nigerians are 56.
52 years. 52.88. While North Korea is 73. So their literacy rate outstrips ours. Their standard of living is probably higher than ours. We just think we are better because the media tells us that we are better. But if you look at the matrix, it's all there telling you that these people are not playing around. And they are under sanction. Oh my God, I can't even believe it. They are under sanction and they are doing all this. Why is it that we are not under sanction and look at us? That tells you, I keep telling you people this thing. If you don't look deep into the reasons why we are messed up, you're not going to know the truth. If you listen to the media, they will tell you it's your corruption, it's your economy, it's this.
Wait. But I just mentioned it to you. If you look at it, the way they learn, they didn't lose their culture and they didn't lose their language. So, and if you look at the learning, they're not learning in some other man's language. So a lot of stuff is with them. So they create problems for them, or they create solutions to problems by themselves using their own culture and using their own language and using what belongs to them to create solutions to their own problems.
You know what North Korea has? See, everything you say that you just said just now, we have many of them too. You know what North Korea have? Like we have our own languages.
But we don't use our language to study now. Imagine conductor. You are using Yoruba language for conductor. How you can calculate? It's not gonna be illiterate.
But even if you use your language to study, it's what you use it to do. That is where the damage is happening.
Sorry, gentlemen. Sorry, gentlemen. One voice at a time. One voice.
Okay, cool. So we don't use our language to build. That we have our own language. As a matter of fact, we even preserve most of our culture. In the world, we are one of the few countries where you see our House of Assembly members wearing the Agbada and Shokoto to this thing, House of Assembly to govern. We maintain a lot of our culture. Our languages are still intact. However, what North Korea has that we don't have, which is a terrible thing, their country was flattened in the 50s in the Korean War. 80% of all structures in that country was flattened by the Americans, which means some towns were completely flattened 100%, and they built it back up within how many decades? And look at where they are today. So what that did to them is that the generation that experienced that remained focused. They remembered. They said, no, we will never experience this again. And they put their differences aside. They are willing to worship one leader, ridiculous leader, to build what they have right now. The reason why we are where we are, I believe, is on a macro level. We have not experienced the kind of things they've experienced. We don't have any unifying factor, something that brings us together and makes us say, you know what, we are going to put our differences aside and move together, and that increases our group IQ. You see, this is where the group IQ thing comes into play. If certain events bring you people together, your group IQ increases. One of the ways I think you can do it peacefully is running a very, very transparent
So
system.
the slave Holocaust, they make you bring your IQs together, Abi.
Which one?
The
Slow
slavery
Holocaust.
Holocaust that happened. It didn't make
Oh
you
no,
bring your
it
IQs
had
together.
no, it did to an extent. But remember, they defeated all our forefathers in the
Defeated
early.
whose
Okay, no,
forefathers?
okay, let's not go there, Mike. We
Don't
know
say all
that.
our forefathers. Your
Okay,
forefathers, not my own.
they colonized Nigeria in early 19th century, and they ruled for about 60 years. And by that time, all the people that fought that war, like the North Koreans, have passed on, and they've had time to culture us to their own liking by the time they left. So our leaders were just beholden to them, like kids, by the time they left.
Yeah, because your leaders are greedy. They want the umbrella and the fine things so in Burma they make. That's what it's all about.
I think that theory is partly why we are where we are. It's not necessarily because we are not smart.
It's the same reason we are your leaders don't want students today because they provide them their luxury cars, their luxury things that they want. That's the only reason. If Burma was if Burma listen, Sunaja, the only reason the African man is jagging on your Igbo man's nut is because the Igbo man is making fine things, luxury cars, luxury things that we just want those things. Everybody they flash their fine things when they make. Now we are jagging on Chinese now. Before we're not jagging on Chinese because Chinese start to make those things too. So we just jack on. That's what it's all about. No, if you tell another black, you say let's go and be fighting on Igbo now. They say where will my luxury thing come from then?
See,
I think I agree with you that.
Mike, I just think that our horizon is very small. Many Nigerians today don't see the world as rivals, as competitors in anything.
Exactly.
They see them as benign. And if we knew what the world is like, I think our people are one of the most determined people.
We know what the world is like, man.
We really don't. Most of us see the rest of the world as benign, friendly people that are nice to us, even if because they don't know anything else. The truth is, our people don't know, and our leaders can't work with the people that are not with them. When Nkrumah tried, he failed.
Here's what I think. So they feed us what they want us to know. So more like when you read books, the books is not created by you. And instead of you actually putting in your own language to see what is not necessary and actually make it in a way that will suit you, you don't have that. So when you do, even when you look at some of the, because when I search online and I look some of the project that's being done in Nigerian schools, they will write about other countries that they've never been to based on what they saw online. And that's another problem where even if I'm doing a project, I should be doing it on, okay, Lagos Ibadan road, the road is bad. What I learned in school, what can I use to fix that type of things? But we don't do projects like that. The project will focus on things that you never seen before. That's why I think that us listening to like the World Bank or IMF telling us what to do, it's just crazy because you have to use your own solution. You have to think in your own way to solve your own problem. Other people's solution cannot really fix your problem because they don't live the life you live. That's why I always laugh when people talk about people will talk about abroad, but they never live in that country. They only they only travel for a vacation and they think they know what the country is all about. So it's laughable when you want your leader to
let me just share
something that they never grew up knowing. They just go there for vacation. They don't know how to solve those problems.
Exactly.
They can't solve that problem.
Let me share this. You see, that's a good point you just made about the leaders not, going. How are they going to know when they just go there for the first time? See, what goes on? What the other day in South Africa, about 14 trucks were burnt that they were carrying food in different parts of the country in one go, and the people in the government don't know what is causing it. They said it is an economic sabotage that is going on. And look at this thing. They are also having power issues. And if you notice recently, South Africa has been very, very vocal in terms of COVID-19, in terms of being more independent in the African continent and all the rest. They are having a lot of problems now because of that. Sudan wanted to open a military base or a seaport for Russia, and the Americans won them. Within 8 months, when Americans came and opened their embassy in Sudan, look at them, they are on fire today. In Kenya, their leader, you probably have seen the Kenyan leader talking about what the kind of stuff that is going on in the world. His country is under massively protesting today. Kenya living standard is higher than that of Nigerians, and yet they are all on the street today causing problems for his country.
Hey, who cares,
so
man? What's the problem?
the point I'm making is that hold on now. Let me finish the point I'm making.
Us to another country, man. What's the population?
I'm trying to draw it. That's why you don't understand your problem.
One voice, please. One
I
voice,
agree.
please. Yeah.
So I'm trying to draw a picture. I'm trying to draw a picture of why. You have to understand that our problem is not just inside. It's a macro level problem. So when you see these patterns repeating itself, this is why our nations are unstable. You can't see this type of stuff happening in a country like Iran or North Korea or China, because those people have fixed their security level. You don't see it even in Egypt. Egypt used to be messed up before.
That's not true. Egypt used to be. You live there. You only saw what they tell you on the news. Do you live there? You know what they go through. There are no country that doesn't have some little thing when it comes to security. Even the most toughest country in the world, the US, they still have issues with some of the security, people killing one another. Don't tell me they don't have those issues. Now, maybe it's not as magnificent or big like we have in Nigeria, but that doesn't mean that they don't have some little issues. Even China and India, they're having a battle over some border issues. So, and when you look at Hong Kong and you look at what is the other, Taiwan, they don't want to be part of them, but they're having issues, internal issues. So don't say like they don't have
we are talking about internal issues. Yeah, people have internal issues, but when the nation itself, the structure of the nation is being broken down, you can't have power, you can't have good healthcare, you can't have all those things. Everything starts falling apart. Political instability. If you keep getting that, your nation will never develop.
But that's us. What are we doing? That's where the critical thinking comes. Leave the government alone. See, we always we think. There was a guy that actually, the interview they have yesterday, they asked the person a question that, does the government entitled to do everything? The person said, government can do it, that he disagreed with the other guy that asked the question. I'm like, I was so flabbergasted, like, what is he talking about? Government will create a naval environment. So for example, I know a country where if I have idea, there's grants. All I have to do is apply and tell them what my idea is. There's grants available for me. That's some of the stuff that we need.
How can you get grants? You can Sorry, go ahead.
You need an environment. You need
but the US is extremely secure. You can't compare the US to Nigeria. You see, you are living in a very secure country and you're comparing it to Nigeria. You can't. Your problem is that you envy them, but you don't want to turn your country to them.
I'm not comparing, no. I don't even think Nigeria should be practicing what they're practicing, the democracy they're practicing now, using America. I think America is a hybrid nation. You can't use them as a prototype to do anything.
Have you ever bothered to look at our security posture compared to other nations? Have you bothered to check that?
So what's wrong with that? I know we have security issues. Of course we know. And
not just
like I said,
issues.
other countries.
Not just security issues. Our security posture.
Tinubu should have made you chief of staff. Instead of you following your billion, should have supported Tinubu. Maybe that made you chief of staff.
If he did, I would be so. By now, maybe or you guys will be traveling to Nigeria, because anybody that tries to mess up with any Nigeria, my standard is any Nigerian that cannot go out in the middle of the night anywhere in Nigeria and feel safe. The security issue has not been resolved. That is the kind of level we need to get to. You are going to see businesses flow in. Our GDP is going to rise to 1 trillion within 4 years.
Tunaja, stay there. Stay there. You guys just I don't get it. Can you go outside the let me finish before you laugh. Mikey, this to you as well. Can you tell me there are no places in America you can't go at night? That you can be robbed or you can be
This
shot?
my neighborhood where I live, I pay thousands of dollars a month, but just
Exactly.
10 few feet away, I can't go. Right now it's night. I can't even go there. There's a lot of drug addicts, junkies, and once you are guaranteed to get robbed and get
but
shot.
Tunaja is painting a picture to us now, Mike.
The reason why I'm painting that picture is because America is quite a unique case among all the white countries. If you look at all the other ones in America, in the Europe and Canada and Australia, New Zealand, is very different. And for specific reasons, that's why America is like that, because they know they have a large ethnic population. So they don't feel like
Nigeria has a large ethnic population too.
No. I'm talking about other groups like black people, Hispanics, and all the rest of it. The more foreign groups you have in Western nations, the less secure that nation is. If you look at this thing, you will see that pattern repeat itself. But the more European it is, the more secure it is.
I don't know.
You're out of your mind.
Because you're not seeing the pattern. I mean, for me, the pattern is very clear. It's all
What
there.
pattern? Give an example of the
Look at
pattern.
America now. Look at an example of
So
America.
what can't you say because we are not white people? That's why.
Example.
You see, I'm trying to show you a clear pattern.
You are killing your argument.
Calm
You
down
are
now.
saying the reason America is not secure is because there's so many non-white
Ask me
people,
for evidence, and I'm trying to give you evidence.
You might as well say, you might as well say the reason Nigeria is not secure is because there's so many non-white people.
No, but that's not the pattern. I'm telling you that Europeans, the way they behave. Look at Mexico, how less secure Mexico is compared to America and compared to Canada.
So it's about behavior. It's not about
which one is
national security.
What is the difference between the three of them? Mexico, America, and Canada.
So which one is less
secure? One voice at a time, please.
Yeah, the least secure one is Mexico. The more secure one is America, and the most secure one is Canada. Why? That pattern is right there.
Are you sure?
Staring at you. I'm telling you, it's a fact. In Mexico, they are beheading people all over the place. You forgot.
We know. They have a gang issue there.
It's a lie. It's only in the southern border. It's only in one part of Mexico.
Jesus Christ. It's right there staring at you.
Not the entire
I don't know
Mexico.
how people don't look at these things. Just look at the world.
Do you know that there are more people killed in America each year than in Mexico?
I don't know about that statistics you just gave.
Yes, it's a fact. America has the highest.
I know that America, a lot of people die in America.
Yeah,
That's
but
true.
Mike, you know, like America have a bigger population than.
No. Even by if you do the ratio as well.
Okay, let me see.
America
Mexico. I would choose Mexico death by gun violence. Then.
Wait, where are you getting your? Because you know that when you're searching for data, you can't just use one. You have to look like multiple different stacks. Because if you're just using one, so for example, now if you look at Forbes and you look like Fortune,
yes.
And you look. No, let me give you an example. So you look like Fortune 500. You look at Forbes list, and you look at Wikipedia. They will give you different number for the richest person or the richest country. It's so different because the way they find their data is a little bit different. But you can tell if two of them matches. So the way you just Google stuff. I can
send the chat now. There's a map for it. There's a map.
Can I even interject?
That's how you search for data. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't just Google.
Hold on now. I'm giving you data from the people that collect this
hold
data.
on, please. Yeah. Hold on. Tonight, yeah. Ola coming. How are you, my brother? Long time. I hope so you don't abandon us now.
No, I know abandon. I just a busy guy. One man knows now. So I'm always.
One man don't tell me now.
So
how are you?
Okay. I did fine. See now, Mike, I just confessed on Fort Taco. when they say there are more people killing
Mike, you
women
are
than
in trouble.
fallacy.
Online rational mind, they just like to come for me. I don't know why. Okay, Allah, tell me what I said as
No,
wrong.
that's your information is not correct, honestly. There
That
are
what?
more. The murder rate in Mexico is far higher and even at more dangerous level than the United States of America. So
Really?
Yes,
Really? Okay, show me. Soon as I pull it up.
I'm sorry, the data is showing that America is higher.
Don't mind them. You too rational mind. They just come.
Check the private chat.
Which data are you using?
No, the one from Mass.
worldpopulationreview.com, and if they even mapped it around the world.
See, how did they measure it? Because when you want to
bring your own now, Ola. You don't need to bring your own. Soon as I brought this one, bring your own.
Wait now.
It's not like you just be arguing blindly.
Wait now. See, there's something that's okay. You can say, someone we have population of less than 100 million. Oh, you say, about 1,000 people are fed for fatality. And some will say, maybe someone that has population of 10,000. You say, about 200. So
you're talking about ratio,
No, I'm talking about gun-related deaths, not necessarily other things, because Americans, they use gun a lot. So that could explain why America has the higher one.
Look at this data now. Let me read to you. According to data from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, as of last available report, Mexico's murder rate per 100,000 inhabitants is significantly higher than that of United States. So
it's a lie.
Yes, that could be because Americans use gun more than
looking at the same data you're looking at.
So when you begin to argue with
so for Mexico, it's 28 per 1,000, 28 per 100,000 people, while in the US is 7 per 100,000 people.
Of what?
No, for the homicide, which is moderate. So, and data suggests violence against American citizens remain rare compared to Mexico. So
what?
Yeah, well, look up. This data was actually by the
send
state
the link.
government.
Send your link, please.
Send it to. Don't be really wrong.
Let me do that.
Because the gun-related violence, America, only Brazil is higher than
No. Don't look at gun only. Just look like look.
Well, we have to put it all together now. It can't be.
Yeah, let me put moderate.
If you say gun, you're leaving aside other.
Yeah, that's true.
Knife or other things. Just say murder.
You know, Mexicans like their machete. Murder rate in Mexico.
So that's what I've come to this thing. And this idea.
No. Just say murder rate per country. Per country, it will give you everything in the world.
And this idea that Nigerians are still maybe African and less intelligent. So I don't know where we are getting this data. See, every one of us, we I'm sure we did biology, and it's what they call adaptation for survival, and how people adapt to the environment, and whatever is happening in your environment, we determine your innovation and creativity. So your creativity, your innovation is rated based on your environmental exposure. So you can't say you can't be saying because something is happening in the United States that because they are doing everything, all of a sudden people in Nigeria, they are less intelligent. The first question you want to ask yourself is this: how come that whatever you learn in America, you bring it to Africa, that they learn those things too, and sometimes they may even surpass you when the environment is permits them to do so.
You guys might blaming environment.
Surpass who? What are you talking about? You don't surpass
to me, it's only that you before you do something, sometimes it's good for sometimes, for example, to Google and to make your research to see many Nigerian scientists that actually participated, that they contributed to some great innovation across the world.
Just because you contribute doesn't mean that you can actually you have that mindset to create it. We're looking for mindset. We're not looking for you to actually contribute. We don't need contribution. There's power issue in Nigeria. We need people to calm down.
We're not asking about contribution. I'm telling you to solve Nigerian problem.
Oriola, see, in this world, you can never surpass policy. There was something. If you read something about, let me just take you just a little diversion. When you read something about the current globalization we are, what people think technology is what drives globalization. For example, when I do my technology, all of
No,
them
it's farming.
So what drives it, please? What drives it?
Policy, government policy. That's what
That's a lie. That's a lie. See,
Oriola, before you say a lie,
Facebook was created before
So all the
even
policy we have in Nigeria.
before policy comes to it. Facebook was first created even before policy at all. That's why you're having.
Thank you, Oriola. Thank you. That's what we got to explain to Ola.
What are you talking? What policy comes first?
You have to create policy for Facebook before you can invent
Policy
Facebook.
does not.
Ola, your logic.
After innovation first before policy comes.
Thank you.
Your cryptocurrency, we have the Bitcoin.
Ola, let the boy talk now. Ola, let him land now. Ola, let him land. Let him land. Yeah, you go after him.
Oriola cannot laugh because
He's making sense, man. Let him land. You like your rational mind. When people are cooking, you begin to cut them off.
Argument that you cannot substantiate.
He's substantiating it now, and you're not allowing him.
What you have to say? Name one country that policy leads their innovation. Name one country policy leads their innovation. Tell me one. Name one.
China.
China.
That's a lie.
Tell me their innovation. If they didn't copy everything, tell me their innovation. What did they do?
Let me continue.
Microsoft.
They did their nuclear weapons. What do you want to do?
What are you talking about?
But hold on. Yeah, Ola, let Ola land. You can tackle Ola now if we listen to him.
Oriade was the one making the point now, Thomas. Ola is not the one allowing him.
It's not the one making the point. Because you have energy to shoot your voice above, it doesn't make you are making the real point. That's just opinion. You don't have fact based. I'm talking of a well-researched base, a printed thing, something that has been tested and confirmed. And you are just saying your opinion. If you know more than those people,
I'm not stating opinion, I'm stating facts, my guy. I'm stating facts.
Where's your
source? It's obvious. He just gave. Oriola, let me help you. Oriola, wait. Oriola, just give an example. Wait, Oriola, wait now.
Let me make my point.
Ola, please now. You ask us question. Let's answer your question now. You ask the question. Someone, can you control this? That's what Ola does. If we ask question before we answer, he will cut us off and begin to go somewhere else.
Mikey, let him land. Let him land.
No,
Mike, wait. I tell you that it is policy that controls whatever development and globalization. You are saying no.
Okay, thank you. You asked the question. Oriola should give an example. I'm trying to give an example. Oriola gave you.
It doesn't make you have legit points.
Okay, thank you.
Ability to say something, it doesn't make you make your point to.
I haven't even said anything, sir.
Now,
can I say something? Oriola just allow me. Oriola just give you an example. He said Facebook. Allow me now. He said Facebook.
Ola, just one at a time. You get your time. It's not like Thomas is running away.
Thank you. Oriola just give you an example. Like Facebook was created before government started creating policy about it. They didn't create policy before the guy created Facebook. So people create things, and then government see the creation and begin to create policy to allow it to function or to incorporate into economic, fabric of society. That's all. That's what it's saying.
But I think Ola is correct. I think Ola is correct that often it doesn't mean both sides. It can go both ways. I don't know where we suddenly thought that.
You can go both ways. We don't argue with that. You can go both ways.
Sometimes you create a policy to achieve an outcome. Sometimes an outcome can lead to a policy.
Everybody, hold on, please. One voice at a time. When we are talking of each other, nobody's listening. So let's hear from Ola.
So, Oriola, I don't know the background from which you are pushing your thing. I will give you how policy drive development and how policy drive globalization. Look at it this way. When you are talking of a World Trade Organization and look at the status they are giving China there. They are giving China, they are considering China as a developing nation. So they are allowing them to bring some of their goods to export. They give them some kind of export support that is making them to be able to export goods out, and they are making money and they develop their country. If you look at after the World War, when China economy, after the First World War, where China economy was brought from about 50% of global domination to just about 4%, China went back. They did this kind of a protectionist policy. They were doing their thing within their country. They were not exposing their technology because it's on record that China, in the real sense, they were far ahead of the Western world in terms of technology. It's reverse is the case when people say, oh, they stole their technology from the Western nation. No, it is the other way around. So now when these people, when they close the economy for some decades, and all of a sudden they now realize that, okay, this policy of closure will not help them. They now open the economy just to make it a public-private partnership. That is when all these American investors, they started coming to America and they started investing. And that is how China started developing. Because now when they started developing, all the products they were producing, they were sending to the Western world that's supporting them. It was the policy of that export and the policy of allowing the foreign investor to come to their country that allowed China to re-emerge. Because China is actually an reimagined economy. So if not because of that, China will not be where they are today. Now,
you are moving goalposts. You are talking about economy, you are talking about invention.
Exactly. We're talking about
it's
invention.
Two different things. And that's what you always do online. I like to move the goalpost.
Yes, he has no idea what he's talking about. And everything he said about China does not even make sense. Because before World War I, it was all about British. They created the steam engine. They created the assembly line. It was all done by the British. That's why the British destroy China, Japan, and all of those countries. So what are you talking about?
Oriola, what
you're talking about does not make sense. We're talking about innovation. You're talking about economy. What does economy?
Oriola, as at about 1024, when China was manufacturing, I will give an example, and I post a document here for you to read. Now, for example, when China was about to build a ship that can say, let's say, can take like about 2,000 metric tons, as like 1104. United Kingdom, they were unable to build the same ship that can even carry about 15 parts of what what China were building, even about 500 years earlier than them. What are you talking about?
Ola, what are you arguing against? What are you arguing against? Your argument is not. You're doing strong man argument. You're arguing. Yeah, okay. So what are you arguing against?
Mike, wait. It's not about argument. It's about you knowing the point.
Well, you're asking what is he talking about? That means you're arguing against. He's telling me his point is not valid.
All you are saying is about your feeling, but not documented.
No, it's not though. Everything I just said, just look it up. Like where you're going, you're talking about more economy. We were talking about every economy is driven by policy. Yeah, we all agree to that. But we're talking about innovation. Economy is not economy turned into innovation turned into economy, but economy is just idea. Like, okay, for example, there's no light, we can't create light. That's innovation. That innovation now becomes something economy where they were now able to like create power plants, supply the power. So that's economy. Innovation is the idea itself. So don't mix the two together.
Okay, Oriola, let me tell you something. When you develop your human capital can now create your innovation. I will give you two critical examples in Nigeria. If you like, wave it and say it's economy. Now, when IBB was deregulating telecommunication, you will say it's economy, right? That's what you are going to say, because you will say it's economy.
Yeah, that's not innovation, that's just economy. You didn't create the telecommunication, did you?
Oriola, innovation is not only when you build technology. Even you can innovate the process.
Please, can we change this topic, or you just read up on what innovation?
Yeah. Ola land is then we have to move on to Nigeria.
We gotta move on. Thank you, man. All I just want to argue for the sake of argument.
Thomas, if we cannot discuss some kind of something that is in terms of education, then there's no point of doing this thing. The question is this.
But Ola, you are on your own today. Nobody's agreeing with you.
No, see, let me tell you one thing. Even if they are not agreeing with me, it doesn't mean we should not discuss. And I will tell you that innovation is not about manufacturing. It's not about what you see. You can even innovate.
You didn't say it was manufacturing now.
Innovation is not manufacturing too. You said innovation is manufacturing.
Thomas, look at innovation. Look at innovation. I'll give you an example. Now, electricity in Nigeria, everything is put in the exclusive list. And because of that,
another angle.
Okay, Mike, you can shout as long as I'm no longer interested. Thank you. No, if shouting,
no, we are not shouting, man. We are not shouting. We're not saying like
if shouting, and talking in the loud voice. If that one gives you,
no. Ola, don't take it personal, man.
You can continue. No problem. You can continue.
No, finish your point. Finish your point.
Let me just add something. I think to an extent he's not entirely wrong. Innovation, I think the language he's using to say that innovation is not this thing only technology. Innovation, you can innovate in your culture. Yeah, you can have cultural innovation. You can have all kinds of different innovation. What we are generally talking about when we talk about innovation in most of the discussion is technological one. So hence why it seems like there's a little bit of a confusion from what he's saying. But I don't think it's most of the argument is, like in terms of the policy argument, I don't even understand how we froze it and say, policy has to come first before this thing, innovation. Sometimes it can go either way. Sometimes an innovation might spur a new policy, and other times the policy will spur the new innovation. It depends on what the people want and where they arrived at first. It's just how things work. Sometimes
you agree that you can't create policy for something that doesn't exist. Something has to be invented and be alive, and then you have to create policy around it.
You can create a policy to start manufacturing so and so.
And no. We're talking about
in that direction.
So now you are beginning to think like that. We are not talking about manufacturing. When we say somebody invents something or innovate, that thing has to be alive, already invented, before you can now start making policy around it for it. You understand?
No, if you want to make
before social media was created, there's no way government can be making policy for social media when it didn't exist. You have to be alive, and then you begin to make policy for it.
Mike, to make a policy for
okay, let's move on, guys. Let's move on. We'll be here all night.
Hold on. Let me take it. You've been talking to him forever. See, to make a policy for something that was innovated, there is nothing wrong with that. That is what people do.
Hey, I'm gonna say a lot
can be made. Now go ahead.
See, to Niger, the thing is this: people don't get it when they say.
Prince Daddy wants to
Allah is right in a lot of ways. Hold on, Allah is right in a lot of ways, I would say.
So now let me tell you, Mike. Thomas, let me just add this thing.
Allah has never been right before.
He can be right now again. I thought he's not making a controversial point. Somewhere along the line, Mike and this guy are just going at him. I don't see anything wrong with what he's
saying. Okay, when we say innovation now, look at it this way. Now, policy, you make policy in education, around education. You said, okay, you are going to fund research. You now say, okay, 25% of the revenue of the country will be used to fund research. And all of a sudden, you put money down, you start making research into maybe how to produce some kind of antibiotic, or you put money now to make research into space, all those stuff. So when you create your policy, you use those policy to support human capital, for example. And human capital now, you use that one to raise their imagination and start trying a lot of things. And along the line, they are able to create a lot, whether process, whether physical technology you can see, or whether idea. Those are the things they call innovation and creativity. So
I totally agree.
Now look at where we are coming. We are coming from now. There was a time we were using loop to weave cloth. Some people now make research. Okay, how this loop, the way they are working. What if I can just make it into a mechanical thing that can be moving faster, so we can even make more cloth? That is how creativity comes in. Creativity and innovation. So the support for innovation is actually policy. How policy drive innovation? Not innovation drive policy. And I will give you an example again.
Wait, you just conflicting yourself, my guy. You're conflicting yourself.
Wait, now. When Nigeria deregulate our broadcasting, a lot of things came on board. Now, the like of D1 Oko, they started promoting all these local artists. And all of a sudden, people started coming, okay, if I rap in Yoruba, then I will sell better because I'm offering something new. That is innovation. People started, before nobody was rapping in Yoruba. Now, look at Brother Shaggy now. Brother Shaggy will tell you he makes so amount. You say, okay, oh, all this long thing is all this long movie. Maybe people are tired. And he started doing some skits. And he's making money from there. Before you know, people are doing skits in Nigeria. That's kind of innovation.
But that's creativity. So which policy pushed him to do it?
Now, creativity and innovation.
Did they have to create policy for him to be creative? Did somebody have to create policy that, hey,
but it's also innovation. This thing, it's also innovation.
It's also innovation, but what I'm saying is, did somebody have to create policy for him to be alive?
Broadcasting in Nigeria, innovation and all that. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. Okay, did somebody have to create policy before Brother Shaggy knew he needed to do that?
Yeah, so everybody is right. Oriola, we have to move on. Please. We have to move on. We have topics to talk about. We have to move on. And we want to shut it down in 8 hours. So we have 2 hours left. And some people are here, they haven't even talked at all. I will go to Remy straight. Remy, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, good. Yes. Let's hear from new voices that haven't spoken at all. So they are telling us now that Dangote refinery we finally kick off 2025. What is going on? Is this guy fooling Nigerians, or fooling himself, or fooling the world, or fooling his family, or fooling us? Because I don't get it. So what did they do the last time? The opening they did the last time, what is that all about? So that's to Remy. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. That was the commissioning of the facility. And when you commission a facility, it does not mean that it's 100% ready sometimes. So I think what they said that the petroleum, we start to discharge petroleum by end of July or August. So I don't see anything have changed from that one. So we have to wait till end of this month and August to see whether we start to discharge petroleum or end petroleum product to the Nigerian market. That was the position as of when Buhari commissioned it a few months ago. So there's no change at all. So I don't know what you are talking about now.
He's talking about 2025. That's what they are projecting now. So
who said that? From where did you get that?
Thomas, who said that?
They said for completion. So why are they commissioning something that's not completed? That is to Remy.
No.
Who said it's going to be 2025?
Who said it's going to be 2025?
That it's going to come online.
That is the news out there. Yes, yeah.
Okay, so you know that news to me is probably a fake news.
Yeah, there was an headline for that. So.
But Remy, what if it is true? What do you think?
No. Let me tell you something about that facility. Because first, that guy started producing fertilizer already. So it's only the petroleum and petroleum byproduct that remain. And according to him, so at least August is not far. August is just like 6 or 8 or 10 days, not up to 10 days from now. And let's see what will happen in August. I don't think with in his right senses, it will shift it to another 2 years. I don't believe that, okay? I don't believe that at all. That's a sensational news. One thing I want you to know about Nigerian news is that they like to sensationalize headlines. And when you read the old news entirely, sometimes you discover that it's totally different from the headline. So I don't see any reason why.
Okay, but the question then is, what if it is true that it's 2025?
That is not what if it's true yet. Let me tell you something. There's so many things at play. First, this guy borrowed a lot of money from a financial institution.
I know about that, but I'm just asking you, what if it is true?
No, I'm not. It's not going
to. Let him finish, man. You like to cut people off. Let him finish.
I'm trying to get him to answer the question directly.
Yeah, that's
it
what
will
I'm
get there. Let him finish.
I will get there.
Yeah.
So there's so many things at play here.
Go on, Remy.
Dangote is not the only investor in that refinery. He also borrowed a lot of money from the bank, which are tied to when he will start paying back. The Nigerian government also have about 20% stake, I think so, in the refinery. So many people put money there. So if he's going
$10 have a stake there.
So, man, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I think, yeah, he has. Otedola have a big stake also there. So at the end of the day, if he's pushing it to another 2 years for him to start, that means they are shooting themselves on the foot. That means it's going to become a white elephant program, project, or whatever. So I just want you to read in between the lines sometimes that nowadays in Nigeria, there's a lot of fake news coming out from the social media there. And unfortunately, most of our print media, our journalists, we have a lot of people that are very docile. They do not do their homework. If you read Nigerian, you just see that somebody will just write a news and the other newspaper will just pick it up. And they will also try to sensationalize it.
But Nigeria owns 20% of the company. So are we not also shooting ourselves in the foot if that is true?
Yeah, it's true that's what I'm trying to say. I think that is not going to happen. So don't believe that. I think no matter what happens, that it will be on stream this year. No matter what happens.
Remy, I don't know, maybe you saw this video. There's a video of one of the engineers in Dangote refinery company. I mean, the engineer, not the one working there. I mean, those one that's putting the construction together, showing that Dangote is lying. The refinery is not completed, and it was showing.
Okay.
You can see that this is.
I saw the video.
You saw the video, yeah.
But let me tell you something. I saw the video too. Well, I will be frank with you today. Most of the engineers on that site are not Nigerians. If you are an engineer, maybe they are just using you as a technician or as a supervisor. So sometimes some Nigerians, and you don't know the angle this guy is coming from. He said it's not finished, he's he's trying to tell a story or something like that. So you ask yourself, an average thinking man, where your bread is being buttered, and then you went online and put that rubbish. Do you want to lose your job, even if that is true, which I doubt?
But Remy, that doesn't negate the fact of what he's talking about.
Okay. It's a very simple thing. In the next few weeks, we are going to know the truth, right? So if by August nothing come up, then we can know. We can start scrutinizing, and a lot of Nigeria are really interested in that refinery. So I think they will not sell us a bogus idea that is being commissioned and she's not going to be ready in the next 2 years. We shall see. But from what I know, most of the engineers, and they are all over, especially from India and Pakistan, and some are from from Netherlands. Yeah, those are the one handling project, and some are even Chinese. They are the one handling project there. And before you go on, I just want to correct an erroneous impression. Somebody mentioned before that Great Britain colonized China and blah, blah, blah. That is blatant lie. Great Britain never colonized China. They only colonized Hong Kong, and they have an agreement with the Chinese government that they are going to stay there for 100 years. And in 1997, Hong Kong was handed back to China. So as of today, Hong Kong is part and parcel of China. Taiwan is the only one still fighting independence from China. So please, that is not a good information. Somebody put out there just on few minutes ago.
Thank you, Rem, for the clarification. Yeah, Tinubu, the black man from Edo, the Beauty and the Beast. You know what I'm talking about? Can you guess?
Yeah, Oshiomhole.
Oshiomhole said Tinubu didn't promise immediate solution to Nigerian problems. So what do you think? Are these people fooling us?
I think I know you read that news also, but did you read the whole article or did you watch the interview on Channels TV? So as
Nigerians, we just go with the headline.
I will partly condemning on that statement now, because that kind of statement is like insensitive enough, because the country is going through a phase, and everybody knows that when you turn out new policy like that, it will bring initial pain, but in the long run, the country will be better for it. At least we've started seeing the early gain from the gain from the subsidy, and you can see how much the shared in the federal allocation, and we also save 1 trillion naira. I think if we continue in that projection in the next 6 months, the value of the naira will appreciate against the dollar. And another thing is that we must make sure that not all manufactured products are brought into that country. Import must be reduced drastically. They must, and I think from some of these savings, I also think that the Tinubu government should try to alleviate the problem of some moribund industries. You go to the north, maybe textile, and you go to the southwest, south. Everybody have some form of interest. Government should build them out so that they, with a condition that they should employ more people, or people that have laid off that have experience before, they should put them back to work. The only thing we should continue to do now is work. First, I'm trying to say it because, to be frank, I'm a black man, but I see a lot of things in black men. An average black man with a little success, they want to show off. And an average black man sometimes tend to be a little bit lazy. So I'm not saying the white people are more hardworking than not, but they have an institution that if you don't put in the hours, you don't get the pay. So when you look at Nigerian setting, a lot of people always come when they go to work before one weekend, they will tell you, oh, my son is sick or something happened to my son. And before the month end, they also come back to borrow money that they need money for social without putting the actual 20 days of hard work, not including the weekend. So we have to have a kind of carrot and stick approach also. Just put more people to work. And we have a lot of barren land. I don't know. Most of these state government, what they are
Remy,
doing.
Remy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Remy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Let me ask this question from you as well. Yeah. I was on a platform day before yesterday. Yeah. I was on a platform day before yesterday when they were talking of subsidy. And the last time I checked, the three main candidates on this election, Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu the Jagaban, the three of them promised to remove subsidy. So as Tinubu claimed he won the election, 8 million plus people voted for him.
Yes.
And in his manifesto, he said, refinery is going. It's gone. He even said gone. So if 8 million plus people still vote for him and he remove it, Nigeria expected the petrol to go to 2 naira per liter when they remove subsidy. So what do you think is going on there?
So the first thing about things that I'm sorry to say, a lot of Nigerians sometimes they don't even understand the forces of demand and supply when you talk to the average man. So I would blame the government on that because there is not enough education to sensitize people about the forces of demand and supply. So they know that everybody knows there is a very big corruption in subsidy. So first, they must have given that education. All of them promised subsidy removal. Even I don't think it's Atiku promise. I'm not sure, but I think will be promised subsidy removal. And I think that no matter what happened, anybody that become the president of Nigeria after that election have to remove the subsidy because it's already been gazetted. I mean, it's already into law. Buhari has already signed it. So no matter what you do, you have to remove it.
Can I just chime in briefly? You see, it's one thing to take off subsidies, another thing to use the money judiciously. Like here in the UK, when you want to do something like that, you have to have what they call efficiency savings and strategies to mitigate the issues that are going to arise in terms of price rises. Like now, you are saying that there is gains that have emerged. For every Nigerian today, life is worse off than it was yesterday. And even if they give the states a lot more money, the states now, whatever they want to buy that is international, spend more to do that now. And cost is also higher in the state. And we know that the states, the gains are not there significant enough to make up for 3 times increase in cost of petrol and all the rest. Hold on, let me finish the point I'm making. If the gains are not enough to make up for the increase in cost, then you begin to wonder what is the point of removing it, because we save the money, but the money is not going to create new industries. Personally, I think they should have used the money for industries.
Let me finish. When the new policy like that comes out, I told you there will be an initial pain. The government are also not folding their hands. They have a lot of plan in their, but they have to work with the state governors because they are more closer to the people than the federal government. And as I said earlier, that the savings, it's even among them said that they said, okay, let's save 1 trillion naira out of this our savings, into our external reserve. And immediately you can see a jump in the difference between the dollar and also compared to the naira. You are talking about creating employment. Even if you create employment, it's not just mean that you create employment today and everything will be El Dorado. It's not going to die. Everything needs proper planning. And they are talking about the easiest way to create employment in any country is to push a lot of people to agriculture, because at least when they have a land and you give them some seeds, some seed or seedlings, they can plant easily. So that is the easiest way. And I think they also have a plan to increase minimum wage. And as you can see, some state governments have already started doing something, and the federal government is still working with the state governments of palliatives.
So where do you think the exchange rate is going to settle in the end? Where do you think it's going to settle?
If we are disciplined and we continue to do like this, I think in the next, let me say approximately in the next 6 to 1 year, it will be hovering around 500 to 600. And
you really believe that? You really believe that?
Can I say something?
It will get up to 1,000 the exchange rate.
Can I say something? See, we don't know where the exchange rate is going to settle. Then the thing is this: what will this exchange rate do to us? Over time, it's going to boost productivity within the country. How do I mean? Now, if you were earning 800,000 before, and maybe at the slightest thing you jump into the aircraft and you travel to United Kingdom, you say you are going on holiday. Now, if you so cherish your holiday, you may find alternative in Nigeria. Maybe the next thing is you go to Nkogosi. Now, if you used to have taste for foreign education, all of a sudden you are importing education, because foreign education is a form of importation. Now, all of a sudden you start seeing that's the local private school that you could not even send your children to before you don't want to do more than your capacity, especially if you don't have access to stealing government public funds. So the next thing you do is that you look for what can serve your purpose. All of a sudden, so you start saving our currency. Not only that you are saving the currency, but now you are now helping the local producer. So this is how the removal of subsidy normally creates job, not the one that you expect that, okay, once government is saving money, I just employ 1 million teachers. No, but you now look at alternative to that of foreign taste now within your local, within your location. That's exactly what it's going to be. So nobody knows where this thing is going to settle.
Why is it not better to use those funds to be creating industries and having
Government has
manufacturing?
No, government has no business in creating business enterprise directly. But if you
can fund people to create industries. That's what I mean.
No, government only creates enabling environment for them to function. So why should
are you serious? Are you in the US where they fund it? In the UK they have what they call in the UK they have what they call Innovate UK, and in the US they have a lot of funding for.
Finland, I don't think it's in UK.
No. Let me tell you something. Even in
the Chinese, all of them do the same thing.
No.
Why do you keep saying no? They do it. It's not like you want me to send you the link. Okay, let me send you the link.
Okay, can I? Okay, in China there is a government corporation, but they are being commercialized, and there's a lot of private corporation that
participation.
Yeah, everybody, you think Chinese are just poor people like that? They have been in business 100 years ago. These people are very intelligent people. They can source money in Asian market to also float a company. What the government just do is just to regulate very well. Of course, there's some industry in the hand of government corporation. But when you are talking about Nigeria, the government should fund them. Look at what are the results we have. Nigerian funded Nigerian Airways. Where is Nigerian Airways today? We funded NEPA. Where are they today? All of them. NITEL. Where are they today?
Exactly.
So if you think the government should
and even Remy, you can't fund for that. It would not. Some quarters is going to be beneficial than others. and that will cause another opera.
I'm not
They
saying
are
that the
benefiting
government should
Awusa.
own the companies. They can
You
fund the
said that
companies
now.
to
That's
stimulate
what
the
you
companies.
said. You said government should fund them. Why are you
Yeah,
changing
to
it
fund the
again?
companies. To fund the companies, yes, but not to own it.
Remy, let me
Can I
say
please, can I
how
come in?
government can
I
support.
send the link to the private chat so you see it
Hold
for
on,
yourself.
Ola. Everybody, hold on. Kumi has not speaking. Let's hear from Kumi. Kumi, yeah.
Kumi is not here
Is
now.
that Kumi there?
Maybe Israel.
It's
I don't know. I don't know.
Israel.
I
Yes,
think
it's Israel. Sorry, yeah, Israel. Let's hear from Israel, please. He hasn't spoken at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I dey greet everybody. Now, well done.
Great to now. How body?
We thank God. Thomas,
Yeah,
see,
body the inside clothes. My brother, I hear you. Yeah.
see, one thing I notice is this. I keep on saying it in this platform. We Nigerians, we have this habit of protecting our government, try to give them that benefit of doubt that, oh, they will do something right. And from what I'm seeing, I'm not an economist, but from what I'm seeing, if everything keep going the way it is now, before like 2 months time, the naira will get to 1,000 naira to a dollar, and you will be surprised that the fuel price will still clamp up to 800 or 700 plus before this month will even finish. Things are not going the way it's supposed. But when you listen to people like Remy, they will keep giving excuse. Everything is
before you go on,
let me
I
finish.
want
Let
to
me
ask you a
finish.
question.
Let him
Let me
finish,
finish
please.
my start.
Remy,
Go ahead.
please. Let finish, please. Let him finish.
See,
Yeah, go on.
reality is in our face, but we keep living in denial. Tinubu have been in office for 2 months plus now. 2 months plus, and still without no minister. Things are not going the way it's supposed to go. Like the first subsidy Tinubu removed. I keep on hearing you people saying Tinubu is a strategist, but there's no outcome of like proper planning before we remove the subsidy. And the effect is what we are facing in Nigeria now. And with, like people like this coming to this platform saying things as if he's the only Nigeria that is. I don't know how to explain it. But
Okay,
my brother,
can I ask you a
things are
question
not
now?
going.
Can I ask you a
I'm
question? So can you explain what is floating of the naira?
He's trying to merge everything, bridge the gap.
Can you come again, please?
The floating is trying to bridge the gap now between the parallel and the black market.
Who is bridging the gap? What forces bridge the gap?
I know what you are driving it. You are trying to drive me to. You are trying to make me say that the market forces will bridge the gap. But are we producing anything? Are we producing anything to bridge the gap?
Calm down, please. And you live in UAE. Do you buy differentiated products for your petrol, for your gas? I mean, different prices or only just one price?
The government controls price here.
Thank you. In Nigeria, it means that government are no more controlling price. That means
But NMPC is the one increasing price of fuel.
No,
the last one that happened now.
Calm down. If you don't know something,
One voice at a time.
I don't know something.
Israel.
That is reality.
Israel.
Let me respond to
Israel.
you. Okay?
I just Remy, hold on, please. I just muted you. Let Remy, you've spoken. I said let you land. You land. Let Remy to land. Remy, go on.
Okay. First, you said in UAE is control price. In Nigeria, it's not a control price. That means we are the master of international market of this crude oil. So, like here, I live here. The price of petrol, the price of petrol changes every day.
Who is that? Oh, Remy, hold on. If you are not speaking, can you please mute yourself? You are having private discussion, interrupting the section. Please.
So
Thank you.
the first
Remy,
thing I
go
want
on.
you to know is that the price of this petroleum petrol is not controlled by federal government of Nigeria. We rely on international market of the price of petrol, and most of the NNPC is the only one that's import before, but now there are 2 or 3 or more 4 marketers that have joined NNPC importing this petrol from abroad. And when they import it from abroad, the price are not the same thing every day. And there must also have additional costs, shipping, clearance, and so many costs to this price. So don't expect the price of your petrol to remain the same in Nigeria. Here where I live, they have 2 types of petrol. They have 95 and 98. And the price keep on changing every day. Even in the morning, you can got it, you can find at 1.7, and by evening it can be 1.8 or 1.9. And by weekend or some, it continues to change. As the price of this thing is changing all around the world, it will continue to change also in Nigeria. But what can we do to limit the effect of this? There are so many things we can do. If our refineries are working, that means some associated costs that come from imported petrol will be removed. Some, I did not say total, some associated costs will be removed.
Remy, quick question. Our crude, do we just sell it to abroad, or they give us return petrol?
We are two. Before, I think Nigeria was doing what called swapping, where you send your crude oil abroad and they will not bring a refined petrol in exchange for you, which to me is very cumbersome. But now I think Nigeria is just selling crude directly, and we are importing our petrol to the NNPC, because NNPC is now a private liability limited company. It's no more under the government. Everybody should know that. And they are also in the business of making money. They are not in the business to make loss. So we should so government does not have a hand in anymore. And that means Tinubu cannot just come out and say, I'm removing Quarry at the NNPC general manager. He has to be removed by the board of the NNPC. So it's not.
Can I say?
Wait, please.
Yeah, let's just hold on, please. Hold on, please. Ola has been trying to come in. Ola, let's hear from Ola.
Okay, thank you. You see one thing, Remy, thank you for that. In fact, almost perfect analysis you made. See, when we say some things, we are not looking at this thing from a very wide angle. When Nigeria was paying for subsidy, you look at it, how was the country funding the subsidy? Now, a country is borrowing the money that should be used on social infrastructure, healthcare, education, and some other things. We were using that thing to fund subsidy to the benefit of the welfare Nigerians and some middle class that are well-to-do, to the detriment of the poor one. I was in a place telling people that only if you knew the implication of allowing subsidy, forex subsidy, and oil subsidy to continue, nobody will be arguing like this. I even told people, I say, okay, you're a millionaire today. Do you know that what happened to Argentina in 2001, if it happens to Nigeria, your million may be gone forever, and you will keep quiet and you won't be able to say anything.
Or Venezuela.
Or Venezuela. Look at all those countries that went bankrupt just because of the reckless. That exactly. Nigeria was headed towards that place in a very accelerated rate. But when we put politics into things, and when we don't ask questions, or we don't want to listen to even our economists, those people that know better in the society that are telling us, just because we want to score political points, we see everything from the negative angle. If I ask people today, what exactly are they benefiting, even the so-called middle class, from that fuel subsidy? I bet you cannot really explain, because given that your petrol subsidy gone, your diesel subsidy gone, nothing. Kerosene gone, nothing. The kerosene should be like subsidies to the poor people, gone, nothing. But when it comes to the petrol, everybody is faring. And yet people will say, oh, they benefit from this subsidy to the extent that what the best we can do is to raise money and japa from the country. So you don't have enough money to build an enabling environment for investors to come to your country. You don't have enough money to fund security, and for the security people to drive all the crook in our bush away, and go back and do the agriculture and do the right thing. And all we want is a fuel subsidy. See, It is true that this thing will be painful. Let us be realistic. But you look at the long term. If you continue to fund subsidy and subsidize our dollar and subsidize crude oil, it's just a matter of time. Nigeria will fail. And all of us we are talking, even including those people that you think you are millionaire, you become nothing overnight. You are not looking at it. Nobody is telling you all these things. If you want to know, like I said,
Ola, is it true they are beginning borrowing money to pay subsidy? I don't know how far it's true.
That's what they be doing, bro. That's what they be doing. Even there's still some outstanding debt on subsidy that Nigeria is set to pay. Now, look at since when Nigeria has stopped funding subsidy now, the allocation to the state is like almost doubled. I keep saying what Nigeria should be fighting for is that living wage. Start telling the government to increase the minimum wage so that whatever you get can catch up with the inflation.
So what in
forget about
half of the money was not even real.
Exactly.
They were getting paid for those subsidies. Half of what they were reporting was fake.
Yeah, exactly. You are subsidizing for Cameroon again. You are subsidizing for Ghana, Republic of Benin. Is that how we are going to live? And industries that are supposed to come up are not coming up just because. Just look at it this way. It's very easy for people to say, "Oh, Dangote is monopolizing cement today." There was a time Nigeria was importing cement. Without closing that gap, without bridging that gap, without stopping the subsidizing dollar to import cement that time, Dangote cement will not be the largest cement plant in Africa today. And look at how many people, to the point that even PhD that they were fighting to become a truck driver for Dangote. So those are the things you look. When you stop this subsidy and all those people that are making cheap money, they are unable to do that again. The next thing, it is normal. Investors look at what is going to be cheaper for them. They want to invest locally.
See, can I add something to this? I think the idea is not that removing the subsidy is a bad thing. The question is, what if you remove the subsidies and the benefits of the money you get from the subsidies is still treated as if the subsidies was on? What that would mean is that cost has gone up for Nigerians and they still steal all the money anyway. And this is the problem I have with transparency. They are not communicating enough with Nigerians on what they are precisely doing with the money. They are saying they are giving it to the states. What are the states going to do with the money? Are they going to invest it in creating industries, or they're just going to use it to pay teachers or whatever?
Nigeria, I wanted to support your argument about creating industry, but the way you put it is what I do not support.
So how can they enforce compliance then? You can't force the state to spend the money. They can spend the money the way they want to spend. That's
exactly. And this is the same state that don't pay their teachers for months in one go. So my point is that that money would have been better spent, to me, on creating industries. I just sent you a link of the UK government.
Government will not create industry, but they can fund a policy that will create industry. I'll give you an example.
The same.
They can give individuals. They can fund
exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's exactly where I'm going to. But no, there's a way you fund individual. Maybe you can go through your CBN and you can use whatever you are seeing now as a buffer to say, okay, banks, we want to do some kind of lending policy. That okay, we are going to defend this thing. If you see anybody that really have a very good project that you really want to go into build industry, instead of 22% this thing, okay, we are subsidizing and they will pay 4%. And you can give them just like student loan where you
can give them grants. See, they already know how to do them in other coins. It's not very hard. I send you the link. They spend more than 3 billion. That's just one side. They spend more than 3 billion on funding projects in the UK. When they fund the project, they give them the money for free. And when they fund the project, the businesses develop.
I understand you too, Nigeria. When government said,
sorry, Ola.
But it is controlled. They are not just giving them the money from the beginning. You have to deliver something and they give you more. That's how it works.
Please, just a minute. First and foremost, what we are discussing here is palliative to ease the pain of people now. What you are talking about, creating industry, will it happen in the next 1 month or 2 months, and the whole Nigerian will be given job? And
you can start right now.
No, it's not done that. And
no, Remy, you say we should be patient.
Let me finish. Let me finish. And if you use Nigerian banks, most Nigerian banks are commercial banks. They are there to also make profit. I don't know unless the government work out something with them that, because I see most of Nigerian banks not really lending money to medium or small scale enterprise at a very reduced interest, and you can't blame them. But the interest they are offering on loan is almost to 35%, which is huge. Even if you are
sorry, can we do it this way? Short term, medium term, and long term. So I know which one you're proposing. Like, do we do it together, or do we? How do you put it?
What I really want is this. Because before this, we are talking about palliative, which is the short-term solution. So but you want to talk about long-term solution, all those ideas about what Tunaja is talking, but the short-term solution. Like before, the federal government have their social register, and people criticize this, and they said the money is also not enough. And they came and they went again, and they have a meeting. And in that meeting, the state governor, at least the state government will know those people that are poor in their domain. And if I were the federal government, what I would do is this: I will give the money to state, but I will not give the money directly to their account. I will still hold the money, and I will send the money digitally, and I will let all Nigerians know that these are the people that Oyo State government put forward. These are so. I might even put their name and give the amount of
but
money.
the law does not work that way. That's what I'm trying to make understand. The law
Yes, it does not work because we have separation
What
of
he's
power.
saying basically is transparency. You have to
Yeah,
force transparency.
I'm saying Nigeria's laws right now.
Because you can't take 10 billion out of the economy and triple the price of petrol, and the money they are going to do, what you're going to do with the money, you're not clear on what you're going to. You have to. The transparency has to be very, very high so that people trust what the government is doing.
Economics does not look at things this way. Life is about risks. Sometimes you have to take some risks. Do you think economists they know everything? So, like for example,
Nigerians are willing to take risk if it is transparent. That's my point. So that people don't go on the streets.
You are looking at it too emotional. All those developed countries, the UK, you are looking.
What is emotional about what I'm saying?
No. Let me finish. The UK you are talking about. Are you sure that everybody is covering their social net? I live here also, and I know that not everybody, even in fact, they are being overstretched. They are thinking about reducing their social benefit to their citizenry, and we are taxed heavily here. I'm telling you,
I'm aware, but I'm not talking about
Remy,
that.
can you hear me?
I'm talking about investing in industry. It's not about benefits.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Tunaja, are you chance? Can you take charge for?
I can't hear you.
20 minutes, please.
Yeah, that's fine. I can take over. I can just.
Can you take charge for 20 minutes, please?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
No. I disagree with that motion. We can't have for that.
Tunaja, we don't know what talking for the next 20 minutes.
You know what? It's time for my monologue now. Time for my monologue.
What I'm just trying to say is that all the ideas from Tunaja, I'm not saying it's not good.
Now you're not moderating. Remember that you're moderating, not.
So I'm not allowed to speak anymore. This is bad idea, man. Okay, when he comes back, I will be allowed to talk. I'll have my turn when he comes back.
Okay, so I'm saying this where we have the short-term solution, which is about easing the pain of the palliative. And if they give the money to the state, and then the government, they have to like publicize it that this is the amount of money this state is we are paying them from this palliative. So it, like I always said, the people of Nigeria, the number one person they should hold responsible for everything is their state governor. But that is not the case in Nigeria. Even in Nigeria, if you don't have a work or you don't have or something happened, everybody call the president. They don't know. There's so many training or orientation we have to do to our people. The more you continue to hold your governor accountable, then the more you see development in your state.
Can I ask a question? Do you think it's because the governors are immune to prosecution? How do you hold somebody that is immune to prosecution?
I'm not saying immune to prosecution. For example, you can see that in Lagos State, when they collect taxes, people see what they are using the taxes for, and they continue to vote for the governor. But in the other states of Nigeria, the people there, they are not holding their governor. For example, you go, okay, fine, we have doubled the allocation in our state. Then your state governor is owing salary for 8 months. The people, the workers can come together. And if you did come together as a strong vote, you must pay 4 months out of the 8 months salary you are owing. you are getting a double allocation. And so they are the ones that voted him. That they have a say. They are not saying they are writing petition to take him to court. If they make a big protest, they can also get it's that stage. So, but if they fold their hand, things continue to deteriorate, and that's what happened to Nigeria. Because an average Nigerian.
But how do they hold them accountable then? I support the idea of holding them accountable, but think about it yourself. If I have immunity, how do you come and hold me accountable? I could literally hire somebody to go and do it.
Maybe you are my accountable. What I mean is that, for example, there are some pensioners in your state that have been owing money for a few years or something like that. I know it's not easy because these are old people or aged people. They can come together with their family, support them. They can go to TV station. They can make everybody know what is going on. The public servant, the civil servant, owing 8 months salary. They just don't sit down there and say, we have not been here 8 months. Go out there. Go come together as a group. Go to TV station. Go to newspaper house. This governor look bad.
Except the governor knows where you live. You know, there was okay.
No, what do you mean where he lives? So he's going to kill out the civil servant in the state, or what's he going to do?
Yeah, I'm just saying that they are scared. Many Nigerians are scared. That's why.
That is what I'm trying to say. Look, for example, I was watching a video of Akwa Ibom yesterday, and no matter what you say against Akwa Ibom, I don't have nothing against it. Look at that state. I went ahead and watched River State. River State have improved. Then I went to Delta. Because all this, there are a lot of YouTubers have done a lot of documentary on this state. When you say Akwa Ibom, you'll be marveled. You'll be happy. What you see, a clean state, good roads, everything was developed.
What happened to Bayelsa, bro? What happened to Bayelsa? They are getting money too now.
Who?
Yeah, Akwa Ibom is clean. I have to give it to them.
No, not only clean. It's well structured. Everything is fine there, to be frank. And when you talk about states like Delta, and you talk about Edo very messy, very dirty.
Yeah, Edo fell back.
When you talk about Ibadan, very dirty. When you talk about Enugu, it's relatively peaceful and clean, but still not a lot of development. And when you talk about the so-called rich Anambra people, it's so dusty and messy. I don't understand. What are the people doing there? When you talk about leadership in Nigeria, everybody says our leaders are not good. You followers, what are you doing? Some of them were followers before, but now they became leaders. What do they do? So the problem is not only about leadership. The followers also have a big claim, a big blame in this whole scenario. If the people can come together, they can hold their governor accountable. This is what we voted for you for. Why can't you do it for us now? No matter what, it will do. If you promise 50%, 100%, if you do 60%, it's fine. They're not doing nothing at all.
No. Remy, it's not fine. You see, that's the problem right there. You're following the same type. It's not fine.
At least for a start.
No. Let's give these people passing grades. That's the problem. We celebrate mediocrity. If you see something at the time it's not good enough as a governor. If you promise me 100%, at least go 90. Then we are talking. Let's not give them any pass. If you are there to work, come there to work. Don't give them any pass. That 6 over 10 is too low for me. No. As a governor, give me 9 over 10. Then we are talking. All this 6 over 10. No. Let's stop this average. We can't continue doing that. If you are there to work, come to work. If you cannot do it, leave the job.
And this exchange rate one now, what if it never returns back to the low level it was, especially in the black market rate? It becomes more expensive.
I think the exchange rate is going to, it might not return to today, but I'm telling you something, Nigeria. If Tinubu really wants to do a lot of job, we have to resist a lot of import. And that means a lot of people will be out of business. Especially, we know that a lot of people in Nigeria that are dependent on import-based products to sell in Nigeria. It's high time the government starts to help a lot of industrial companies in Nigeria by giving them bailout money to establish themselves.
See, one of the things
I saw. Ola also made mention of something. Do you know how many Nigerians are leaving our shore to study abroad and they will need to pay tuition fee?
We spend billions
doing that. These are ways that, so somehow you are making the money in Nigeria. That means you are also helping this country abroad. Any country that want to improve, you must bring out a very good policy. Maybe in the near future, Nigerians can say, Before you can study in abroad, maybe they limit it to 1 or 2 or 3 courses. The other, you have to patronize Nigerian.
No, Remy, that case.
And Nigeria will shout.
No. In court, the government will lose that case.
Yes, they will lose. They will lose.
No, forget no, they will lose that case in court. Then I'm telling you, you can't receive people for.
I totally agree with you. They will lose.
No.
Okay.
Remy,
can I ask
if I
a
say
question?
something?
Okay, go ahead.
Now, Remy, look, like the best way to caution, like I said, to caution taste for foreign goods is like this. Is our forex, that you are not subsidizing for anyone. So if you are not subsidizing for anyone, you don't have excess to do all those things. You will find alternative. That's a sure banker. So we don't need to ban anybody from studying for it, because look, you don't do like Trump. Banning people from traveling overseas is as good as you are banning the product from foreign country from entering your country. That is what it means. So but the question is if they don't have enough, if they don't have access through government subsidy to study overseas, they will do the best with their money.
It's a free market.
Education.
It's a free market society. You can't force people to stay.
Exactly. Education in Nigeria is not totally bad as people would like to see.
No, not
the difference between education overseas and Nigeria is
I think the danger is that when we want to buy, how about when we want to buy essential tools overseas? It means it will cost us more every time now to do that. Don't you think?
To Nigeria, like we said before, a very good country you have to sacrifice. You mentioned America, you mentioned Great Britain. They all went through a lot of turmoil and trouble and crisis before where they are today. Nigerians, we have been having through a lot of turmoil and crisis in the last 30 years because of our non-development policy, corruption, and so many things you can talk about. So if you are thinking that country will be turned around just because Tinubu is your president in 1 month or 2 months.
No, Remy, what we are saying is that if people are leaving, they are leaving for a reason. Fix those reasons. That's the issue.
Yes, I totally
Nobody
agree.
is leaving the country for a reason. Address those problems. Don't just ban people. But the reason is
for example, do you know that ASU is kicking against student loan? They are kicking
against. Yeah, they always have issues with anything that is going to lead to progress.
Remy, it is normal for people to kick against change, because now student loan may really affect some member of that ASU. That's just the fact. Look at it this way: if university are self-funding now in Nigeria, there will be issue for so many of those ASU members that
they have to work now. They have
to work for their money.
Exactly. You're just laziness now. No, those
professors.
Yes, they're extremely lazy. And I want to ask you guys a very good question.
Remy, let me just ship this one in. In university in overseas, the professor, you see, they pay their own salary. And how do they pay their own salary? They work with industry to fund research. Grants. And that research, they use it to help those industry to innovate. And they from the money. Okay, I'll give an example. It's a popular program. They say there is a school called Georgia Tech. Now, when you look at the master's degree program in computer science, when you go for the on-site one, it will cost you close to 50,000 or more than 50,000 USD to finish. Now, the same now, when that school now, when they presented their innovative idea to AT&T is financing that program. Do you know that we are talking of top 10 computer science program in America? You can finish your master's in computer science for about $7,000 instead of spending about 50,000. That is what people will do in that environment. You look for people to fund your program. Exactly. Look at the University of Illinois at the banner campaign. We are talking of top 70 school in the world. Look at the MBA. The MBA you will go for before, maybe you will be spending like about 150,000. The same MBA now, you can go for the same MBA for 22,000. Look at how they approach people and they brought funding. But in Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, maybe our lecturers, they are good at chasing the female student around and some other things. And harassing and harassing innocent students for handout and all those stuff. So this time around, they are going to work. Yes, sir.
But Ola, you don't think that all the change are too close to each other?
No,
that is a reaction. It must happen. That is reaction.
We know it's supposed to happen, but like
come
the
on.
closeness is
I
too
think
much.
you don't know. So what do
No,
you mean?
I agree with the word of that closeness, but you know one thing in Nigeria is this: the best time to start this thing was yesterday, and at the next best time is today. If we don't start at all, we keep procrastinating. If this thing happen, okay, when we started telecom in
Can I
Nigeria,
ask you a question, please? Do you feel like for them to break the monopoly of the labor, all those unions, as whatever, they should return those universities or give it to the state, like in America, where federal government does not control universities? That way, if you strike, that is your school, not everybody. That way, they can break the ASU monopoly or all this strike every 5 minutes. I think
my question is on that about semi-autonomy for the federal university. Semi-autonomy. I'm not doing totally autonomy, but semi-autonomy for that.
Maybe region or something,
Let me just give you a
but not
scenario
federal anymore. Not federal
Let me
government.
give you a scenario here. Here I am here. The Finnish people, they make over 30 billion. No. Let's say, yeah, I'm right. 3 billion euro every year on education because of international students, because they came everywhere from the world to come and study here. See that money coming to your economy every year. And we are not, look at United Kingdom. Do you know how much they're making over there? Even more than Finland. Look at Canada. Look at all of them. But Nigeria, they depend on the federal government. It's high time we make them semi-autonomy so that these people look at our lecturers in the university. They do not do any research. They are just looking for money.
Who is coming to your country to come and study from any? Who is coming there?
That's what I'm saying. Because it's semi-autonomous. So there's no improvement in the
Togolese are coming now. Togolese.
No, they used to come to UIO to come and study back in the days, though. But what happened? What happened?
Because there's no more standard and the qualities are diminished.
Mandatory.
Yeah, the quality has diminished over the years.
So that's the way to go, because when faculties see that you are not performing and you can no longer gang up, the faculty will just chase you away. If a Ghanaian is the person that can give the best education, go and look at the example of those private universities, because now I like using Afe Babalola and Covenant University as case studies. When you look at those universities, go and look at the students. The University of Lagos is trying, in all fairness, then where out of respect I may be biased.
University of Ilorin is also not bad, yes.
I know.
University of Ilorin is
I don't know whether you have this experience. When they give you, let's say, you finish the course for the year, then the school will now send feedback from you, and it's anonymous. You can say anything you want about the
Rate
teacher.
my professor.
And
yes, now
they will fire the teacher if most of the students.
Remy, you know one thing about our graduate students are the toughest people to deal with, because they can change, they can decide, they can determine the fate of any prof, because some prof will just lose their tenure immediately.
And they will fire the teacher like that, and they can also change the faculty.
The prof that took us data structure and Java that time, I remember people just petition. I said we don't, so it's even worse for MBA. Now it's MBA, MBA is the worst. That you don't want to be a lecturer and you just be doing anyhow.
So you don't just go to the class with nothing in your head, and you think you retain your job like that. Yeah, how they check their lecturer.
I'm telling you, in Nigeria, your lecturer is your alpha and omega. They will tell you how someone cannot make a point. How they finish someone's career.
They are serving you. If they are not performing to expectation, they fire them immediately. They don't even blink an eye at all.
I'm telling you.
There's a lot of horror stories from students regarding Nigerian lecturers. And for me, ASU and the federal government in a symbiotic relationship are destroyed the Nigerian university system, apart from the private ones. So in essence, I think the idea of funding student with this student loan is a good one. But do you think, because when I saw the conditions, do you think students can be able to get it?
I keep saying that thing.
With apprenticeships, yes.
I can't do more. One time they loaded 0.5, we'll see him in the morning. Just they already have him on 3. I can't.
Okay, I told you that. So to Nigeria, the thing is I will keep saying this thing. See, everybody, not everybody that has business in the university. That is where we got it wrong to start with. Many people that are going to university today, they are just going for, oh, if I have degree, because we have some crazy employer that will say, oh, they want you to have master's degree at the age of 21 and you must not have. That's why people are going to university, because the purpose of going to university in Nigeria is like, I could be wrong, it's arguably we flog the purpose of going to university. So we can have category of education, technical education. As a matter of fact, I will even say prioritize technical education, because I have my reason behind it, and I gave an example of how you can even help your local community. See, when you have a country whereby even your tiler, your bricklayer, your carpenter, you cannot even compete with people coming from Republic of Benin, Togo, and all those things. It's a catastrophe on its own. So you prioritize. So the thing is, by this policy, if you prioritize your technical education, those that are supposed to find their way into the technical school will go there automatically, and those people that are university materials, they will go there, because even you that you want to use them to go to university, you will think twice before you try. So those are the things, because to me, we need to raise the standard of our university, and we need to do something in the area of that technical area.
If I was advising Tinubu, I would be encouraging him to go for a technical revolution.
Yeah,
Most of us encourage him to go into technology.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is a good statement. I noticed one thing in these European countries. I discovered most of their men, they go to vocational college, because the money you earn is nearly the same thing as a lecturer will earn, even more. They are even more richer than the so-called your teacher in the university here. Because you can see, just for you to see a mechanic, the service charge alone is, I don't touch anything, sometimes 90 euro before they now charge you additional money and replace them. So a lot of their guys, you will see them in the field, maybe a plumber, a carpenter, something like that. I think the income parity should be so close between all these technicians compared to academicians. So when
thank you, Remy, you just said it, because why people are going to university. Okay, look at something now. Now something is happening now. You are working as a computer, maybe a technician, maybe with oil and gas company, and they are paying you $150 per hour. You don't need a professor, you don't need a master degree or that to do that. You just need someone that graduated from secondary school to do that. Because what's the big deal about you wiping computer and just be following instruction to install OS, or they just based on what Microsoft has said? You don't need but at school this thing. Now, if you have someone with that skill, that whereas you can earn like $100 per hour, whereas people go for MBA today, you believe that MBA, when you come, everybody will roll their carpet for you. No. You find out that some MBA, after your MBA, you may not even hire more than 100K or 105,000 per year. Maybe part-time some business you landed as a business analyst or project manager, or maybe as a financial controller or somewhere, or you just find something around that. But it's not always because you have a degree that will necessarily increase your money. There are some people that what they did, they just went for boot camp 9 months and they are earning 400K. There are some people who are carrying PhD in IT and they are earning like 120K per annum. Yes. So, but in Nigeria, it is automatically decided that when you get to university, okay, you should be above others in terms of earning. That is why people are rushing. Even they put stigma there, HND can get to this place, but BSc can get to this place. And all of a sudden, people are no longer going to the polytechnic.
But all those jobs in Nigeria, this is my thing with Nigerian jobs. Most of those jobs don't even require the degree that they are demanding for.
I'm telling you, Babati,
qualified for some of these jobs.
There was a time I was installing ATM around, and our colleagues that were brought from Zimbabwe, some of them hardly passed their school start. You understand? And we're doing the same thing because the job is that we didn't learn that installation from university. We didn't learn it from polytechnic.
But just
it is the manufacturer that will train us how to do that
on every job, just because you
exactly
have doesn't make any sense.
You only need your knowledge of the little mathematics or integrated science you had in secondary school or whatever to do all those stuff. As long as you can learn, Yeah, okay, look at the product like Microsoft and all these things. Do you need degree to become Azure, to have Azure, or to have all those things? You don't need a degree.
Ola, when you go to the vocational college, you will be amazed, because sometimes you can take your car to them to fix there. If they are student mechanic, because their charge is always lower compared to the
Remy, a master mechanic will charge you average of $75 here per hour.
If you see all the equipment they have there, I'm talking about equivalent to technical school in Nigeria. But if you see the equipment they have there, oh my, you will just be amazed. I think I don't know what is wrong with our country.
Remy, if you see automobile in one of our technical districts, you will think they are manufacturing cars there.
Come and see
manufacturing cars.
But Remy and Ola, it's also the stigma we put on those kind of schools as a society.
Yes, in Nigeria. Exactly. You want to become a
you know, you don't quality now. Look at the situation. Look at the situation. Someone scored 83 in English language, but could not get, because although his target was a very high school, was chasing with the third school, could not get to university. And someone with P7 just got admission into engineering. And eventually, the one with distinction, the one that with distinction in English now landed the Polytechnic. The next is University Shani. You know, they read that signal that guy nearly developed depression. And this is a better, we are talking of a better student than even those people that attended this. But because of that stigma, now the person that attended Polytechnic, he actually went for his course that he wanted to go for, his dream course. The only thing that he could not secure is in university. But the other guys, they just took any course, they gave them the university. And already. Sorry,
I want to ask you something. Is it that you remember even in secondary school we used to have technical classes? You know, where
yes,
you
carpentry,
all those things. I had a friend of mine that he dropped out of school in. He did not want to go to senior secondary school. Of course, the first 3 years in here. I know they used to give you like a certificate back then. 3 years of college. Bye. We didn't before we finished secondary school. The deck in first house. And it was making money. I'm sorry. I'm saying that he felt like he didn't need to go to school for what he wanted to do with his life. And he was making money and he was expanding his business before we finished secondary school.
Exactly. There are so many people like that, Babati. I also have a friend who went and studied fine painting outside, that artist something. And before we even finish our secondary school, this guy has already started riding a car. And we are close friends, and he will carry us everywhere we want to go. And it was so good that a lot of people are coming to his shop from the state government, from everywhere. And his painting was so nice, so cool that you patronize it. So that is the point. We are not developing. I can say from here that there's no more certificate in Europe. It's about acquisition.
Do you know that some weather air end as high as $280 per hour? And if you see what they are wearing here, you see, it's not like the kind of a wedding in Nigeria that the light will go cha 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 and you put all those in. This line is just a simple little foam and they will be wedding there. $280 per hour, man. And you see, those are the things that people here look. They look at the value, the value returns or the education. Yes. Honestly,
even drywalling is money. Drywalling of house.
I'm telling you, electrician here can make as high as 120K just for wiring for wiring this. But so that's the problem in that country. So you're okay. It's in Nigeria that you see a degree that will be a teller in Nigeria. You know, cashier that will be giving money in the bank in this thing.
How do you spend 4 years in school only to become a bank teller? I don't get
become a teller. You understand?
America is a 2-year degree that you need for that in a community college.
You understand?
You know, there's some practical nursing in America that you only study for 3 months and they put you out there. But here, you have to go for 2-year studies before you can do that. So and before you even graduate, they already started giving you job because they will welcome you to do your internship and they will pay you money. So you can see they continue to encourage people that acquire skill. But if you just think at the old day, let me just be collecting all this big certificate. I beg they don't need all those ones anymore.
So like in the advertised job now, you know, we normally make one joke as if you graduate, if you graduated here after 2 years, you are not doing anything with your certificate, we say your certificate has expired. An employer will prefer someone that has experience without that degree. And although some degree can accelerate your position to managerial level, but it is only this country that I know that even me, as I talk to you, it got a level that team leadership, if you ask me, I will dodge. Because the thing that we celebrate in Nigeria, some people will not celebrate.
Let me make you laugh. My dad came here in the 80s, right? He came with he used to be one to create all these banks in Nigeria, Wema Bank. When he came to Nigeria during the military issue, he had issue with the government because they killed his friend. He came here working at 7-Eleven. He came with that Nigerian attitude. I mean, MBA.
I did so many projects for that
7-Eleven. His boss was a kid from community college. He's like, I have MBA now. How can this one be? Like a guy, it's just 7-Eleven now. You don't need MBA to run 7-Eleven store. Just community college.
No.
Just 1 year. It's like
I'm on a project now. The project that is taking me away from this.
Just need to be a very good interviewer.
If you see some people that are there, some of them cannot even write their certificate, but because who cares about the certificate?
Yes.
Can you do the job? Is the point? Can you do the job?
Exactly.
Yes, experience.
Because sometimes when people ask me, they've asked me there before. The reason for my education these days is just to I simply a certification. That's the only difference. It's not as if I need a degree to. I don't need a degree to install OS on computer, or I don't need a degree to put data. I just need the
but it gives you prestige,
manual.
They are overcrowding the universities. This is my
exactly
thing. And that's cool. Half of them don't need to be there. If they fix the system, half of them don't need to be in university.
So you can see people will go for truck driving and they're making a hell of money.
Why
the license examination and you are
why will the university graduate concentrate in like building website?
We need more
What's
truck
difficult
drivers.
In building website?
Truck drivers can make 10,000 per month and get their own trucks.
Winnie. I'm saying even skills. You don't need those university degrees to do most of those jobs. If you look at the Nigerian landscape, you don't need them. You don't need a bachelor's degree to work in local government. You don't need those things. Back in I'm working in the ministry. You can have a HND, whatever. You get your job. You don't need all this MS or whatever.
I think the problem is that there's so much saturation of graduates that are not doing anything,
forcing them to jack up the requirement. I be.
Yes. There's so much saturation of graduates. The ones that should be doing other things, there's no industry for them. The graduates are not. There's no industry for them.
It's pride. It's more of pride and our policy. See, because the concentration of graduates here does not guarantee anything. That's what that you see. In that country called Nigeria, look at what one Yeye bank did some time ago. You will know the bank. I don't just want to mention because I don't know the implication there. It got to say the bank will tell you, say, if you graduated from LASU or any state university, they will not take you. Now they will only take people that graduated from university like the Premier University or Prime University, like when you say Unilag, UI, OAU, Uniben, all those stuff. But you graduated from OSU. You graduated from LASU. They will say no. Until Fashola, was it Fashola? Fashola told them, say, then you pack your bank out of my state.
Yeah.
So that bank, they bought another bank. They bought a very big bank then that even the HND, they were forced to take the HND. They were not taking before. Unlike the MD of that former bank where they say, oh, okay, let us standardize like they used to standardize in this thing. Let us make the MD of the bank say, what is HND? What is BSc?
Last bank just used HND holder to be counting money in their back room. That's
not only HND holder, now even including BSc. Because
I saw it out there when they would count money from morning to evening, and I have to give them tip at the end of the day.
I said some people they count money, they get MBA, my brother, they get MSc.
So I don't understand. Money. That cheating. So you see now, just what is the
and somebody will pick you up as a CFO. Somebody will pick you up as a CFO in their company because you got the prestige.
Just imagine if MBA in Nigeria were to be like Ederu, that you have debt of over 100,000 to do MBA, and you do MBA and you come they count money for this thing.
That's what they're doing.
How much cashier instead of you becoming a cashier here, you prefer to go and work in the warehouse now? A cashier that will be earning $50 per hour, $16 per hour. So what, do you need a degree for that?
You could take that
You
skill
understand?
globally. You could take that skill globally.
So the problem
Counting money is now a skill, Abby. Counting money is not a skill.
So the problem is this: we have to criminalize.
It is, man.
We have to criminalize.
Stop playing, man. Winnie, stop playing. Counting money is not a skill.
Criminalize what?
We have to criminalize all those grades that you have to finish school. You have to be age of 25. You know, you have to be age of 25 to do this.
Go and find 10 years experience.
Go and find 10 years experience.
I don't understand.
No, you can't criminalize it now because it depends on the demand, isn't it? If there's a lot of demand for jobs, there are very little jobs left. Then the employer reserve the right to pick the best.
So those skills you need for those jobs are not given in the universities. Like we're saying, you went to study accounting. You want to say it is related now, right? What's the correlation between accounting and a teller in the bank that just to cash money and give customer that you cannot train even a just 3% to
well, that's more of an
I think an accounting involves
expand
accounting this thing trick this in
no,
you know that now, and somebody like just a cashier, you know.
A cashier job is simple. Which is just a flow of register. It's just an input and output, and then you balance your account at the end of the day. That's not like accounting at all.
Okay, think about it from this point of view. Is it easier for somebody that can build a car, an engineer that can build a car, to be a mechanic for a car? Yes, likely, because he understands everything that is inside the car. That's how they will look at an accountant versus just somebody that knows how to.
It's different here. One thing I want to know, in the bank setup, as a teller, before you have an authority to pay some money, you have to ask your supervisor or sometimes your manager. So what do? When they bring the money in, they will credit your account that you deposit it and it will reflect in your bank account. And the money out and in must be balanced at the end of the day. If it's not balanced, then you are in trouble. So what accounting principle are they using? Tell me.
How does it sound? MBBS, a medical doctor, because of lack of job. You go make that person to be the one at the front desk and be looking at card when patient come. Oh, this is your card. And you're right, okay, you came here, okay, you do this thing. How does it sound to you?
What choice have they got? I will use a professor to fill forms if the market demands it. The point is that it's not their fault. You have to worry about the environment that is not creating the jobs. The environment has to create the jobs for those people to go and work.
No, it's wrong.
Exactly. It's right. That's how
wait.
in America,
the ER now. Wait. The ER now. That's because the market is saturated. Okay, the MDs you go and do to be triaging people. That means the nurses will lose their triaging. You won't have nurses that will do the job now. So even though they are doing that job, somebody's going to lose their job, and they are low paying where they can make less money. You can pay them more than paying the MD for more money to do the same job.
Yeah, they will lose jobs because the same job that they are doing, somebody that has higher level of skill will be placed in that position. That's the problem.
That's the point.
You have to ask something. How come that why are people going for higher education just to get a menial job? Because I call it menial job in the sense that in correlation to their degree. Because the country is encouraging it. If you be training a school starter that standard 6 used to do this work of cashier before now. If you have been refusing those people with degree to occupy that position, people will not be encouraged to go and spend their time to acquire a degree just to come and become a cashier.
But why would you refuse somebody with a degree compared to somebody that just has a normal knowledge of the subject matter?
Doesn't need that degree.
We're talking about skill.
When it doesn't need the degree, see, remember the employer that pays that staff knows the value of what the staff is offering. They are not
even exploiting that person's.
Ask most of the engineers on this platform. Were they trained to use a lot of machines and machinery equipment when they were training them in University of Polytechnic? None of them, they didn't train them. When we talk about
where we get the machine, Remy? Which university will train you how to climb pole and be losing cable
that's
on
what we
the
are saying. Real life experience. You don't have the experience. How would they?
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't know about your certificate. Do you have the experience? If you don't have it, they don't give it to you. No matter you get a PhD in carpentry or whatever you can.
Exactly.
Don't care.
Why don't use builder in the university to come and become bricklayer? You now give and start a plastering house and
then when you say engineer in Nigeria, everybody will be putting on their tie. Come and see the engineer.
It's the environment. If there is job for them to be doing, they will be doing it.
To Nigeria, there are some jobs here that you will carry your degree you want to do. They will tell you that you're overqualified. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example. There was a time.
I think they need to build the connections.
No, there was a time in this country I wanted to apply for train conductor. You hear me? I wanted to apply for train conductor. You have to know about engineering, mechanical. You can move. Why did I want to apply for train conductor? Just because at that time I could easily make like between 140 and 170K. I was overqualified. They just needed someone that graduated from high school. From grade 12.
That is true. Sometimes they do that just to make sure they employ people within that bracket. But other times, most of the time they don't.
There are many master degree holder and bachelor degree holder in this country that I am that have, that are looking for a job. Why they don't say, okay, because this guy is a graduate of mechanical engineering, let us push someone that high school away. But they will tell you that, oh, we are looking for grade 12. We are not looking for bachelor degree in the mechanical engineering.
I think there is a term they call, I think underemployment or something like that, where you are overqualified for the role, but you are employed in that role. In many economies, even in the West, they have that problem. They do reject you sometimes, but they still do employ a lot of people that
Canada will not say because the bachelor degree people are looking for a job, there are too many, and they will ignore high school.
Why did you, Ola? 1 second. Why did you apply with your other degree? Why didn't you submit your school cert?
That's exactly what I wanted to say.
There are some job. They apply for that. I know
like healthcare. We find out now.
I've done that before.
There are some jobs I will apply for that I will never put degree there. I tell you, believe me.
Yeah, I've done that before, and after I got in, I tried to sniff around to see if there is, room for promotion, because I was a little bit careful who I discussed with. Eventually, I found out that there's some other position opening, so I put it in for that, and that was how I was able to transfer, and I was not penalized. So for you not to be,
so you see, it's funny. You have bachelor degree, but you are using your O-level result. So you can see.
You have to be smart too.
You just have
to be smart about it.
And be smart. Who cares about your master or PhD degree? They don't care sometimes.
Remy, do you know how things work in America? Now, today, if a network administrator job comes out, I tailor my resume to the network administrator. Now, maybe network administrator today. In the same organization tomorrow, I can become a data analyst. They won't go and look at that my resume, but you said last year that you are there, you are a network administrator. They will base it on that thing. Now you have 3 or 6 months to prove your competence. If you are unable to do that, they will take you. Even from the interview, they will know whether you can do the job or not, because these people understand that you can be polymophoric. You can have different skills, but you have
some of the federal job in America here will screen you out first before you even get to the door of interview.
Of course, now they use ATS now. They use
they will put while you apply.
Certificate is too much.
There's some questionnaire you are going to encounter while you are filling the form.
Under oath. Under oath. You can't lie.
Oh yeah.
Babati, the only lie you cannot do here is that you can't lie about your certificate. But
so, and when you talk about Nigeria, when they said, who is
but you can downplay it though. You can downplay it.
No, your certificate, if you don't declare your certificate,
guys, wait. Ola, I had a friend of mine that applied for internal medicine job at the border. People coming into the border, they needed a medical doctor there. So he put me as a reference for him.
Yep.
You know that the federal government,
Yeah,
they sent a person to my house to interview me for 3 hours. Not me, it's not me applying for the job. I'm a reference. So 3 hours.
But see, federal government job is always.
I'm telling you, I'm like, what the hell? Yes,
my guy.
Especially, you know,
Adewale, just a minute. Let me make you laugh. I signed a contract because contract job is what I do for now. So I have a contract with about four companies. This particular contract that I'm talking to you did not even fetch me $600 in a year. Did you get me? You got that thing, $600. So I did e-verify. You know what e-verify means? That everything I submit, almost everything I submitted during my immigration exam, immigration this thing, they go ask for my mother's maiden name. When they ask for your mother's maiden name and your father's full name, mother's full name, they don't get everything about you with that now. Wait till you come with me. You understand? And I didn't get $600 in this contract in a year.
Ola, I want to take advice for you. Ola, please.
It's funny to you, Abi. I didn't get $600 and a government job. Ola, when you want to become a governor, sorry, Adewale, I just want on a light note. When you want to become a governor in the next few years, so that people will not equate you with Tinubu, that is doing contract job and making so amount of dollars. So you must also be careful, okay? No, of course, I understand, but I'm just telling you the truth.
Let me save this video for future reference, okay?
Let me tell you guys one story. There was a guy, a Kenyan guy. He was applying for FBI specialty job. You know, some of these security operatives have a cut-off age that you have to. I think it's around 36 or so, if I'm not mistaken. But they usually recruit from college. The day of graduation, they will show up, or even before then. But sometimes, if they know that they need you in some area of expertise, just like Ola right now, who is into IT, and they needed his expertise, they can take him regardless of his age. But you know, as it's in Nigeria, so also is in Kenya. So this my guy went and reduced his age, got all the certificates, perfected everything, using it to work in America. So he applied for the job. So you know what they did? They now started asking every single one that he listed, every family member, they were doing a background check. They were visiting those people. So they were now asking, in the course of their investigation, they found out that this my guy and a grandpa, as a matter of fact, he affected his immigration status, so not a small deal. They started digging everything, only to realize that my guy married Kenya, was using America to get papers, and he's still traveling to Kenya to meet his Kenyan wife. Eventually, the one of the during the investigation, they found out that he was older than the age that he claimed, and all that were eyewitness news, eyewitness evidence against him, not just disqualified. His immigration status was striked out. Eventually, they gave him self-deportation back to Kenya. You know, in one of his immigration paper, he filled out that he divorced and was not in the court when he divorced his Kenyan wife. But the paper that he submitted during this what do you call it? Immigration process. The paperwork says that he was present during the divorce proceeding. It was a lot of legal stuff hanging on his neck then. So some of this job, if you are going to lie, you lie straight and you make sure you perfect your stuff. Or else when time will come back and boomerang on you.
No, Adewale, not the type of lie I'm talking about. You don't lie about your certificate. Because they will start coming. But what I'm saying is this: as an IT person, you know, in Nigeria, when you work in a bank today, you work in you networking a network. Tomorrow they say, okay, go with database. Tomorrow, now you have those skills. But you know, we are so robotic these days that if you are putting your profile on LinkedIn now, they want you to be one way, because if you call yourself data administrator to this thing, they say, oh, you are not focused. Employer may not call you. So now it makes people now to start doctoring their resume. So those are the things. If you apply for job A with this and you say this is what you are, they will interview you. If you defend, because all those things are just a job title. But there are things you can't lie about. You cannot lie about your age. You cannot lie about your certificate, because you are going to produce a copy of your certificate. You cannot lie about your status, because they will find out. Those things you cannot lie. But when it's come to your job function or the way you do your resume, nobody cares. Even there was I know there was a time that immigration people, they were looking at LinkedIn of people's LinkedIn, especially those people applying to Canada. They will be looking at whether they have all those things. But I think over time, I'm not sure. Maybe they just realized that, okay, that methodology was totally wrong, because people will give themselves different title on LinkedIn to get whatever they want. But your certificate, you can't change the title of your certificate. You can't call yourself a PhD holder now and they say, man, you can't do simple research, and you cannot even do that. They will easily get you. So you don't lie against that. That's why that background check here, some serious company, they don't trouble you so much. They just do your criminal background check and the credit check. Once they do all those, they give you the job. If you fail to perform within 3 months, 6 months, they know now, they go put you out. Even some good one, they will even know before you get into the company. So to me, you don't lie about all those things, but your skill. So
but Ola, in Nigeria, do we have database to search for people's background to verify who they are, or they are lying on anything on their resume?
No. Nigeria is worse. Nigeria is worse for that. Let me tell you what they did during my own, when I entered into the bank. What they did was that even my school almost cost me that job, because they started asking for confirmation from my school. These people, they will just see that letter, they will just put it aside, because they were expecting a good year or someone to come and, because you know all those how civil servants or government do what they do. They don't care. They just put it. They didn't even know the implication of what they were doing until I talked to one of my lecturer. It was the HOD that time, if I still remember. It was that Baba that ran to that place to help me follow up to get my things. Otherwise, if they didn't get that thing, at the end of that thing, they go say, Omo, come they go. You understand? They will confirm your certificate. As a matter of fact, they will write to the HR of your former company to confirm who you are there. So we see some people there that, okay, at the bank I work for, some people lie or what.
Online is very, very common in banking then.
It's very common. They
It's
will
a very
figure you
small
out, Shani.
circle. They relate with each other.
Figure you out, Shani. They will,
Yeah.
that investigation they will do, and you cannot escape medical too. Medical is one thing. Can't escape medical. So the verification in Nigeria, I can guarantee you, for banking, for the telecommunication industry, I don't know of now. I doubt it. If you lie, they will figure out. Forget.
That's
So
good.
they were
In government, they need more of that, because people use all this wali.
No. You see, the problem with government is this. Now we too much. That's why we are saying government is a you can't use the model of the government, especially that of Nigeria. Even government is lazy here, but the only thing is that they are not so careless like that of Nigeria, because if you government workers' behavior, sometimes they can be similar. So, but
like the Fkemi Adeosun stuff for Toronto. Remember that they found out that she didn't do NYSC. I'm like, and they said she went through screening. I'm like, how do you screen somebody for Minister for Finance? And you didn't know that she didn't have NYSC. What kind of screening was
now,
that?
You see, now we waiting for that place. Now we waiting for that one. Now we. Now, so for that Nigeria work environment, to be honest, I think they are even more disciplined than this environment, because here we apply for a job. We apply for a job that they will say, okay, they want to call your reference, because the way reference work is that sometimes if you call the HR of your company, they will say, no, they are not your boss. That's your boss that can talk, because they know that thing can create some kind of litigation. So what people do sometimes that you go and look for maybe your family member to pretend like maybe he was your boss or someone that you trust to reference you, that knows your job, to reference you. I think, I'm not sure. I think what they want to know is that at least there's a name that can recommend you. Finish. But a lot of lies. What you cannot get away with in Nigeria happens a lot. So when you see people that go to Nigeria and go and lie about their status, they learn it from the Western DC, because sometimes you cannot even see the school that your boss go. Okay, look at your boss. You say, okay, study in England, United Kingdom. No university name, because they have a lot to hide. Because maybe your boss that is claiming that he studied, maybe now just grade 12 in Finland, but at the end of the day, he has already learned on the job enough for him to even occupy that position. But maybe when he wanted to get into that position, he had to lie, because the truth is this: except you are just graduating from university, if you say, maybe if your lie is not too much, or maybe if you are not claiming Harvard, but if you say the regular university you graduated from that university, I don't even think they will even bother to check. Some will not even ask for your certificate. It's just there was a case of someone that practiced. I still can't believe it. There is a case of someone that practiced as a medical doctor, that he did not attend medical school and practiced for several years.
I want to shock you. You know, in China, there are several Americans and Britons there teaching English. Most of them, they came with a lot of certificates. Until 2015, when Chinese government started saying that before they can show that they must satisfy from the US government. Do you know that the percentage of people that come from America immediately dwindled to about 40%, with all-time high of 100%? And we now discover that most of these people, they did not go to university at all. Some of them don't even go to community college. And I was shocked. So that is why I know that there is scam everywhere.
Baba, they can lie. The only way you don't escape with lies is this. The only way you don't escape with lies so much, like the government, then when you have a regulated profession like because that of the medical guy is still a surprise to me, that the medical dog call himself a physician and practice without qualification. But what I cannot understand, whether the person actually attended school, that maybe he was not certified, I can't just figure it out. And the person will practice for so many years. But I know in the engineering profession, it's difficult to escape because
I think it's
because insurance will not let you go away. So
even the medical field in Nigeria, I said it's also very tough there, because you have to practice.
Exactly. So medical here, maybe
medical and chartered accountant. You cannot just say you are a certified accountant. Where is your certification? Because that's what.
So other than that, you call yourself a computer engineer, you say this thing, you just go anyhow. You can lie.
I can call myself a computer guru if I go to what you call it, computer market in Lagos. If I can just do some small stuff. But when you are looking for a job, now if they ask for yourself, that will be the problem. So you can see that most of the people nowadays, they are doing some online courses about cyber security, and they are making money from it. In fact, if I'm good, I would even try to go and do that one also.
The fastest way to make money these days is to go for all those bootcamp.
Yes, I think that is the best way, because I just see that a lot of people are doing and they are making good figure. I have a friend that is making like 6K in a month.
Good night, guys. Good night.
I mean, you don't talk about 6K for cyber security.
No, I don't know whether it's about computer, blah blah blah, like that. It's making money.
That money is small though. We are talking of people that are hitting 16K a month. You are saying 16K.
People are making 10K a day just trading stuff.
But Remy, if you study cyber security, what can you do for a living?
Cyber security is what you do now. Security is
cyber security. You're working for a company or a private, you'll be a private something.
No, cyber security. Cyber security is about securing your network now. That's all it's all about. What are the policy of your organization? Okay, look at what cyber security will do. Security analysts will do, for example. They can look at your email policy. Okay, where your email is going. Okay, maybe they don't want the email to come from the
what I'm saying is that means you'll be working for a company. That's what I'm trying to say.
And you can work for a company, you can start your own business, you can be a consultant. You know, this thing is all about idea you have. You understand? You know, for example, now what pushed me to MBA? I was harassed that you technical people, you don't know anything, and I was desperate to start some. If you see the play, the way the business people they wash us down for meeting, then go dress you down like this. The only little thing they cannot do now is IT. It's all these people that they don't know about business. In fact, even someone that doesn't even know about business now, just because it's business, they go wash you down. They think tired. Say, okay, this thing we must try this thing. But look at it this way. See, the value you place on your education is what you want for yourself. You can be a private consultant, like I said now. The current thing I'm doing now is a contract, you know. But I told one man, our boys what is the client Walara, and these people are changing their computers.
Wow.
I won't mention the name of the company. No. What is Walara? We are talking of customers that have over 60,000 devices. What is Walara? And they start spending money now to replace so many devices and to upgrade. Those are the area that the cyber security people will look, the security people will look at. Okay, what can we do tomorrow to do this? Now I have another client too then that through random mail like Google Mail or this thing. What is Walara? You know, that's the only time they stop allowing a random mail to get to everybody. So if you want to send random mail like Google Mail or this thing, there's a particular place is going to reach where they will scan everything, they will look, they will analyze, and those people they will be doing a lot of machine learning to make sure they filter, to block, to even activate the cyber guard to make sure that they filter whatever they can filter. So cyber security is a very big field now today. You understand? It's as big as when you are talking of your desk side support. You know, so to me, those cyber security.
So Ola, you are in cyber security. That's your thing.
I'm not in cyber security. No, I'm not cyber security. I see. Can I do cyber security? Yes, but I specialize mostly. I prefer to face data. But it doesn't mean that if a PC job comes that I will not do. It doesn't mean that if a server, if you give me a contract on the servers that I will not do. It doesn't mean that if you give me a contract on a web design, I mean that data that we have backend or maybe for your commercial, this is for your e-commerce. It doesn't mean that I will not do. But what's the thing that I will say, okay, I like most that assuming that I want to become an employee today that I want, I will tell you that it's data engineering. But as a global niche consultant, anything that gives me money now I will do within IT. So
okay,
that's how I live. So now this guy is cyber.
They make $50 an hour.
Enigmatic is a cyber
they can
security.
make 50.
You are saying something. It's like
No, I just said they make $50 to $80 an hour.
Sorry, is winning? Is that Charles?
Hello.
No, I don't think it's Charles.
Hello.
It doesn't sound like Charles.
I've not seen
Hello,
Charles.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah.
So see, cyber security, they are making big money, but they are not necessarily the big because now let me tell you a lie. If a principal data consultant, data engineer, depending on so sometimes the organization you don't even hear their name, they pay the craziest. Like when you are working for the so big one, you can be a principal data architect now and you earn like 800K a year. Depend on what you want, the solution you can use, whether you are using data, you are using the
that is money ritual. That is money ritual there.
In America, people they pay that crazy money. See, if you want to see the money where we say you go faint, now all these Yankee people they pay up. And the way these people will call it, we will say whether your ear they deceive you. You say again. You understand? Now for that America, you go say anything. See, you feel be in some company, you feel just be normal front-end web developer or maybe middleware or back-end. I would earn like 250. They could even pay you bonus for sign-on bonus. They will say, okay, for even signing for us, for even coming to our company, we are going to pay you 50K. and they give you share of that company again.
80 Thomas in no with the Western number.
Maybe I will move to America.
They do that madness.
Maybe I will move to America.
See, but if you are talking of
my sister, my sister, the one that I follow is New York. She's a citizen. She's been even calling me for even invite. I don't even want to come because of Babati's gone.
Thomas, I will tell you a lie now. I will tell you a lie. You know, if you want to become a IBM just network administrator entry level, is 90K.
Wow.
Entry. You don't need university certificate too. You just it's 90K.
Wow.
You understand? Not to tell you. So if you now go to Netflix, there you know there are some group of companies they call
Is it a boot camp job? Is it a boot camp course?
In fact, you can even go to Udemy and learn about those things and learn about the technical. So once they ask the question from you and you're able to answer without even going to boot camp, if you have that idea, Udemy can even give you that job, I tell you. Because see, most of this thing is this. The employer will look at whether you are trainable, whether they can train you. Then do you know the basic of those things you are doing? Look at the job that I say, okay, all this our customer, our client that enter into trouble now. Even most people that are even doing the job they are not even they don't even have IT background. They were just quickly saying, okay, this is what you do, this is what you do, and they are doing the job.
Wow.
And they are doing the job. So, and funny enough, some of them we come out of that job with ridiculous payment. So, that's just the thing. Sometimes university, one thing is this: don't go to university in Canada or in America just because you want to increase your money. Sometimes you may be making a very big mistake. It may just be 2 months training you need, or you just need someone in the industry to mentor you and bring you on board. Finish. But you think, although I'm not saying university cannot help, because if you go to university where that have a good career unit, of course they work with industry too, they will fix you there. But sometimes you don't need it. You just need someone in the industry. Or you just need to go to one boot camp, because all those boot camp too, they have the sales guys, they have the marketers that they work with those companies that even there are some institutions that you are going to spend 4 semesters there. After first semester, the second semester, they already put in those industry in the name of internship. They will say apprenticeship styles of training.
Maybe you're already earning something.
You are already earning. They've given you the education in the first semester. Now you are working with those people they work with or they partner with, and you are earning as you are schooling. Already you are so those are the things. If you bring such kind of idea, we have to dissuade ourselves from this idea of that you must have master's degree at the age of 22, and you may but nobody knows whether you make first class or this, except although as a fresh graduate, if you want to make noise, you can go to your LinkedIn and say you made 4 points over 4 points. You are validation, whatever you want to call yourself there to market yourself. But the truth is this: in some cases, nobody wants to even know whether you just managed to pass through. You just managed to pass, because except in some extreme cases, nobody wants to ask for your transcript. Like if you say you're a software developer, people want to look at what you have in GitHub. People you want to have the portfolio of your project. That's what they care about. They don't even know whether you manage to pass. And they ask you question, you're able to do that. They give you assignments, because there are some developer job that you go for that they will give you some kind of assignment. Go and solve. A person like me might stop on it. I don't know if I can do it tomorrow, but there are some people that are so stubborn like me that will go for interview. No, okay, let me give some people. Don't let me use myself. That if you give them assignment like that because they've been in the industry, they won't do, because they know that they may be developing solution for a company that may not employ them. But as a young person, as an entry person, if they give that assignment, if you develop it and you submit, they will just employ you straight away.
Wow.
So your university will not develop a solution for you, except you intentionally incorporate that while doing your degree. So that's the thing we need to change, because if we change that skill in Nigeria, before we used to get bicycle repairer. How many bicycle repairer do we have in Nigeria now? Maybe some people will discover how to repair bicycle tomorrow. Before you know, it don't make millions. Before some people will just suggest that, oh, money did this thing. That's the situation I want to. Some people look at one lady that the lady did not maybe the lady didn't even study anything about furniture in school, and he was just looking at how he can survive. He can survive. He looked at tire that they are wasting this tire. He converted those things into kind of furniture. He creates some kind of
Yes,
business
yes,
and
yes,
innovation
yes.
around this.
I saw it. I
I
saw
started
it.
making money from
We're
there.
painting it with different colors. Yeah,
Exactly.
I saw it.
There was a time in that country that we call it Jala water. Jala water, that all those small like that, they will cut tire and they will use it to make slippers. We've lost all those skills now. So those skills is where I expect Tinubu to move to accelerate. All this fuel subsidy we are this, no, we should be fighting on, okay, this thing has happened now. How can we make the people's life better? Okay, Baba, okay, we are hungry now. How can we employ more soldiers now from this money now and chase all these criminals away from our farm, from our forest, so that people can go back to the farm? And you produce enough to feed the. I listened to Prince yesterday, and that man, I could not even differentiate whether he's a lawyer or he's an economist. Very sad. I can't compete with the idea that man was churning out here.
But you know, it speaks to what we were talking about earlier. People like that would never make it into government because society does not want those kind of people in there. We don't nurture talent. We don't nurture brilliance. In a same climate, the person in government will be calling him for advice or bringing him to government. That is the way it works in the same climate. They will bring Omar with everything you know. Show us what you got. How can you help the government? They will call him.
I'm telling you. See the way he spoke here yesterday. I was listening. The only thing, I was too tired to come online. I say, wow, who? I was saying, is this man really a lawyer or is an economist?
I remember the first time I think I was the first person to bring up his name on this platform.
Yes,
and people are like, who is this guy? What are you talking about? You never heard of this guy. I'm like, just go and listen to the guy. Just hear him speak. As you can tell, just one time you spend with him, he pretty much sucks you in like a vortex. You just get you just get captured by like you really want to know more about where it's coming from.
I was sweat off my feet because this man, oh my goodness. Once something is for someone to just talk for the sake of it, but one thing is for someone to know exactly what he's talking about. This man knows exactly what he's talking about. Some people can play with words, some people can play. He was making example. Look at the type of history I learned from this man yesterday. Where could I ever come across that history?
The part of that I like is like when it breaks down, and it's someone that has argued cases about elections before. So when he speaks about the Obi case, the way he breaks it down, you're like, man, I mean, this guy is well detailed. Like, now why don't we have more obedience? Listen to this guy, because when he breaks things down,
they never listen now. You know that. Something stuck in their brain always. So there's nothing someone else can say that will enter their brain. They are, like one man always call it like factory products that looks alike.
But
that
Thomas,
is what
you know what I'm noticing in that space, that obedience space is more. It's like they're unsure of where to go. So you will hear them say, "Oh, Biz are a man. We want him to win." Then you hear Biafra Nation now releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So like they are just, I think they are homeless now. They don't know where to. They're still looking for a shelter.
No. Obi is already crashed. You haven't seen anything.
For a new home now.
Baba T, many obedience are victim of political manipulations. That's just the way it is. See, it is very easy to manipulate people. They play upon your emotion. Even as yesterday, I was here arguing with very well-learned people here. One day, yesterday, I said, mistake you guys they make. They say, I know right from time anybody that can tell about it. I was against Tinubu until the ticket became just 3. Because I keep telling people that I'm dynamic. I will talk about within the reality. I look at the 3 tickets. I say the only person I didn't even want here is Atiku. If Obi had won, I would have supported Obi too, because Atiku is the only person I don't want. Because the trauma, that trauma that Buhari brought, in the way he was trying to
don't
grab
you
a
think
land.
that Obi changed along, because Obi, this is not the same Obi that at the beginning of the campaign. No? It kind of fed, it kind of got sucked up in that. Remember when Obi first came out, it wasn't. I think it played to the gallery with the Obedient movement. Once he saw the amount of support that they were giving to him, he got caught up in that, because this was not the same Obi that first came out. I remember when it first came out, people are like, let's listen to this guy, let's hear what he has to say. But when he started encouraging people to do more of this radical behavior that they had online, abusing people, and it will not call them out or caution them, I'm like, nah,
No, Babati will say, oh, those people have been suffering, the government has been rejecting them, so they have the right.
You see one thing, Babati, if you build an institution today, they will respect you because you build that institution. If you handle that thing if someone handle that institution to his son or his daughter, the same respect they are giving you, they may not give to that daughter. Or because why did I use that one? I would have said that, okay, if Awolowo, with everything Awolowo did for Yoruba now, if Awolowo should resurrect today and come and speak today, you'll be shocked that they will push him aside, that Baba, your time don't go. That's what I always say. What am I saying is this: Obi himself, the obedient movement form around him has outgrown him. If that guy behave anyhow, he go collect anyhow from obedient. This guy, they know they don't send.
Is that bad now, Abi?
It's not bad. Obi cannot control them because if they don't go, they can curse him, they can do anything. No, go and look at a particular channel. They are already, see the way that they make mouth. The impression you will have there is that Obi cannot even try. Our principal cannot even try it. In fact, as if whatever they say, he has to abide by. That's just the ways the thing is they wrong.
But that's the way he's been behaving now.
Well, Ola, can you blame them? He is the architect of
that's the way he's been behaving. So why are you now surprised?
If he has
obedience place now has now outgrown him now that he can no longer control them.
You know. Okay, look at what happened with the Socio-political thing, where online you support them and behind the scenes you go and beg the guy.
Exactly.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. As he even go and beg that Socio-political, obedient were not happy.
Of course, they were not happy. Yes. They were not
so
happy.
At that time, some obedience, if they see Obi, they can beat him up.
So, no, I think the point is that he created the monster by himself, and he's out of his hands.
You see, he saw the opportunity.
Yes.
And he believed that the truth is this: if had Atiku not obtained PDP form, Obi would have become our president today.
I doubt that.
No. You still have lost.
Okay, who will have become our president?
No way. Listen, if it was Tinubu versus Obi, the corner would not have voted for Obi. All those article votes in the north will have gone to Tinubu.
Okay, come on now. Okay, you've made a point anyway. That's another point.
They will vote. Imagine, remember, it is now Muslim against.
That means Tinubu will want at least more than 20 million votes.
No way.
Because what I'm even looking at is this. Because all those votes won by Atiku in the south will have probably gone to be.
No,
you made the value.
No, forgetting all the votes okay. Let me ask you, who wins Osun State? No Atiku. Who wins Osun?
You say
Tinubu now.
No PDP. Who wins Osun?
It's APC. It's Osun.
APC.
No. PDP won Osun State.
I say if no PDP.
I say if no PDP, sir.
If no Atiku is there.
It's just Obi against.
APC will have won. I agree. APC will have won.
So, yeah, all this northern place that they were, the dynamics of
the northern space with. I agree with you. I think I agree with you.
I think the point now is
but Remy, wait. I tell you what. If it was Atiku versus Tinubu without Obi, forget it. People will have won that election. No Obi, people will have won the election easily.
Yes, because the
no. Obi Atiku would have been a president.
No. Atiku have won.
No. Atiku have won. Man, if I don't go back to Facebook, they shout now. No, you see where I was busy shouting on Facebook that time is this, and I got one signal from my school. The guy comes say he said Rugana rural urban grazing area. Now so I just verse go on that say I was like you know, I was saying this because that time it was my duty that time that I would do my best to make sure that as these people are coming up with their lies, I will try to dilute those lies immediately to counter so that I will not allow that thing. Because it was like the way people are looking at it that time, some people started giving legality to, yes, when you look at the cattle economy in this in the Netherlands, Nigeria, I say, guys, stop this rubbish. Is cattle the only input in the entire? Why are we not talking about? Why is it cattle? What are you talking about? In the 200 million, 200 million, among 200 million, it's only cattle the only thing that you are justifying what is happening in Netherlands, all those things. We're not saying they should not do cattle bearing. It's not the responsibility of the government to grab that.
Yes.
No, it's not even the responsibility of the government to go and give you cattle. Let them go and spend their money and invest normally. If Zatec and those if Zatec, for example, if they have their farm and all those people that they have their farm and they are rushing and do all those things, let them go and rush.
So you see, there is something that is going on about that. You know, Zatec, they sell chicken, frozen chicken in Ibadan. They are Lebanese company. Do you know now that they are buying? If you can start a small farm by yourself, raise an 8-week-old chicks or chicken, they will buy it from your hand. And they go and process it, whatever.
But they've always done that with But my point is this: like my uncle will always say with this Ruga thing, you know, he's a businessman. He's a very successful businessman. It's like it doesn't even know why the governors in the Southwest were complaining about Ruga or no Ruga. I said, what do you mean? It says it's very simple now. It's a very huge market, right? The demand is in the Southwest for all this goat meat and whatever, this cow. Then create your own ranch and for your own people. Flood the business with your own people.
They won't do that.
Once you have because you will make bigger cows because they're being fed on soil. Then you get the market from the Fulani people. They will stop coming. Crash the market. Don't argue with them about don't come. Keep coming now. Then create your own farms for your own people. Your own ranches.
And Babati, things are also
you see in a good country, the like of is it Bamdele Otiko or Ekundayo Paleya, I don't even know which of them, or one of those administrators then, and the one in Ibadan, the one in Ondo State, and the one in Oyo State. In a serious country, they are supposed to be in jail. You know, those are the people that keep Fashola farm, that they just go even to the point of killing the bull they used to crossbreed. They kill that thing maybe to do party.
The demand is the demand is there. You have the land, you have the people, you have the expertise, you have the investor can just create your own farm, and your people are running the farmland for cows, and they are feeding them. They are bigger, more healthier.
And their meat is even more better than
then you just control the market now. End of story. You won't
see. I
don't know
why. Where I was living, not very far from that place, there's one particular man. He started by rearing like 3 cows. What he did was very simple. He will go to north and buy baby cow. Then he will nurture it by himself because he happened to go to UI to study. He will go and learn some 3 months various methods of raising cow. This guy I'm talking about to you today, he has about more than 20 cows, and each of the cows is about 800,000. The cows are very healthy and they have more meat because he was able, and this is the man that started from scratch. And and you see this guy, I just don't know. And some people in Nigeria, they say, oh, I don't have a job. They're still waiting to write the application or something like that. More and more people are thinking out of the box. You just have to think out of the box. This work he's doing, and he's making a hell of money. He started racing RAM also. And each of his RAM sell for about 200,000 during the layout.
We have this fire brigade approach to everything. Like, let me even tell you how detailed this guy is. My uncle that is very detailed. He said, you know, the American bull, all this buffalo, whatever.
Yes.
Bring them in. Just give better options to people. They will forget those like they'll just forget them. Bring in better.
You know what? One guy in Ghana did something very. He went to the Netherlands and he imported those special kind of grass. And he have like 6 acres of land in Ghana. He started planting it and he started raising his goats. His goats its cows are very healthy, and he gave them this grass to eat. I was like, oh my God, this is a very good idea. Maybe I should also try to understand.
Look at those cows now.
Yes.
There's no meat in their body. They look all skinny.
Because they just continue to roam there all around the country, eating grass that they are not supposed to even eat. So
the bread of the cattle is not like the one Awolowo developed there, where they used to bring cattle from Argentina, and I think they say they got is it one of the African countries they brought the bull they used to crossbreed there. You know, that time that was the time we were used to the Madu called Enila, because that cattle. That Enila is the one that will not get horn, right? If I remember very well. So, and those ones used to be very big. That sometimes I can even say they all what we get from them, we even get almost ×2 of what we get from this regular.
And you know what happens, right? If you can keep those cows in one place, what happens? You start getting milk. And you make milk, water, all those things you can make on the side. You create the demand for it.
No, that was what they were getting for all this. What was the name of this guy that I'm not talking of Cowbell? I mean, this West Africa, because we used to have carnation in Nigeria, we used to have pygmy. You know, from all those farmers when they used to get all those rotting to supply them. Now, all of a sudden, all those things just disappear just because.
When you have governors, I'm sorry, our Yoruba okay. Don't let me be giving my Dakpabio rant tonight. You know how that will go. But when you have government that they want your polo, these are things you do for your people. Now look at this guy's farm. Adedukpokpo farms. You should have 10 of that in your area. You should have all those farms. They can start for
See, my brother, even during our time, we were fortunate to have the like of Awolowo. And the northern people, they were fortunate to have Sanwo Olu, while the southeastern people, they were lucky. No, Opara is what I want to not even Zik. Zik is the type of where some people can adult Zik good for them though, but then I will talk of Opara more because those people were the people that developed their region. If you have left the like of Okotiebo, if I still remember very well, he was former finance minister, or what they call that guy that used to be a guy. Because if not because of those people that I mentioned, those regions would not have been developed. Now, the type of leaders we have today, they were the type of leaders that they were just coming to use that office to become rich, to enrich themselves, not that they really have any beautiful thing they would like to make. So that's why you see the way they behave. Because look at this thing. We are talking of the time of policy whereby Paradekunle Ajasi in the same 504. Is it 504 404 that he was using as the principal that they brought to the government house? The same thing they went back to the building that they built. They built his building before he became the governor. He went to the same. Then look at that bro Sali too. He didn't steal anything, even though Buhari saw the reason to put him in jail and create a problem for the guy. Whereas Shagari, that was even the king of that corruption, was just out of arrest. And you carry Ekweme, landing for jail. So the thing is, we're just fortunate those days, but as at the time that all these rogues are coming there, the military, they build the structure of the corruption. It's not as if they don't have that corrupt tendency themselves, but they've now built that corruption for them, in the name of security vote and all those jargons. So they have access. Even how the National Assembly that you see, they start cornering contracts. Like what Prince was saying here yesterday, and Prince was very valid that, which I agree with him. I keep saying that it's not the size of that cabinet of Nigeria that's even the main problem, because I see the size of that cabinet as economic value. Because when they say, oh, special advisor, it's not as if there are really many. That's not the problem. But the problem is the money that the governors, the money that the president are find that indirectly embezzle, the contract they award to themselves. For goodness sake, tell me what Dino Melaye is doing that has given him enough to acquire all those things he has acquired in the United States of America. Tell me his industry. So those are the things we should focus. So we've lost that value. So we don't expect this governor now to have correct edge. But I hope, because I'm not saying Ashiwaju will run after them, but I hope he will do something, because when people ask me that, you voted a thief, I will tell them that, okay, I know that Tinubu is a thief, but
and a drug dealer.
Unfortunately, no, I will not accept that of narcotic for him. I will not, because that's a very heavy.
Bola, I think it's far more deeper than that. How do we even allow that kind of individual become a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? The system itself allows in riffraffs. If a man like that can become, the guy is even running for governor, the nerve of him, the audacity to even say he wants to run for governor. She ain't temperament of the governor.
You see, my brother, my thing is this: I don't depend on the government to start using money to start building things. I only depend on them for policy, as long as they can give policy. You see, over time, if you allow the policy, maybe we have like power sector develop, industry start developing. Now, what will happen over time is this: even if these government people start doing sure, those captains of those industry that knows that these guys will affect the investment, they will be the one that will gang up in the long time. It might not be 30 years, it might not be 40 years, to force the government to do the right thing rather than our people. You see, why these people escape with a lot of things today is because the major people that are pushing them are the common people. But when we start having some early that have business interests in the country that can easily influence those people that will be in power, honestly, people will start thinking twice. We don't have enough. So what I expect from their policy is this: like policies of power now that state can generate. I will not be expecting state now to talk to private investors to just to guarantee them those things. So if all those things now, if people start getting job, if our textile industry is back, if I had a skin industry is back, I see this forex that we have now, it will discourage people from sending their people, because little thing, people go get a certificate from Ghana, Cameroon, and start boasting that they study abroad. You understand?
It's abroad now.
So I know, but it's not as if the standard is that so superb like that. Because one thing in Nigeria, yes, Nigeria, we may not be training our students like American students, because like I keep saying, I know the difference between the education that I got in America and the one I got in Nigeria. The thing is this: the American system, actually, they've started making me to do what I'll be doing outside already. But that of Nigeria, they just force you with critical thinking. Critical thinking.
This is Nigeria. We should call it. Before you go, then when you leave, you forget everything.
No, exactly. But during that Nigeria too, for those of us that studied engineering, for example, if you don't understand the electrical engineering science, you will cram, you are going to fail. because there'll be some period that so. Like I was telling someone now, I was making jest of one elderly friend that when I was asking about Archimedes principle and all those things that he was saying, I'm going to my baby. I say, how many years to take senior myself? To be in the secondary school I attended, I'm seeing you all these things. I've not read it since I come out secondary school now. Just because I read to understand. That is why I still talk about those things. So Nigerian situation, they train you to critical thinking that even if you are not seeing all those things, sometimes you can imagine it. Even cramming sometimes too is a skill because do you know one of the reasons I ran away from medicine? Because I've said to you before that if I'd gone for medicine, I would have likely failed. I would have likely not graduated from that program because when it comes to cramming, I'm not too good.
No.
I'm
wait, Ola. Medicine you cannot cram either. It's like you need to know what you're doing. But
I'm saying all those botanical or biological names. How will I cram all those big names?
Do you know what's funny though? Do you know what people don't know about medical school? Do you know the
I don't know. That's why I believe because of biology. That's why I believe
now.
I will fail.
Let me tell you one open secret. The hardest part of medical school is getting into medical school. That's the hardest part.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the hardest part is getting in. Because they don't want you to fail. Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. For example, if you are still asking me about latent heat, you are still asking me of electricity, you are still asking me about the periodic table, you'll be shocked that I will state periodic table and I will tell about ionization, electron affinity, all those kind of
things. Funny. And weirdly, my favorite stuff in secondary school was physics. But I love physics.
Yeah, because I love physics because you know my physics enter into chemistry.
Physics,
you know, the same electrolysis I learn in physics, I carry into chemistry. You know, when we started doing entropy, I find a way to relate them to thermodynamics. You know, all those stuff. It makes it easier for me just because I see physics as analytical. You understand? But when it is biology now, I start learning about appendicular skeleton, and I start doing some kind of thoracic.
Almost playing low school band. Did you guys use OKK?
OKK now. As Ababio. Ababio and OKK.
That's for physics, right? So my physics, I use a lot. I use Abbott. I use Nikon and Parker. You know, I use Abbott. I use Nikon and Parker. No. Okay, too. Okay, see. The first SSC in Nigeria started in 1988 for some school, for the federal school. Okay, don't they exist with that time now? So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay is as old.
Okay and Ababio.
You understand? Who told you that I didn't read Okay? You understand? You are assuming just because I mentioned all those ones.
Form 6 in the physics. No, I love Form 6 in it. Form 6.
No.
I'm joking.
No, I didn't.
Guys, we have to go now. I have to get some meeting now. Catch up with some meeting.
You don't try. You don't try. I don't even know say I feel stay like this, and I
know. Yeah.
I used to go and resume for my labor job in the morning, self.
Labor job. Come on. You can't do labor now.
What is labor job?
I wonder.
The system we are building for our customer, our client at Boy Center now. So we are still doing that labor job.
Labor job. Labor is very funny now.
Let me be honest with you guys. In Nigeria, the future is not bright. It's not. I'm not being negative. It just could evolve the way we think.
But go and see that. You said something will happen in the election. Something strange will happen. Nothing finally happened.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's not a professor. I'm saying that the way I see it right now, the mind, our mind has not evolved to the point where we see a nation yet.
You see why we are not involving poverty is one of those things there. So when there's poverty, when you now come use religion to come scatter people's head. But if we get to a time, if we get the policy right, if the economy liberates, even the religious leader, they start losing their grip on those innocent people, because the person that is hungry before, if he can fend for himself, no story you want to tell that person. See, if we maintain the, let's assume that we're developing from telecom and all this Nollywood and this, if we experience development across all status of the economy in the country, I'm telling you, what's the name of these people that say they should give a bandit amnesty? All of them, they will have lost their relevance. They will lose their grip. because why some religious leaders now manage to still deceive people is just because people have lost hope, and those people seem to give them some kind of supernatural hope.
Yeah.
So that's it. Yeah. But if shoemaker can make money from his shoe, farmer can make money from this thing, and everybody see the thinking will goes toward productivity more than
consumption to production
miracle that people are looking at. So to me, we just need someone to rigid the economy and put people in the rat race of chasing the economy. All those spiritual people that I say don't bring beer to this, it's just a matter. See, all those Sharia, just before the things scatter, they just extend very well. Just get people on the right path, make people become richer. They will look into the eyes of those leaders, say, look, we want to drink beer. Carry your Sharia away. We don't want. It's just a matter of time. But
yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have to call that.
You've really tried. You've really tried. Baba T, thanks for coming. Nice chatting with you.
Baba T, if you want $1 ni o, if you want $1, owó àlọ́ ń kọ́. If you want $1 ni. Yeah, thank you guys.
A sì máa rẹ̀ lóye gbẹ̀yìn ni máa rẹ̀. A sì máa rẹ̀ lóye.
Kò sẹ́ni tó rọ̀ mí lóye. Abacha kò lẹ́ni tó rọ̀ Abacha lóye.
No, Ashiro Babangida lóye now.
Ṣèbó jáàpù ni, máa wọ̀ ṣèbó jáàpù ni, máa wọ̀ wá
jẹ́. Ola, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, Do you know? Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.